This young man suddenly opened his eyes, waking up in a panic. So Nian told himself that the lightning strike earlier didn't kill him, and instead brought him back to Earth. However, his cultivation was completely lost. So Nian couldn't avoid feeling disappointed, but then he thought that being alive again was already a good thing. The journey of cultivation could still start anew. So Nian slowly sat up and noticed there was someone nearby. He turned his head and saw the back of a woman, not knowing what she intended to do. As he got closer, he saw clearly that she was lifting her skirt. Was she not trying to relieve her sadness here? She seemed like a person with a strong environmental protection spirit. So Nian couldn't help but remind her, "Beautiful lady, you shouldn't water flowers here casually." The girl was startled by his sudden appearance, turned her head abruptly, stammering and unable to say anything, only able to scold him as a rogue. She then ran away. As for So Nian, he recognized her. Her name was Tan Yin. This meant that he not only reincarnated but also returned to his own past. It was now roughly the time of his internship after graduating from university. This wasn't good. Tan Yin was his superior, and having offended her meant that So Nian's upcoming life would definitely not be peaceful. So Nian couldn't help but sigh deeply. In his previous life, he had cultivated to the point of dying due to heavenly tribulation. And now that he was reborn, he had already offended his superior, and moreover, he had lost all his cultivation. To survive day by day, it seemed he had to be more careful. Just then, his phone rang. So Nian picked it up. It was the vice principal calling. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, an angry voice immediately pierced his eardrum. "So Nian, where the hell are you right now? The new principal is about to take office. Hurry up and roll over to Kaithan Hotel for me." So Nian hurriedly ran to Kaitang Hotel. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he had tried to operate the Tai Chi heart technique on the way here, which might have had some effect. As soon as he arrived, the vice principal was in a rush to introduce him to the new principal, saying that she was not only a PhD who studied abroad in America, but also a great beauty and would be his boss in the future. Since So Nian had 3 months left before officially being hired, the vice principal instructed him to make sure to perform well in front of the new principal. Who would have guessed that this new principal was Tan Yin? The vice principal, unaware of their earlier accidental meeting, enthusiastically brought So Nian before Tan Yin and introduced him. "Principal Tan, this is So Nian, responsible for teaching 10th grade literature in class 18. He had already interned for a month before the summer vacation." "So Nian, are you really So Nian?" Tan Yin asked, her voice seemingly struggling to suppress her anger. "Hello, Principal Tan. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I look forward to your guidance." So Nian pretended not to know anything and extended his hand to shake hands with the new principal. "No matter what kind of person you are, you've lived for 1,000 years, but at times like this, you really need to have thick skin to handle things." However, Tan Nian refused to shake hands with you, only lifting her hand to adjust her glasses, then said she was looking forward to your performance. So Nian. After saying that, she turned away, ignoring So Nian, who stood there stiffly. "It's over. It seems you have completely offended this woman." Tan Nian walked away, grinding her teeth in frustration. So Nian was originally the cousin of her best friend, So Van Van. Initially, before coming here to take office, So Van Van asked her to quickly chase this brat out of the school. Tan Nian felt awkward about it, but now it's fine. She planned to make So Nian suffer, then kick you out of this school, settling old scores and new debts. Speaking of which, So Nian was also in a tough spot. This woman cannot be hit or scolded, as she is not only the close friend of cousin So Van Van, but also the only daughter of the chairman of Hoa Thang Group in Kujiang City. It seems that this group encountered some issues later on, as in the previous life, Tan Nian didn't stay at school for long before disappearing. Only cousin So Van Van had a favor to you in the previous life. So her friend in this life, So Nian, can help as much as she can. So teacher, so please come and sit over here. Suddenly, another woman's voice pulled So Nian out of her wandering thoughts. You quickly recognized this person as Dam Vu, with whom you once had a happy time in the previous life. It's just a pity that later on you couldn't be together. Now meeting an old acquaintance. So Nian felt quite complicated. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Dam Vu. So Nian said while pulling a chair to sit beside her. A large question mark appeared on Dam Vu's face. Long time no see. Teacher, so are you still not awake? Before. So Nian could respond, the teacher beside them quietly scolded him. Today, attending the inauguration ceremony of the new principal, at the very least, it is a formal celebration, yet you dress so casually. This teacher's surname is Chow, and she has never liked So Nian. After criticizing him, Ms. Chow whispered to Damvu that she was young and beautiful, with a family business worth up to 10 million, and that ordinary people simply weren't worthy of her. So absolutely don't let any toads cling to you. Ms. Chow, please say a few less words, Damvu said, with So Neon knowing she was subtly referring to him. So he proactively stood up. Don't worry, I already have someone I like. If it were in the previous life, you might have exploded at these words. But now in your heart, apart from that person, the others aren't worth mentioning anymore. Oh, any girl you set your sights on must be quite unfortunate. The nasty woman with the surname Chow continued, making Damvu very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, So Nian basically didn't pay her any mind, finding a quiet corner to sit down, and began to think about his future. With your current strength, according to secular division, you might be at a high-level martial artist. I didn't expect that on the way to Kaithun Hotel just by casually practicing the Tai Chi mind method. Your strength has skyrocketed from 0 to this level. It seems that the experiences from your past life are still very valuable to you. In this life, you don't need anyone else to guide you. You can reach the mountain peak on your own. Everyone is now present. Although it's said to be the inauguration party for the new principal, it's also to introduce new colleagues, namely Tran Tuan Vu, who has just transferred to this school to teach. And not just an ordinary teacher, he also comes from a wealthy family. This 4-star Kaithung Hotel is also owned by his family. As soon as Tran Tuan Vu appeared, Teacher Chow's eyes sparkled like stars, and she turned to Damvu and said, I've heard a lot about him. He's under 30, but already a senior teacher, comes from a wealthy family, and he's so handsome. Hey, Tio Dam, did you see that? This is a real male god, nothing like that nerdy, gloomy So Nian. Everyone is flocking to Tran Tuan Vu, while So Nian can't help but frown. This guy was actually your greatest enemy in your past life. He kept using schemes to harm you in pursuit of Damvu. In the end, So Nian was forced to resign because of him. Just thinking about this, Tran Tuan Vu had already walked up to So Nian. He took out a business card, casually saying, hello to you. So I heard you are an intern teacher at the school, so don't worry too much. If you need anything in the future, just look for me. Here is my business card. At Kaithun Hotel, you will get a 20% discount with this. So Nian chuckled to himself. Others called him teacher or miss, but he called you Tu So. He even used Kaithun Hotel to elevate his own worth. This guy is clearly trying to pull a fast one. Too bad for him, you are someone who has lived through a lifetime. So in front of this childish trick, So Nian remained very calm. He then replied, Mr. Tran, I heard that the chairman of Kaithun Hotel has recently retired. Currently, the hotel is managed by someone named Tran Tuan Phi. Why isn't it you? This question sounds normal, but is clearly sarcastic. Tran Tuan Vu lacks the capability to sit in the chairman's seat. He darkened his face upon hearing this. It seems that Tio So is very interested in the lives of our upper-class society. However, a snake will always be a snake. No matter how hard it tries, it will never become a dragon. The teacher following Tran Tuan Vu took this opportunity to show off aggressively in front of So Nian. He said that he is dedicated to the cause of education, which is why he didn't take over the family business. He also told you to study seriously. It became even more outrageous. Then he forced So Nian to stand up and move to another table in the corner, leaving this position for Tran Tuan Vu. Based on what So Nian immediately retorted. Based on the fact that you are still an intern teacher, while I am the head of the literature department. That teacher yelled loudly, causing a ruckus in one corner of the room. Teacher Cho could only click her tongue, criticizing So Nian for being foolish. Yet he dared to offend Kwok Hao. It seems this time it will be difficult to pass the internship. Damvu started to worry. But over here, So Nian still looked like a tough young man, but he began to stand up. This chair I'm afraid you won't be able to sit on. Tran Tuan Vu smirked at that. He thought So Nian was still being tough, but in reality he was scared and had to give up his seat. Meanwhile, over there, the unpleasant woman with the last name Cho and the others thought the same way. Useless, just good for talking. Tran Tuan Vu sat down with satisfaction. However, as soon as his butt touched the chair leg suddenly broke. Tran Tuan Vu couldn't react in time and fell backward. A glass of red wine spilled all over his expensive suit. He looked extremely disheveled and awkward. Tran Tuan Vu immediately lost his temper and shouted, Where is the service? What kind of hotel is this? Even the chairs are broken. A female staff member hurried over but spoke in a low voice. "Young master, but this is your family's hotel." So Nian couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. Teacher Tran is indeed a shining example for everyone to follow. He is not biased at all. When he gets angry, he scolds even his own hotel. "I truly admire you." He intentionally spoke loudly, making others start to laugh too, making Tran Tuan Vu even more embarrassed. Earlier, while standing, So Nian had quickly broken 2 chair legs. It was strange that he didn't fall. After teaching that clueless guy a lesson, So Nian satisfiedly turned away, leaving Tran Tuan Vu fuming behind. Although there were some unexpected events, the party continued. After finishing the meal, several teachers suggested going karaoke together. Hearing that Tran Tuan Vu began to show off again, he wanted to invite everyone to KTV Don Huang. That is the most expensive KTV in the area. The lowest cost for one person already reaches 4 digits. Seeing Tran Tuan Vu brag like that, So Nian couldn't stand it. It's true that anyone can become a teacher, although Tran Tuan Vu's teaching ability is indeed not bad. His academic performance is also high. But based on memories from a previous life, he recalled that once he got angry at a student by accident. As a result, the next day that student was beaten by a group of thugs he hired, resulting in broken bones. The party has ended. Everyone started to leave one by one. So Nian had no intention of going to KTV with them, but there was also no reason to stay here any longer. He deliberately walked a little away from that group of people. I see Damvu deliberately slowing down again. She looks quite awkward. I wanted to say something again, but in the end I still spoke. "Teacher, so please don't be angry. I think you should apologize to Teacher Tran. After all, his family has some background. If you offend him, it will be difficult for you to get a formal position." So Nian knows Damvu sincerely advises because she cares for him. But you are the immortal lord from your previous life. Even though you have lost all your cultivation now, there's no need to apologize for any mistakes, especially when the other party is a scumbag like Tran Tuan Vu. Seeing So Nian so stubborn, Damvu could only sigh. "Teacher, so if you remain so stubborn, you will inevitably suffer sooner or later. This world is not as beautiful as you think. People who do not share the same ideals cannot talk together." So Nian responded in a way that indicated he did not want to continue the conversation with Damvu. Although this girl has a good heart, she is like everyone else. After thinking for a while, she would probably side with Tran Tuan Vu. Even though they truly loved each other in their past life, in this life, they probably have no fate anymore. After saying that, So Nian quickly turned and walked ahead. In the end, he was dragged to KTV Don Huang because all the teachers were here. But So Nian wasn't happy at all. School starts in 2 days and he hadn't prepared his lessons yet. Being dragged here was really troublesome. Over here, Teacher Chow was clinging to Tran Tuan Vu like a spider demon, continuously flattering him. "Teacher Tran, I heard this KTV is under Fan Hong's territory. I didn't expect you to have such a big face. Just now, even the square had to come toast to you." "Yeah," Tran Tuan Vu replied, then downed a glass of alcohol. Fan Hong, whom Teacher Cho just mentioned, is indeed very powerful. From nothing, he has established a solid position in Nanjiang. Now there are KTVs everywhere opened by him. There was even a leader who was sent off the island for not giving him face. Speaking of status, this KTV Don Huang is far beyond the Kai Tang Hotel of the Tran family. Thinking about this, Tran Tuan Vu unconsciously glanced at So Nian, then secretly mocked him. Truly, a country bumpkin lacking any knowledge. Even after coming here, he only knows how to huddle up in the wind. Just when everyone was singing happily, suddenly a group of people burst into the private room and aggressively grabbed Dong Quoc Hao. This fat man hurriedly shouted for help, but no one dared to step forward. Tran Tuan Vu and Manager Trung, what on earth is happening? He asked the person called Manager Trung, pointing at Dong Quoc Hao, then smiled disdainfully. "Tran Tuan Vu, don't say I didn't give you face. It's just that this guy played with the woman of our boss." Dong Quoc Hao panicked quickly, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. "I didn't even know she was the boss's woman. And besides, I only touched her once and didn't do anything inappropriate." The more he explained, the less Manager Zhang was willing to listen. Tran Tuan Vu still wanted to step in and plead for Manager Zhang to let it go for his sake, but he was still coldly rejected. "You really think it's that simple? If this is the person you brought here, then you should go along with her. Don't make me take action!" Dong Guohao kept shouting. "Tran Tuan Vu saved me. After all, he is the one who brought them here. If it blows up now, it would be really embarrassing." So Tran Tuan Vu reassured Dong Guohao, "Don't be scared, we will go together. The teacher has not made any serious mistake. I also want to see how capable a KTV manager can be. Manager Zhang not only demanded Tran Tuan Vu take responsibility, but also required everyone present in the room at that time to leave. Naturally, Sun Yan was not an exception. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pregnant colleague and softly said to her, "Ms. Duong, please stand behind me later." Teacher Duong was very grateful and kept thanking him. Meanwhile, Teacher Chow still kept her old habits, unable to help but mock Sun Yan. Earlier, someone suddenly barged in and didn't speak up, and now they want to act like a hero. Their group was led in front of Fan Hong. Behind him was a row of tall, strong bodyguards, intimidating at first glance, and in his heart was a beautiful girl dressed quite revealingly. As soon as she saw Dong Guohao, she pointed right at his face and then pouted to complain, "That guy Hong is the fat one, he touched my butt earlier." Upon seeing Fan Hong, both Dong Guohao and Tran Tuan Vu turned pale. Tran Tuan Vu, who had been tough earlier, now had to lower his head and explain, "Boss Hong, please let me explain. This is just a misunderstanding. I hope you can give me face." Before he could finish, Fan Hong threw a bottle of wine he was holding to the ground, looking extremely fierce as if he was about to eat someone. "Try bringing your father, Tran Hua Kwong, here and ask if he dares to make me Fan Hong give him face." Tran Tuan Vu immediately fell silent. Although Kujiang City is just a small city in Jiangnan Province, it is the main territory of Fan Hong. Although Tran Tuan Vu's family does have some influence and even runs a large hotel, even if his father is Tran Hua Kwong, it is likely that he wouldn't be able to quell Fan Hong's anger, especially since this guy is a figure both the underworld and the righteous are afraid of. The girl that Dong Guohao teased earlier now also stood up and approached him, swinging her hand to slap this shameless old man. "You fat bastard, weren't you very energetic just now?" Dong Guohao was knocked down to the ground, feeling extremely humiliated. But besides begging Fan Hong for mercy, he didn't know what else to do. Fan Hong ignored him, only staring intently at Tran Tuan Vu. "Kid, don't say I don't give your father Tran Hua Kwong any face. Now if you break his 2 hands, I will immediately let this matter go." Tran Tuan Vu felt very troubled. When he still didn't know how to handle the situation, Teacher Chow was worried it wasn't enough, and pointed at Fan Hong's face, saying, "We are teachers, you can't treat us like this. If not, we will take this to the media." She truly was a foolish woman. Fan Hong burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Teachers? I didn't expect all of you to be teachers, truly ridiculous." At the same time, he had an inappropriate thought. "I've tried students, nurses, flight attendants of all kinds, but I've never tried a teacher." After saying that, he changed his mind and let Dong Guohao go, leaving with 2 intact arms. However, to do that, he demanded that the 2 female teachers stay to serve him for the entire night, those being Dam Vu and Teacher Chow. Indeed, only a gangster like Fan Hong could brazenly make such an outrageous request. As soon as he finished speaking, Sonan stepped in front of Dam Vu. After all, she was someone he had loved in a past life, and she was a woman. He couldn't just stand by with his arms crossed. Fan Hong found it extremely displeasing that Sonan, a scruffy young man, dared to block his way. "This was indeed our fault at first, but the person at fault has already been taught a lesson by you. Why must we make things difficult for the 2 female teachers?" After Sonan finished speaking, Fan Hong hadn't even had the chance to respond when one of his bald subordinates rushed in. "Damn it, does what our boss wants to do, need a punk like you to teach." His attack speed was very fast, but in the end he was just a mortal and couldn't compare to someone who was about to ascend in their past life like Sonan. As a result, this bald guy was sent flying by him, crashing heavily into the table, causing it to shatter into many pieces. Just by looking, one could tell how strong Sonan's strike was. "You can insult anyone, but insulting a teacher is not allowed," he said coldly. His actions and words earned him perfect points in Dam Vu's eyes, but made him a thorn in Fan Hong's side. She couldn't insult his teacher, which made him feel extremely ridiculous. He had humiliated countless people, but Sonan was the first to dare to fight back, even daring to hit his people. "Today I want to see how you can escape from this long damn ho hyet," Fan Hong threatened. But in return, he received a face full of contempt from Sonan. "Long damn ho wheat, you think you can call yourselves dragons and tigers based on your pack of dogs and cats?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Tuan Vu was so scared he almost fainted. "Who is Fan Hong?" If you dare to talk like that, he might turn your entire high school upside down. Tran Tuan Vu quickly spoke up. Boss Hong, this is indeed our fault. Tran Tuan Vu quickly spoke up. Boss Hong, this really is our fault. But don't listen to this kid's nonsense. After all, we are teachers at high school number 3. Out of respect for our former principal, please let this matter go. Fan Hong indeed hesitated for a few seconds. Tan Yin had just taken office as principal, not worth mentioning. But the former principal of high school number 3 was a big shot, even someone you couldn't mess with. There are many leaders in the city who are his students, and in this city of Kujiang, the principal of high school number 3 is indeed a member of the highest class. After thinking for a while, Fan Hong finally nodded. He agreed to spare the whole group of teachers, since they taught at high school number 3, except for So Nian because he had injured Fan Hong's subordinate. This matter needs to be calculated clearly. Fan Hong also made it clear that he would definitely show respect to the old principal. So at most, he would only break So Nian's 2 legs. Dam Vu, upon hearing this, anxiously spoke up saying, "No, we must go together." But So Nian stopped her, advising them to go back first, especially to take Ms. Duong, who is pregnant, home. He could handle things here by himself. Of course, the group of Tran Tuan Vu wouldn't be foolish enough to stay any longer and left together. None of them cared about So Nian except for Dam Vu. Before leaving the room, she turned back to remind So Nian to hold on a bit. Once they were outside, they would immediately report to the police. When the door of the room closed, So Nian was surrounded by thugs from all sides. Fan Hong, on the other hand, was holding a beautiful girl in his arms, looking excited as if he was about to watch a great show. "Aren't you the kid who likes to fight? Then come play with my brothers tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, a long-haired guy stepped forward and then tore his own shirt. He said that the bald guy had just been knocked out by So Nian. A Lang is quite skilled, but just an average among them. And he is a Ho, who used to fight in the black boxing circuit and is now eager to take on the challenge. "So Nian, stop it!" So Nian interrupted a Ho. "The kind of villain who talks too much like you in novels usually doesn't survive more than 2 seconds. A Ho was thoroughly provoked by So Nian. His hand formed a fierce fist as he charged forward, then threw a punch with all his strength. Unfortunately, this speed was still too slow in So Nian's eyes. He successfully returned a kick to his opponent, sending a Ho stumbling back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fan Hong raised his eyebrows, revealing an extremely excited expression. "Not bad, Fan Hong. After all these years, this is the first time someone dares to embarrass me on my own turf. If this gets out, where would I hide my face?" Thinking this, he called all his subordinates to charge together at once. They even took out weapons to see how So Nian could escape. But they also did not dare to think that they had poked a hornet's nest. Although attacked from all sides, Shuo Nian managed to slip effortlessly through the crowd with bare hands. He then quietly took down all of them. He calculated his strikes perfectly, causing the thugs to only suffer minor injuries. After all, this is not the realm of immortals. If things escalate, he would definitely get into trouble. Fan Hong started to tremble at this sight. It was then he realized that Shuo Nian was not an ordinary person, reminding him of an old man who had helped him 3 times. In all 3 instances, Fan Hong's rivals had inexplicably gone to sell salt. This made him believe that this person must possess some supernatural strength. "Hey, you're not like that person, are you?" Thinking this, Fan Hong involuntarily spoke out loud. Shuo Nian did not respond. Instead, he struck his hand against the wall. Even though he didn't use much force, when Shuo Nian withdrew his hand, a sharp handprint was left on the wall. This was the most terrifying warning for Fan Hong. For the first time, the most notorious boss in Nanjiang City like him felt fear. He was even scared to the point of losing his wits. A Lang who had just had his wrist broken by Shuo Nian could barely stand up now and asked a foolish question. "Boss, what should we do now? Is there still revenge?" As a result, he was slapped by Fan Hong. "Revenge? What the hell are you talking about now? Getting involved with Shuo Nian is like asking for an early reincarnation." He then instructed Manager Zhang to investigate information about Shuo Nian. He also reminded those below that whenever they meet him, they must absolutely show respect just as they would for him. Meanwhile, outside, the KTV Dam Vu was still lingering around. She had reported to the police as promised to Shuo Nian, but after waiting for so long, they still hadn't arrived. Clearly, it was less than 3 minutes from here to the police station. They must be intentionally delaying time out of fear of Fan Hong. So what's going on? "Why haven't you 2 gone home yet?" Suddenly a voice called out from behind, and Dam Vu turned around in a panic. Teacher Shuo." She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Shuo Nian standing in front of her safe and clean. "You're okay. Are you hoping I would be in trouble?" "I am the best literature teacher I'm talking about reason here. The thugs were so impressed by what I said that they immediately forgave me," Shuo Nian casually said, and of course Dam Vu couldn't believe it. "Teacher Shuo, I'm sure you used the former principal's reputation, didn't you? I heard that the old principal had a great reputation in Ninjiang." Shuo Nian did not deny it. After all, he couldn't let them know the truth, so this reason was reasonable enough. That night when he returned home, Shuo Nian focused on meditating and cultivating. "I want to break through from martial disciple to martial master. If I can't find a place with abundant spiritual energy, I fear it might take me a whole week, but I don't want to waste that much time. The more greenery there is, the more abundant the spiritual energy. A place like that is probably only at the third high school in the suburbs, it seems. I have to go to school one more time." Thinking about it, I quickly went to the school. I want to take advantage of the fact that the school gate hasn't opened yet to find a place with abundant spiritual energy first. I used my chi sensing technique to locate the area with the densest spiritual energy and headed there. There is an ancient tree that has existed for 1,000 years and is still thriving. Its strong vitality attracts the surrounding spiritual energy to concentrate here. It might truly become a spirit in 10,000 years. I don't care too much about that. After finding a suitable location, I began to cultivate. In my previous life, the sect I joined was the Tai Chi sect. Naturally, it is famous for Tai Chi, and the Tai Chi mental method is the highest mental method of this sect. Although I lost all my cultivation after being reborn, relying on my memories and experiences from my previous life, I quickly regained my original feeling. My moves were light and graceful, but generated immense power. I caught the attention of a middle-aged man who was practicing Tai Chi nearby. He saw everything in nature responding to my commands and immediately affirmed that I was indeed a true Tai Chi master. Meanwhile, I was completely unaware that I had inadvertently attracted someone else's attention. After a while of focusing on cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy, I finally broke through. The energy in my body was clearly a sign of entering the martial master realm. This realm could be said to be similar to the martial heroes in novels able to channel energy across rivers and use lightness skill to ascend to the sky. But currently the spiritual energy on Earth is still too scarce. Even if my talent is better, I still cannot raise my cultivation and advance to the great martial master stage. To break this situation, it seems I can only seek some treasures. As for that ancient tree, I silently promised it that today I borrowed its spiritual energy to break through, and in the future I will surely repay it. That is a promise made with the honor of Yanla Xianzun. As I turned to leave, I suddenly realized the man had been standing behind me for some time, and he was respectfully clasping his hands in salute to me. I became flustered. "Old sir, what do you want to do?" "Please accept me as your disciple," he said seriously. "Are you Principal Guo?" I asked in surprise. "You are making it difficult for me. If others find out, they will definitely laugh at me." I was just saying that, but unexpectedly Principal Guo showed an extremely angry expression. "With Quack here, do they dare?" After saying this, his expression changed 180 degrees, then he pleaded with So Nian. "Master, I have been obsessed with Tai Chi my whole life, yet I still cannot understand it. Please, Master, allow me to become your disciple." So Nian was very troubled. This Principal Quack sincerely wanted to take him as a master, but aside from him being a senior, the more important issue was the mental method related to the inheritance of a sect. It cannot be casually given to outsiders. Furthermore, the Tai Chi mental method you are cultivating is something that ordinary disciples of the Tai Chi sect are not qualified to touch. Only elite disciples who have passed layers of examinations and then taken a solemn oath can cultivate it. Therefore, it cannot be passed on to outsiders. Additionally, Principal Quack's talent is not good. He fundamentally cannot cultivate it. On the side of Principal Quack, after seeing So Nian's silence, he began to worry, guessing that the young man before him would not easily agree. In this world, there exists an underground world where people possess formidable skills that cannot be underestimated. Principal Quack had previously had the opportunity to witness it firsthand, but this was the first time he met a young expert like So Nian. This made Principal Quack worry that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, he intended to kneel down. Fortunately, So Nian timely stopped him. Principal Quack going this far was no different than forcing him into a corner. So Nian had no choice but to accept him as a disciple in name. He also made a request that if he could reach the heavenly being level before his lifespan was up, he would take him as a formal disciple. For those who don't know, the heavenly being level is a concept taken from the thoughts in the heavenly being of Jin Qi's transformation from Sima Qian, meaning to comprehend the relationship between human society and natural phenomena, and all changes from ancient times to the present. After hearing this, Principal Kwok was so moved that he knelt down and bowed his head to him. When he said these words, So Nian originally had the intention of not wanting to accept him. The heavenly being level is indeed pre-heavenly. Principal Kwok is already old, and without spiritual herbs to adjust, it may be very difficult for him to reach this level before he passes away. In the secular world, power is divided into 5 levels. Those are martial apprentice, martial artist, grand martial artist, martial general, and sect master. So Nian had just reached the martial artist level, but due to his previous life's experience, his techniques were exquisite. Because of this, Principal Kwok speculated that he had already reached the sect master level. "Master, I still do not know your honored name," Principal Kwok said as he stood up.
"My name is Sonian, but you don't have to call me master."
"It wouldn't be good if others heard just call me teacher, so to make it easier to address each other, I'll call you Old Kwok," Suonian suggested, but was immediately dismissed by Principal Kwok, because he believed this went against the principles of respecting teachers that had been passed down for generations. This man is really stubborn, and Suonian was at a loss with him, so he had to negotiate again. That when it's just the two of them, Principal Kwok could comfortably call him master to show respect. But if there are outsiders present, he should call him Teacher Suo Old Kwok to avoid any gossip. This time Principal Kwok obediently agreed. After that, Suonian didn't hide anything and told him that his school was the Tai Chi sect. Right now, Principal Kwok doesn't need to know where it is. If he is destined to enter the innate realm, he will find it on his own later. He also noticed that the man's age was advanced. His vitality was lacking, but his upright character was quite admirable. So he wanted to give him a suitable mental technique. As soon as Principal Kwok heard about the mental technique suitable for him, he became very excited. "Great Master, where is that mental technique?" "It's right here," Suonian said as he quickly pointed with his finger to the other person's forehead. Immediately, Principal Kwok seemed to understand a lot. This was the first time in his life that he experienced something so miraculous. Principal Kwok was so astonished that he couldn't speak, yet the mental technique had already been imparted. Suonin had something to do, so he wanted to leave first. Principal Kwok watched his back, feeling that this young man was quite mysterious. Perhaps he is a high-level person from another world who came here to be a teacher. It might just be a kind of cultivation. After that, he remembered something and hurried to catch up with him. "My master lives nearby. Why not come over for a meal? Today is the day of apprenticeship, and my master cannot just leave like that." Suonin knew that Principal Kwok was not someone who would easily give up, and just at that moment he was also hungry, so he nodded in agreement. He then took Suonin to his villa. There are only Old Kwok and his wife living here. He has 2 children, but both are very busy, so they hardly come home to visit even a few times a year. Suonin knew quite well about Principal Kwok's 2 children. The eldest daughter is Kwok Hee Tuyet, the president of the only 5-star hotel in Kujiang City. The son is named Kwok Fan Loy, the head of the city police department. Besides his children, he also has disciples and students. Among them, there are countless famous figures. Principal Kwok knocked on the door a few times. His wife, Duong Quyen, came out to open the door.
"Oh, Old Kwok has a student visiting him?"
She looked at Suonian and asked. Principal Kwok cleared his throat a few times and reminded his wife, "He's not a student, he's the master I just took in. Don't say such things." Duong Quyen thought she must have heard wrong or seen wrong, so she pushed her glasses up and observed Suonian closely for a while. Principal Kwok noticed his wife seemed dazed and began to feel anxious, urging her to greet the other person. So Nian across the way felt really embarrassed, so he spoke up first. "You are Dr. Duong, right?" He noticed that the kid knew a little Tai Chi, so he accepted him as a student, but you can just call me Little So. Little So felt too shy and said, "I'm sorry for bothering you." Duong Quyen replied, clearly showing her discomfort. She knew her husband had been infatuated with Tai Chi for a long time, but she never expected that one day he would make a fool of himself by taking a kid as a master. Indeed, the older he got, the more he acted like a child. But anyway, So Nin was already here. Duong Quyen invited him to come inside and relax while she went to prepare food. However, just as she turned away, So Nian noticed something unusual. "Dr. Duong, is your heel injured?" Duong Quyen was very surprised and turned back. "How did you know about this? So what's going on? Didn't you tell me you were healed?" Or Principal Kwok became anxious. I am a doctor. How could I not know my own condition? It's just an old ailment that has long been unable to be completely cured. Don't worry, it's nothing, Doong-Quyen reassured her husband. But So-Nien thought this was not a small issue at all. If that leg really isn't treated, she might not be able to walk in a year or two. Doong-Quyen was even more shocked. She had always hidden these issues and didn't want her husband to know. Who would have thought So-Nien could figure out the whole situation just by taking a glance? He must not be an ordinary person. Can't walk anymore. Principal Kwok exploded in anger, pointing at his wife and yelling, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? What would saying it change? Talking to you is useless. All you do is make a fuss. What do you think you can do?" Dr. Doong crossed her arms and loudly retorted to her husband. After saying that, she brushed the topic aside herself. She told her husband and So-Nien to chat freely while she went into the kitchen to cook. With Doong-Quyen gone, Principal Kwok looked at So-Nien with a pleading gaze. He thought that since the kid had just glanced and guessed the illness, he must have a way to treat it. But Doong-Quyen had long given up. She had already seen a few good doctors before, both traditional and Western, but the old injury could not be cured anymore. They had all given up. So-Nien had never liked to meddle in others' affairs, but Doong-Quyen was a battlefield doctor when she was younger, and only a courageous person could do that, especially as a woman. Thinking of that, he wanted to try to help her. "Dr. Doong, actually, your illness is not incurable," So-Nien said. "Really, it's not necessary." As Doong-Quyen said this, Principal Kwok exploded again. "If you don't believe me, then do you not believe my master either?" To silence Principal Kwok, Mrs. Duong had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Sit down on the sofa so that So-Nien can examine her injury." So-Nien gently pressed his energy into her ankle, causing the accumulated illness in that area to dissipate quickly. It was Doong-Quyen who could sense this most clearly. Therefore, she was also the most astonished. She couldn't explain why a simple press from So-Nien had such an effect. Little So-No teacher, so Mrs. Duong hurriedly changed her form of address. "What method did you just use? It's just a little technique from Tai Chi. Just change it a little bit and you can use it for massage," So-Nien humbly replied. Then he stood up straight and began instructing Principal Kwok to use the technique he had just performed, combined with the 8 heart-mind methods he had taught earlier. "From now on, massage Doong-Quyen every day, and if you persist for a month, she will be cured." Principal Kwok obediently agreed. Then he turned to his wife and with pride said, "See, I told you this is my master. Do you still dare to look down on her?" Doong-Quyen glared at her husband. Then she turned back to So-Nien extremely grateful and said, "Thank you." Moreover, she thought it would be a great loss to rely on his talent to teach at Third High School, so she hinted at inviting him to work at her university. "What about working at Third High School, you old lady? Don't try to steal people right in front of me." Principal Kwok exploded in anger. This person is indeed a bit older, but it doesn't really affect his health. His voice was still as booming as ever. Dinner was quickly served. Dr. Duong cooked very well, so So-Nien ended up eating 3 bowls in one go. After the meal, Principal Kwok even specially brewed a pot of premium tea. He then knelt down to present the tea to him. So-Nien was startled by him. But before he could react, the door suddenly opened and a clever-eyed girl walked in. Presenting tea, are you about to take on an apprentice?" So-Nien recognized that this girl was Kwok Fi from the class he was the homeroom teacher of. Principal Kwok had previously heard that his granddaughter's homeroom teacher was a new intern, not expecting it to be So-Nien. In class, Kwok Fi always called him So-Than Tao instead of teacher. So, because So-Nien had not been provoked by the students in the class throughout the past month of teaching. And the girl clearly did not hold him in much respect. Seeing her grandfather kneeling in front of So-Nien, Kwok Fi eagerly wanted to help him up. "Grandpa, don't be fooled. He's just an ordinary teacher. What qualifications does he have to be your master? Impudent." Principal Kwok shouted loudly, "What do you know, child? Quickly apologize to the teacher, fix it." Kwok Fi was left speechless. This is the first time the little girl has been scolded by her grandfather like this. Kwok Fi immediately shot So-Nien an angry glance, calling him a fraud. She even questioned him about what trick he used to deceive their grandfather into this situation. So-Nien saw that this girl was so rude, but he wasn't angry at all and simply countered, "Kwok Fi, the school year is about to start. Have you finished your summer homework? I remember assigning 10 problems. Kwok Fi was so furious that she gritted her teeth. She thought to herself, who would even bother doing So-Nien's homework? If it weren't for their grandparents being here, she might have lunged at him and started biting. But Kwak Fifi was definitely not going to apologize to So Nian. As her grandfather said, she sulkily turned around using the excuse that her dad was looking for her and intended to leave first. Unexpectedly, So Nian put on a teasing expression but spoke seriously. Kwak Fifi's aura is very dark today. It's not suitable for going out. So I suggest you stay here today. Kwak Fifi became even angrier upon hearing this. She muttered, "You black-mouthed crow who would believe that. Only a ghost would believe him." However, right after she finished speaking, Kwak Fifi tripped over the doorstep and painfully landed face first. "I told you so, didn't I?" So Nian said smugly. This scene caused Principal Kwak to fall into deep thought, starting to speculate that his master might even be able to predict fate. Not long after the summer vacation came to an end, So Nian officially returned to Kujang City No. 3 High School as a student teacher. It must have been a few hundred years since he last came here, so he felt a bit nervous. Normally, with his understanding of the students in Class 18, he was sure something would happen. And so Nian guessed correctly when he opened the classroom door, a cup full of water fell from above. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, he would have been soaked from head to toe. I didn't expect you all to remember me like this. Even water was prepared in advance. So Nian pretended to be clueless, and the students below exclaimed, "Teacher, why haven't you left yet? I thought you couldn't take it anymore and left." Teacher. So hasn't even passed the internship yet. Who knows, he might not pass at all. Hey, so do you want me to ask my dad to introduce you to a job? So Nian seemed to ignore the teasing comments as he walked towards the podium and discovered that these little devils had even smeared soap on it. This trick is old, so Nian confidently stepped up. Although the students dared to bet that he would definitely fall, this little trick couldn't trouble someone who had cultivated before. So Nian stood firmly on the podium and even teased them back. "It's so clean up here. You all worked hard, didn't you? Clean it up." Furious, she snapped her pencil in half. Meanwhile, another male student bluntly spoke up. "Mr. So I believe your academic ability and experience are not sufficient to be the homeroom teacher and teach literature for our class. So we hope you will realize on your own that it's time to leave." This student named Ho Lai is the class president and also the son of the head of the local security district. That's why he dared to speak so boldly. However, So Nian knew that although these little punks all acted tough, none of them really hated him. In his previous life, when he was in trouble, they even risked their lives to help him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about them at all. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was the fat guy, Dong Kwok Hao, the head of the literature department. He wanted to call So Nian out for a private talk. At the same time, he requested that from now on, So Nian must change classes with Tran Tuan Vu. The students in the class were immediately taken aback by this news. Everyone fell silent. So Nian immediately rebutted, "I don't recall being allowed to change classes at will. And has this been approved by the principal?" Dong Kwok Hao coughed a few times, appearing awkward. Then he said, "You are just an intern teacher. This matter does not require the principal's intervention. Mr. So hopes you can follow my arrangement. Mr. So hopes you will comply with the rules," Tran Tuan Vu added. His gaze betrayed his ambition, as the students in this class were either wealthy or influential, and many were from prominent families. City 9 Zhang was a great opportunity for him to advance in his career. So Nian hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. Tran Tuan Vu continued, "Moreover, I and Mr. Dong just heard it too. It seems all your students want you to leave as well, right?" The students below began to whisper among themselves. Although they often bullied So Nian, now standing between two teachers, they found so much more genuine. As for Tran Tuan Vu, the students could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Moreover, many of the students here were children of tycoons, and they understood that Tran Tuan Vu couldn't inherit his family's wealth, which is why he came here to be a teacher. On this side, So Nian continued to remain silent, causing Tran Tuan Vu to start losing patience. "Mr. So, I'm talking to you. Do you not even know the basic rules of responding to a teacher?" "Oh, excuse me, but I'm not talking to someone who speaks with their butt." So Nian replied with a brief sentence which made Tran Tuan Vu explode. "Are you saying I'm talking with my butt? Oh, children are so easy to teach," So Nian said again. This time it made all the students in the class burst out laughing. Dong Kwok Hao saw Tran Tuan Vu embarrassed. A fan, worried that the students would look down on him, quickly pointed at So Nian and shouted, "So Nian, pay attention! Remember clearly, this is a school." At this moment, Ho Lai stood up again, speaking on behalf of the whole class. He thinks that these two teachers don't need to compete like this. If both of them want to be the class homeroom teacher, then the students will propose a challenge. Whoever wins gets the position. If both answer incorrectly, it shows they are both unqualified. Tran Tuan Vu is very confident in his academic abilities, so he is also very confident about Ho Lai's proposal. He then turned to So Nian and continued, Mr. So, if this is the wish of the students, then I'm sure you wouldn't want to refuse. Let's make a little bet. Whoever loses has to drink this cup of water. With that, he took out 2 chalk pieces from a box. He broke them and threw them into the cup of water next to him. Unexpectedly, So Nian thought this bet was too trivial, not worth it at all. He then spat into it. Tran Tuan Vu was immediately frightened, and the group of students began to murmur, growing louder. They felt that So's honesty this time was no longer genuine, and instead it felt very dark. After a moment of calming down, Tran Tuan Vu smiled to himself. After all, he didn't believe he could lose to a student who just graduated from university like So Nian.
Mr. So I am really looking forward to your expression when you drink the water.
The preparations were complete. So Nian asked Ho Lai to give the challenge. Without thinking, he immediately proposed the task of rewriting the first 1,000 words from the beginning of the Tao Te Ching. He then divided the 2 chalkboards, giving one to each person. The students below were also astonished. Ho Lai was too cruel. The Tao Te Ching is not something everyone can remember. Moreover, to demand writing 1,000 words, Tran Tuan Vu looked extremely confident. Not to mention the first 1,000 words, he could write the whole book. On the opposite side, So Nian was equally confident, because the Tao Te Ching is something that any disciple of the Tai Chi sect must memorize. Furthermore, not to mention memorizing it, just casually reading a sentence would let them know exactly where that passage is located. Tran Tuan Vu confidently began to write first. Kwek Fi Fi, seeing this, became anxious and urged So Nian to write quickly. So Nian felt that if he was going to win, he should win beautifully and began to write. Ho Lai immediately exclaimed that the first word he wrote was wrong. But no. The top male student in the class trembled and said, No, he didn't write it wrong. He is writing the Tao Te Ching backwards. The students were astonished at this. One more fan among them joined the excited discussion. They didn't expect that the honest, so they knew, was such a formidable person. The Tao Te Ching is originally a book that the Tai Chi sect spread from the celestial gate to earth and widely disseminated. Therefore, when So Nian put down the chalk to write, he felt extremely troubled. The brothers of the Tai Chi sect, his master, and that girl, would they be able to meet again? Not long after So Nian had finished writing. As soon as you placed the chalk down, the students below applauded in awe. Only Kwek Fi Fi remained silent, observing you closely. For some reason, she felt that So Nian had become a completely different person than before. Meanwhile, Tran Tuan Vu was so angry that he was gritting his teeth, crushing the piece of chalk in his hand, because he had lost.
Mr. Tran, you've lost, So Nian declared.
Lost? How can I lose? We both wrote, so this competition is obviously a tie.
You can't declare me the loser just because your handwriting is better,
Tran Tuan Vu stubbornly argued. At this moment, Ho Lai stepped in and stated that he had written 1,000 characters correctly, while So Nian had written backward from bottom to top. If Tran Tuan Vu could also write backward like So Nian in the same amount of time, then it would be considered a tie.
How can he write backward?
He doesn't believe it. The writing is still on the board. Can't he see for himself? Ho Lai pointed to the podium. Tran Tuan Vu looked in the direction he was pointing and was very surprised. How can this be possible? Thinking this, he shouted loudly, I don't believe it and I'm not convinced. Unless So Nian writes it again. His inability to control his emotions made Ho Lai extremely annoyed. Being so weak yet wanting to be their homeroom teacher is truly foolish. As if he didn't have time to write the 1,000 characters of the Tao Te Ching again, instead he picked up the cup of water as a bet and brought it in front of Tran Tuan Vu.
Mr. Tran, the bet has been made. Everyone here, including Mr. Dong, has seen you, so just admit defeat.
It's safe to say that the students were extremely excited about this scene. Teacher So is indeed not as kind-hearted as he appears. However, that is precisely what made them feel intrigued. Tran Tuan Vu looked at that filthy cup of water extremely tense.
So Nian, what do you want to do? Mr. Tran, you must play fair right. You must drink this holy cup of water. Don't worry, I added a bit of hot water earlier. It's quite palatable.
The students were speechless. Holy water, really. Why didn't they realize before that their teacher? So was this cruel? Cheating? Tran Tuan Vu yelled. You must have colluded beforehand. They are your students. You are trying to set me up.
Seeing the tension, Dong Kwok Hao stepped in to mediate, saying it was just a little joke and that they were all colleagues, so they shouldn't be so tense with each other. However, So Nian turned back to look at him with a very cold gaze. "Mr. Dong, are you suggesting that you want to drink this holy cup of water for Mr. Tran?" The students below began to shout, urging Tran Tuan Vu that if he was still a man, he should keep his promise. Otherwise, it would damage his reputation. Moreover, they criticized his character as not being good enough to be their teacher. Under that pressure, Tran Tuan Vu snatched the glass of water from So Nian's hand and gulped it down with his eyes closed. "Damn it, just wait." He struggled to hold back the nausea rising in his throat. Thinking to himself, Tran Tuan Vu suppressed his nausea and hurried outside. Dong Kwok Hao also hurried to catch up. The students in the class all gave a thumbs up to So Nian. After today, no one will oppose your role as the homeroom teacher anymore. After the class. So Nian leisurely whistled while walking outside. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Din Ngip Nu. She informed him that the principal was looking for him. As soon as he heard the word principal, Tan Yin's face appeared in So Nian's mind. He sighed silently, wondering what kind of method this fierce woman had come up with to deal with him. In the principal's office, Tan Yin wore a particularly serious expression. It was clear that she had heard about So Nian and Tran Tuan Vu's earlier incident. "Do you know what you have done? Given the severity of this situation, I could have fired you already." So Nian thought she was referring to the first time they met. So he replied, "Wasn't it just a mistake of seeing you doing that? Principal Tan, are you using this official matter to settle a personal score?" Tan Yin was driven mad by his teasing. Before she could say anything, So Nian continued, "No, I won't let this slip outside." It should have been that no one knew, right? Tan Yin slammed her hand down on the desk, interrupting him. "What I'm talking about is you inciting students to make another teacher swallow their pride." "How do you explain this, So Nian?" An hour later, coughing and placing a cup of tea down on the table, Tan Yin thought that this time he would finally admit his mistake. Who would have guessed, he then said, "Principal Tan, you shouldn't suppress your feelings like that. It can easily lead to hormonal imbalances. Last time I saw some red spots on your bottom. Perhaps the reason is due to your unstable mood." Tan Yin was stunned by this remark. Finally, unable to hold back, she grabbed something and threw it straight at So Nian, shouting, "So Nian, get out of here." So Nian easily caught the notebook. Tan Yin, furious, clenched her fist and cursed, "So Nian, you are such a jerk." He put down the notebook and seriously explained, "Principal, calm down. You don't need to get so angry. I haven't been bullied by that guy." He thought to himself, even though she is a close friend of his cousin, it shouldn't be joked about. She jumped up and slammed the table, saying, "You have to know that Tran Tuan Vu's backing is the Kai Thin Hotel. Although his family has a bad relationship, this kind of thing could happen. There's a high possibility that it will affect his family." Tan Nian continued to explain that Dong Guo Hao was involved in whether he stayed or left school. She held up 3 fingers and said, "The internship has 3 assessment items. The first is the team leader's evaluation score, which accounts for 30% of the total score." Tan Nian looked at Shi Nian with sharp eyes. "My evaluation score only accounts for 20%. According to Tan Nian's words, the classroom scene unfolded. The third item in next month's assessment is the class ranking that he supervises, which accounts for 50% of the total score. Finally, he must exceed 50 points to be allowed to stay at the school for teaching. Shi Nian was 3 parts astonished and 7 parts surprised. Why is this time different from the previous life? In the previous life, as long as my class ranked in the top 10 of the block, it was enough to pass the internship. Could it be because I offended Tan Nian? The requirements now are unexpectedly so many. He glared at Tan Nian. In his heart, he guessed that this woman was definitely doing it on purpose, and she stood by smirking, seeing his surprised expression. Tan Nian smiled and said, "If you can successfully pass the assessment, I won't pursue the matter between you and Tran Tuan Vu anymore." Shi Nian stood up confidently, replied, "Okay, I will definitely succeed." The night sky was completely clear and very quiet. He returned home, sat on the bed, looking at his phone, missing home. Thinking that he hadn't called home since he returned, it felt like he had been away for several generations, not knowing what to say to his family. Shi Nian told himself, "I miss them very much." After hesitating for a while, he resolutely pressed the call button. At another house, the fan was blowing vigorously, and the ringing phone caught the attention of the girl with purple hair who was Shi Nian's younger sister. The ringtone rang, "Don't look, I'm just a sheep."
The girl joyfully heard the voice from the other end of the line. "Brother, why are you only calling home now Dad has been mentioning you every day these past few days?" Hearing his sister's voice, Nian was also happy, biting his lip to suppress his overwhelming emotions. But his face was already in tears, feeling very moved. "How could I not miss everyone? It's been 1,000 years. Nian wiped his tears and said, mixing teasing with concern, "Silly girl. It's only been a few days since we last met, and school just started, so I've been quite busy lately. Dad is probably still at work, right? Does your leg still hurt these days?" He pondered every time his sister had to endure pain. His sister was born with very weak legs, and she always had to suffer on rainy days, the pain spreading throughout her body. Over the years, many good doctors have examined her, all saying there was no way to cure it. The girl calmly comforted her brother. "It's just an old illness. I'm used to it." Shimuk picked up a book and asked, "Nian, by the way, when are you coming home?" He replied, "This weekend, unless something unexpected happens, it should be this week." The siblings chatted for an entire hour. Nian even carelessly recounted the incident where he saw the bare bottom of the superior at school, telling his sister, "The girl teased a big bottom is easy to give birth to a baby. Brother, you're not so young anymore. It's time to find me a sister-in-law." He replied with a helpless smile. "All right then, you dare to tease me when you come to me. It's getting late, so you should rest early. I'll hang up now." His hand tightened around the phone, silently resolving, "In this life, I must cure Somuk's illness, but first I need to reach the peak of postnatal cultivation and find more 10,000-year elixirs." So Nian looked at his determined reflection in the mirror. "Wait a little longer. I will definitely help you stand up, and I will find Mom so our family can be reunited." The next day in the building where Nian lived inside the room was where he was cultivating. The green lights surrounded his body. While Nian was focusing on his cultivation, he heard a knock on the door. He asked, "Who is it?" Tongfam walked in, teasing him. "You're a young man of integrity, bursting with energy every day but not going out to socialize. You lock yourself in your room every day. What on earth are you doing?" He put his arm around Nian. "Come on today. I'm taking you to a bar to expand your connections." Nian reluctantly agreed with a smile. But he remembered he wasn't wearing a shirt. Wait a moment. Then Nian put on a shirt. Tongfam continued to chatter on the side. "I've made plans with some attractive sellers at the bar today. You should come along, they're all big shots. Who knows, it might help you transition into the bustling nightlife at a club." Tongfam brought Nian to the bar, enthusiastically introducing, "This is my friend Nian. He's an intern teacher. This big shot's name is Li Tu-tan." He held a glass of wine, appearing carefree. Seeing his attitude, Tongfam felt awkward. Nian thought to himself, "This guy is dressed in silk. I guess they are all rich kids." Although Tongfam desperately wanted to get closer to these people, they still looked down on him. The woman next to Tu Tang was Ngo Tin Tin, holding a cigarette, disdainfully said, "Tongfam, don't bring people like this around next time. Even my dog dresses better than him." Hearing those sharp remarks, Nian remained silent while Tongfam stammered, "Sister Ngo?" Tinting sat with her legs crossed, holding the cigarette in her left hand. Her brows furrowed, her right arm crossed over her chest, her tone full of contempt. "To be a person, you have to know your place. Is there anyone here without millions to their name, including Tongfam? If it weren't for Brother Dung's face, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to us." Tongfam lowered his head, looking apologetic. He raised his hand to his forehead as if embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sister Ngo." Nian gently lifted his wine glass, the light reflecting a mesmerizing red hue in the swirling liquid, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Ngo Tin Tin, right?" He squinted, took a sip of wine, and said mockingly, "I've heard that people with silly names must live in poverty." And you squinted, took a sip of wine, and said with sarcasm, "I heard that those named Ham have to live in poverty. Those named Dew lack water their whole lives. Just look, your name Tin has a redundancy in it. Just think about how much you would lack your whole life." Tin Tin was so angry her face turned red, her eyes bulging, mouth agape. "Tongfam, what kind of person are you bringing along?" Zicheng held a glass of red wine, his eyes cold, voice deep. "Tongfam, don't say I don't respect you." This friend of yours, will you kneel down and apologize for him, or will he manage this himself? Tung Pham panicked, raising both hands to intervene. Lee, let's talk this over calmly. He just arrived, he doesn't understand the situation yet. He hurriedly pulled So Nien. Quickly apologize. Hurry and apologize! So Nien's gaze suddenly stopped at Vuong Lin in the serving uniform. She was trying to avoid the rough hand of the man sitting in front. You were surprised, Vuong Lin. Why is this girl working as a server here? Old Tien grabbed Vuong Lin's hand, grinning. Such a young girl already working, that's really something. How about you accompany me tonight, and I'll give you a big red envelope worth several days of your pay. Vuong Lin lowered her head, looking flustered. Her cheeks flushed. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm still busy, I have to go. You don't need to leave, I'll talk to your manager. You stay here tonight to attend to Boss Tien. This will benefit you. Old Tien exhaled cigar smoke, smiling, self-satisfied. Such rude words. The young lady here looks good in her figure. You must know how to dance. Why don't you dance for the gentleman to see? The two men beside him laughed gleefully. The man on the left, with reddish-brown hair, laughed heartily. We're lucky today. It's best to dance away. The man with lighter brown hair with a chiseled face smirked. You guys are very willing to dance. Good. And there's money as a reward you wouldn't refuse, would you? Vuong Ling lowered her head, her face distressed, holding the tray tighter. I'm sorry, boss, I'm really busy. If it weren't for a family emergency, I wouldn't have to come to this. Being bullied, Tru Tiet stepped closer to her, ordering, Come here and take care of Boss Tien. Vuong Lin screamed in fear, I hope you respect yourself. Otherwise, I'll call security. Old Tien raised his hand towards her, laughing scornfully. A prostitute acting all high and mighty. You don't want to drink the wine offered, but you want to drink a penalty drink. Suddenly, So Nien stood in front of Vuong Lin, eyes furious. What do you want, you fat bastard? Old Tien's face turned serious. He gruffly called So Nien's name. The kid's gaze was sharp. He raised his arm as if preparing to strike, his voice challenging. A hero saving a damsel must see how capable you are. Just as the challenge ended, So Nien unhesitatingly swung the wine glass and splashed it straight into Old Tien's face. The sound of the impact was sharp, the wine splattering everywhere. His round glasses slipped to one side. His face was dazed. The pain was evident. Wine dripped down Old Tien's face, soaking his shirt, staining it red. In a fit of rage, he clenched his ring, his eyes wild, angrily roaring, You're asking for death! The tense atmosphere suddenly escalated as a group of tattooed, thuggish followers rushed out to surround the two of them. Tru Tiet stepped out from the crowd with a cold expression. He spoke in a threatening tone. Let the boss give you a few slaps, then get lost, or don't blame the brothers here for helping you loosen your joints. So Nien's cold, murderous gaze showed his disdain as he said, Who do you think you are? How dare you tease my student in front of me, truly seeking death? Tru Tiet smiled confidently, placing his hand on his chest and proclaiming, Do you know who I am? My elder brother is the notorious Hong. Hearing this, Vuong Lin's face turned fearful, sweat beading on her forehead, panic evident as she heard Fan Hong's name. Vuong Ling tugged at So Nien's shirt anxiously. Teacher, so you should run away. I'll handle things here myself, he said seriously, pointing at Vuong Lin, his voice filled with anger. How do you plan to handle this? You better stand quietly to the side for now, and later you must give me a clear explanation. Otherwise, I will talk to your parents about this. Vuong Lin covered her mouth with a tray, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling as she called, Teacher. So, Tung Pham stood still, his face sad, thinking to himself, What does So Nien really want to do? He clasped his hands together, bowing his head with a worried and slightly embarrassed demeanor. Brother Lee, please help. My brother just stepped into society and doesn't understand the rules. For my sake, can you say a few words on his behalf? Li Tutang held a glass of red wine, sneering. Useless. That friend of yours has angered someone he shouldn't have messed with. The circle of Hong is such that even my father would find it hard to speak up for him, let alone me. Tin Ting sat comfortably on the sofa, looking pleased, arms crossed with a smug smile. Serves him right. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Tung Pham, frustrated, said, You all said it. He walked straight towards So Nien, his hand clenched into a fist. He stood between So Nien and the old man, turning to the left, looking at him with a frown and saying, So Nien, apologize quickly. Then he turned to the old man, smiling. "Boss, Mr. True, this brother of mine doesn't understand the situation. Please don't take it out on him. Just put this debt on me." The old man frowned fiercely, shouting, "Who do you think you are to talk to me?" Tung Pham shut his eyes tight, thinking, if I just have to endure a few slaps to get this over with, it's worth it. Just then, the old man's hand was about to slap him, but another hand stopped it. That hand belonged to none other than So Nien. He scoffed. "Looks like you really enjoy fighting." The old man, sweating, asked, "What do you want to do?" As soon as he finished asking, So Nien twisted his wrist. The man cried out in pain, but So Nien showed no mercy and twisted it a few more times. Each time he twisted, the man cried out louder. The others watched in fear, not daring to speak. After a while, Trio Tiet arrived, pointing directly at So Nien with a domineering voice. "Kid, I give you 3 minutes to let go, or I will break your arms and legs." Everyone was buzzing and talking when they saw him coming. Tung Pham, seeing the tense situation anxiously, told So Nien, "Perhaps we should back down." But So Nien frowned and said, "Tung Pham Vung, you two stand behind me. I will handle today's matter." He tightened his grip on the old man's hand and scolded, "You damn fat man, you've tried to take me down 5 times already. If that's the case, you should prepare yourself for revenge," saying that he twisted the guy's hand again. The guy was in tears, crying and screaming, so Nien coldly told him that his friend was making him very uncomfortable. "Tell him to apologize to me and we'll consider today's matter settled. Otherwise, I'm afraid your 10 fingers won't be enough for me to break," Trioteet asked back with an annoyed expression. "You want me to apologize to you?" So Nien continued to twist the old man's hand and firmly said, "Yes, indeed, apologize." Tu Thun hesitantly spoke up. "This guy is really ruthless. We have truly underestimated him. However, if he doesn't have anyone backing him, he probably won't see the light of day tomorrow." The old man trembled as if he had really encountered a devil. Over there, Vung Lin was being threatened that his entire salary would be deducted if he didn't tell the boy to let go. So Nien coldly shouted, "When my student was being bullied, I didn't see you around. Why are you so quick to show up now? You're not exactly a good person." The other party was so angry that he trembled, but soon after a light slap on the cheek suddenly occurred. So Nien merely swiped his hand lightly, sending this eyesore flying. His large body fell helplessly to the ground, and seeing the blood on his hands made him even more panicked. The old man was still having his hand twisted by the boy, so he kept groaning, "Spare me. I've made a mistake. Please let me go." At that moment, the boy spoke to Trio Thiet. "Do you see Boss Tien is already begging for mercy? You should hurry and apologize." He replied in a low voice, "Don, do you know how long it has been since I last heard that? Not only the ones who have said this to me have ended up as shark bait." After that, he said to let the old man suffer, and then told his subordinates, "Get up, take So Nien back to the den for punishment." Vung Lin quietly cried, realizing that today was really over. The thugs started to surround the boy, continuously growling and demanding to beat him to death. Suddenly, a tremendous force yanked on the old man's hand. It turned out that So Nien had used that hefty body as a weapon to counterattack. There were still 2 other guys charging from behind him, but in just a blink they were knocked away. On the ground, there were 2 bodies frothing and unconscious. The crowd only saw So Nien casually brushing the dust off his hands. Even though he was very scared, Trio Tiet still tried to threaten, "Kid, you're done for, just wait. My boss is coming. Let's see where you can run." Just a few minutes later, a group of fierce, black-clad bodyguards pushed through the crowd to clear the way. Trio Tiet joyfully exclaimed, "Lang Ka!" Everyone also recognized the identity of the person appearing the #1 general under Fan Hong. Tutung was very pleased because he had predicted the outcome of the boy's defeat. Ting Ting also mocked him because no matter what, he still had to bow his head and plead for mercy. At this moment, Trio Tiet was very surprised to be stopped by his superior. Next, a Lang walked over to So Nien and took off his glasses. Vung Ling stuttered continuously because the opponent was the famous Lang Ka, but surprisingly, a Lang was very respectful to him. "Hello, Teacher So." A Lang's juniors also followed suit. "Hello, Teacher So." Tu Thun and Tin Tin were very confused as to why the prominent Lang Ka would politely greet an ordinary person. Coming back to this side, So Nien was very angry and questioned, "So it turns out to be you. Could it be that you all came here to pick a fight with me?" As seeing this, a Lang immediately denied. He knows that even if the whole group rushed in, they would not be a match for you.
Moreover, A Lang and his group were personally tasked with inviting So Nian to their company tomorrow. Originally, Fan Hong would have personally invited him, but due to a business trip he had to agree and overlook the conflict. Because there are no permanent enemies in the world, and perhaps Fan Hong was looking to ask for his help. At this moment, Trio Tiet asked in confusion, "What is going on with Lang Ka?" Looking around, A Lang guessed that Trio Tiet had picked a fight with So Nian. The implication in A Lang's words made Trio Tiet pause. Immediately, he hesitated to explain himself, but his superior ruthlessly slapped him and ordered, "Apologize." Trio Tiet immediately bowed 90 degrees to him. "Teacher. So I was wrong. I didn't know you were a noble person. I was blind and couldn't see Mount Tai. Please forgive me. Otherwise, I will be beaten to death by Hong Lao Dai." Trio Tiet, disregarding everything, slapped himself hard. So Nian thought that apologizing to him was not as good as apologizing to Vuong Lin. But she was very afraid of trouble, so she said she was fine. Next, A Lang approached to ask So Nian how he wanted to handle Trio Tiet. He was still punishing himself endlessly. So Nian had softened his heart, so he declared that everything would stop there. Of course, if anyone was dissatisfied, they still had the right to come find him. A Lang was very scared, so he continuously expressed that he didn't dare to. After that, So Nian left leisurely, reminding them that he would come to their company after school tomorrow. Those who witnessed it here all knew of his remarkable abilities. They regarded him as a significant figure. Outside, it was already late at night. So Nian now gently spoke. "Now you can tell me the reason, can't you?" Vuong Lin also admitted that she did not want to go there to work part-time, but her father's company was about to go bankrupt, and she was afraid of having no money in her pocket, so she went to work part-time. So Nian understands her circumstances, but he also reminds her that a student should not go to such chaotic places to work. Perhaps Vuong Lin is very afraid of nagging, so she promised not to go there to work anymore. Suddenly, she turned into an excited state. "Are you a superhero, teacher? You can memorize moral scriptures and fight thugs." And immediately So Nian's handsome appearance shone through. "In fact, I am a rich young master lost in the outside world. Those bastards know my identity, which is why they are so afraid." Seeing that silly face, she felt a bit of disdain. After realizing it was already midnight, So Nian suggested taking Vuong Lin back to school. On the way back, they happily talked about how So Nian was promoted to be an idol in Vuong Lin's heart, standing on par with the handsome male actors in the world. Now they have arrived at the school gate. Before parting, he reminded her not to go to chaotic places to work and to pay attention to her studies. Suddenly, Vuong Lin mentioned Duong Lin. So Nian was also surprised that name was brought up, because in fact Duong Lin is his ex-girlfriend who he broke up with 3 years ago. Vuong Lin did not hide her desire to become a big star like her. But she was also worried because people said Duong Lin had a bad character associating with many people who liked to gamble, so she didn't want to follow her. At this moment, Duong Lin's words were recalled. A normal family like him, once stepping into society, would be bullied by others. "I don't want to live a normal life." But there is one point that So Nian noticed. At this time, Vuong Lin's luck seemed unusually dark. Seeing him staring at her, she felt a bit puzzled. So Nian nervously asked, "You just said you've been very unlucky lately, right?" Vuong Lin replied with distress, "Not just unlucky. This morning I mistook toothpaste for facial cleanser, tripped while eating, almost choked while eating, and was late for school." However, So Nian calculated that her fortune was actually very good. As long as she doesn't do anything bad, things will almost go smoothly. Vuong Lin still had the mood to tease him, saying, "You are so Black Crow, I still find it puzzling. If you know how to read fortunes, you must be a Black Crow's mouth." So Nian was not angry. He was observing the thick, pitch-black aura of bad luck which could pose a danger to her life. So Nian asked another question. "Is it because your dad's company has encountered trouble that your luck has been so bad?" And after thinking for a moment, she found it to be true. After all, her family had not been very lucky this year. So Nian did not respond, but quietly took out an item. So Nian said that the Sin Jade piece at this temple might help Vuong Lin. But in reality, it is his spiritual energy that can protect her for a while. But it seems that there might be someone creating bad feng shui in your house. Next time I visit your house, I will assess the situation. Vuong Lin thanked and then entered the school. So Nian remained silent as usual. "In this life, no one can bully my family. No one can bully my students either. Those behind the scenes just wait." The next morning, So Nian was about to enter the school when he saw someone causing trouble. "But you all want to find
It seems like there is a rather complicated fashion style. So Nian was so disgusted that he stepped back. I'm not familiar with this flashy crowd. The school security explained that they were delinquents who often cause trouble around here, advising him not to get involved with them. So Nian calmly replied, delinquents who specialize in causing trouble in the neighborhood. I'm just a high school teacher. Why would I get involved with them? With their looks, they would probably fit right in a horror movie. One of the thugs immediately tattled Brother Kwong. He's mocking our appearance. Lu Kwong approached and questioned him. You hit one of my brothers yesterday, didn't you? How am I supposed to settle this debt? So Nian only fought with a few people at the bar yesterday. I've never seen anyone like them, so you might guess this is a setup by Tuan Vu. But you still admitted to everything. Then you even made up that it was his younger brother who deserved punishment for peeping at the girl's bathroom. Anyway, since things were unavoidable, you decided to play it through. Other students only thought So Nian was acting heroically, so they all supported him. The thugs were very confused. His admission was nothing like they had imagined. It should have been panic pleading or something humiliating. Lu Kwong's younger brother immediately denied that someone was peeping at the girl's bathroom. Seizing that opportunity, he questioned them. Then why should I go and hit you? Lu Chuang then had his gang pull out a banner. The banner was roughly accusing him and Vuong Lin, saying they were going to the bar late at night together in a suspicious manner. At this point, So Nian had to raise his voice. What do you all actually want to do? Lu Kwong gently defended that they were not there to pick a fight. They just came to demand justice for why there is a teacher who dares to do such immoral things. The clear photos are the evidence accusing So Nian of the crime. Then he even handed over a few pictures like delivering goods. Hurry up and take a look. The quality of the photos is good. The female students really criticize a teacher like So Nian. I never expected the teacher to be such a person. But he knew that someone like him was the one who had teamed up with Chung and Tuan Vu to frame him. The incident at the school gate had reached the deputy principal's office. One of those present criticized him as a teacher of poor character. The unworthy should not teach in school. Tan Nian also told you to declare a need for a more thorough investigation. She will also explain to the reporters in the teacher's lounge. Dam Vu still firmly believes that So Nian would not do anything immoral. Vuong Ling is also a good student, so this could be a case of being framed. Tuan Vu calmly spoke up, Miss Dam, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. There are some people with respectable faces, but behind their backs they are beasts. Such people are not worth our friendship. Kwok Hao also agreed the teacher is absolutely right. I could tell just by looking that he lacks professional ethics. Indeed, he has tarnished our honor. Dam Vu gently reminded about the one who drank the holy water. The cup of water in Tuan Vu's hand has a similar smell. Seeing her arrogant demeanor, Tuan Vu swore that sooner or later she would end up begging him in bed. Moreover, So Nian after this incident would also lose face and not be able to stay in school. Outside in the schoolyard, some students saw So Nian's situation causing social chaos, while others were crying because Vuong Lin might have been exploited by a beast. So Nian was over here taking something out. The thugs didn't know how to react, so they left him alone. It turned out they had misspelled a word, so they kindly corrected it for no reason, causing their literature teacher to be furious. It looked like he suddenly appeared and yelled, "Teacher, so the problem isn't here. You better explain why you were with a female student in a place like a bar. Do you know you violated the law?" She thought that once this matter was resolved, she could openly be by Tuan Vu's side. Next, So Nian flatly replied, "What does this have to do with you? You should manage your mouth better." She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Then Cho seemed to use all her strength to yell out So Nian's name when entering the classroom. The students also began to discuss the matter. At this time, a female student asked why Vuong Lin went to the brothel last night. She only explained that she accidentally met So Nian while there. Then she was scolded and brought back to school because the real truth could not be revealed to others. She was surprised to find out that So Kwa Den had this interest. And running there to play, it turns out to be indifferent outside, but crazy inside. Suddenly the chalk was thrown down to start him off. If everyone is interested in this matter, then write an essay. The topic is the phenomenon of spreading fake news in today's society. Tomorrow, anyone who does not submit their work will have their parents called. The sound of wailing immediately echoed from inside the classroom. Just a few moments later, another wave of rage hit. Tan Nian couldn't help but shout at him to see for himself. All of these orders want you to resign. What should we do now that So Nian is indifferent but assures that it will be resolved by tomorrow? Just relax. Seeing that you were about to leave, she angrily yelled for you to come back. But you kept thinking about something else, so you didn't hear. Because at this moment, you had to go meet Fan Hong first. Very soon after, a luxurious location appeared. The female receptionist politely asked whom you were looking for. So Nian didn't hide it and said he was looking for Fan Hong. A Lang appeared in a minute. Teacher, so it's quite rude not to greet you from afar. The boss is meeting with a client, so I was sent to escort you. The receptionist didn't know who So Neon was to be personally welcomed by their Lange. A moment later, Fan Hong politely extended his hand to greet. Teacher So has arrived. Please sit. Last time, we really didn't get to know each other without a fight. So Nian went straight to the point. What does Boss Hong need to see me about? Ngui Bak just spoke up now. This is the person you are looking for to fight me. A little kid with a runny nose. I'm afraid he cannot defeat even your subordinates. Or are you deliberately insulting me? So Nian recognized it with just one glance. Although very weak, this person surprisingly exuded internal energy. Perhaps he has just entered the stage of martial arts. You didn't pay attention anymore, and patiently asked Fan Hong the old question again. It turns out he has the dispute with the Shin Duke group over a piece of land. The opponent once made futile negotiations in the underground world. They want to resolve it with force. Each side will send one person. Whoever wins will take the land for their side. But I heard they have invited masters. So Nian immediately understood. Fan Hong has also invited 2 fighters. But to be sure, he wants the 2 fighters to compete against each other first. Fan Hong gave a thumbs up and said, It's still you, Teacher So. My brother Min, I only did this out of necessity. That piece of land is very important. It must not have any mistakes. And Mr. Ngui Bak is also a master among the masters. It's best if both Ngui Bak and So Nian exchanged disdainful glances at each other. Fan Hong directly suggested that both of them spar together. Regardless of who wins or loses, each will be paid 1 million. Ngui Bak frowned and reminded him. You don't think your 1 million is enough to make me go easy on you, do you? So he extended his hand. It turns out the 1 million was just the fee for sparring. The one who gets to participate in the final battle will receive 5 million. It's not that Fan Hong is extravagant. It's just that the piece of land has a profit of billions. So this 10 million is really not to be regretted. On the contrary. So Nian was very surprised by the figure of 500 million. In your whole life, you have never seen so much money. When entering the immortal realm, money is not needed. Fan Hong simply thinks that So Nian is an uneducated person. So being frightened by a mere 500,000 is ridiculous. Thinking carefully, he probably doesn't have any extraordinary skills. On So Nian's side, he calculated that amount could lessen his family's financial burden. Moreover, he also needs Fan Hong to help with something. Just at that moment, Ngui Bak asked Fan Hong, Is the person sent by Tin Duk Corporation someone who can smash a wooden table with a punch? That speculation was confirmed by him. Originally, Fan Hong intended to go into battle himself. But due to facing a strong opponent, it's likely that victory would be difficult. Ngui Bak profoundly stated that the person has internal strength. Fortunately, Fan Hong did not take action. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death. Fan Hong, of course, heard the concept of internal strength for the first time. Ngui Bak took this opportunity to warn the kid, Do you know about internal strength? If you don't know, then there's no need to hold the sparring competition. Suddenly, So Nian casually explained what internal strength is, which can be seen as internal energy in martial arts novels. Internal strength appears when the human body breaks through its own limits. Of course, some people are different, and they also generate internal strength, striding along the martial arts path. Lang found it very miraculous, but he thought internal strength was just a minor way, merely an entry-level step. As for breaking a table with bare hands, it might be due to very profound internal strength. Ngui Bak was somewhat angry because he regarded internal strength as a minor way. He spent over 10 years to achieve that. So Nian remained very relaxed in his responses. Some people consider themselves correct, clearly standing at the foot of the mountain, yet believing they have conquered the summit. Thus Ngui Bak was provoked into anger, unaware of the big and small matters. Looking at you so young, it's likely you haven't cultivated internal strength yet. Speak. Where do you come from? If you are the disciple of an old friend of mine, then I might still show you some mercy. Lang was very surprised by the transformation of his body. This is internal strength. Fan Hong also secretly admired the expert Ngui Bak. On the contrary, So Nian thought that he couldn't use that trick to deceive others. It's best to return to the mountain and cultivate for a few more years. Fan Hong was startled. Teacher. So that was a bit harsh. Over here. Nui Bak gritted his teeth and spoke each word. Kid, if it weren't for Fan Hong, I would have acted long ago. You forced me! His foot stepped back and kicked hard. His aging body jumped very high, but before he could strike, the kid had to lightly counter the attack. In his heart, Nui Bak felt an unusual sense of disappointment. Afterwards, his limbs became so weak that he fell down. Fan Hong was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. After a moment, Nui Bak also stood up. It seemed he was silently squeezing something. It turned out to be a magical artifact. He wanted to activate it to see if you could withstand it. The specimen in hand was releasing a thick stream of dark energy. Fan Hong was very cautious about this strange phenomenon. So Nian looked very interested. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a worthless thing. Yet Nui Bak called it a magical artifact, even joking that he wanted to give you that madness which made him even more determined. He waved his hand, causing the dark energy to sweep by. Fan Hong was very worried and warned you to dodge the attack, but when the stream was about to arrive, So Nian was still enjoying his fine tea. Nui Bak was very pleased. A wicked look appeared on his face that was hard to hide. Everything was going very smoothly. After that, So Nian decisively took action. He knocked over the teacup, spilling it everywhere. Water and dark energy collided, making several loud, explosive sounds. The water quickly darted across his face and directly hit the painting. Nui Bak felt the skin on his face sting. Here, he turned his face and squinted at the painting. The tea leaves in the cup had somehow become a weapon of attack. They were sharp and hard, sticking to the surface. So Nian held the teacup and smiled slightly without saying anything. Nui Bak was trembling all over, raising his hand to point. The energy in your body is not just martial arts. You are a martial artist. Alang stood by, puzzled. Is this really the true strength of Teacher So? You sat there calmly paying attention to the piece of copper in Nui Bak's hand. If you have already admitted defeat, then this piece of copper will now belong to me. So Nian waved his hand to make the item fly towards him. The piece of copper flew out of Nui Bak's hand, catching him off guard. The item easily returned to your hands. After obtaining it, So Nian smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his eye. He asked, "Do you have any objections?" He immediately knelt down and clasped his hands. "Please forgive me, sir, spare my life, I dare not. Just now it was because I was momentarily confused. If you like this magical artifact, please take it." You fiddled with the item in your hand, slowly sensing that it emanated a frightening aura. This piece of copper was probably found in a place with particularly heavy, dark energy, at least 1,000 years old, although it was not a righteous magical artifact. But being infiltrated by dark energy like this makes it effective in causing people to experience uncontrollable hallucinations. So Nian put the piece of copper into his pocket, not wanting to dwell too much on past matters, using it to wipe the slate clean. Of course, if you still feel unconvinced, you can come find me at any time. This item is very useful to So Nian. Although it is harmful to ordinary people, it is pure spiritual energy and greatly benefits my cultivation. Nui Bak was startled and frightened after hearing that, respectfully stepping back a bit, not daring to say anything. "Sir, if there is nothing else, I would like to take my leave now. Until this moment, it was best for him to keep his life. Even if my master were here, he would definitely not be a match for him." Nui Bak then turned and left, leaving someone like Fan Hong feeling a bit disappointed. Is Nui Bak just going to walk away like this? Recently, Nui Bak has been quite famous, a master who has repeatedly defeated many renowned fighters, yet he is leaving. This guy named So seems to have a face that hides a hint of joy deep inside, which is what really makes him a significant character. I have always felt that I overestimated the opponent before, but now I realize I actually underestimated him significantly. So Nian raised the cup of tea, subtly giving orders. Hong Lao Dai, the tea is finished. He quickly turned to Alang, ordering him to fetch the tea. Alang, hurry and get the tea. But at that moment he changed his mind, saying it's fine, he'll do it himself. Fan Hong carefully poured the tea drop by drop to avoid spilling, glancing at Fan Hong and telling him to relax. Hong Lao Dai, no need to be polite, I'm not going to eat you. Right now you pay this bill and I'll do the work. Just maintain that impressive look like we had when we met at the KTV, that would be best. Fan Hong shook his head vigorously, laughing. Teacher, so please don't tease me about that, I wouldn't dare. So Nian was about to take a sip of tea, but his face became serious. The matter you invited me to handle, but the timing must be decided by me. I am very busy this week, so it seems I will have to wait until next week. So Nian took a refreshing sip of tea. There are countless tasks he needs to handle.
And this week, he also has to investigate at Wang Ling's house. After all, the trouble with that girl is not small. Fan Hong treated him very politely, not rushing or forcing him. No rush, I'll accept however long it takes. Waiting for you is my honor. For a moment, So Nien became indifferent, waving his hand dismissively. Sometimes being too nice makes me uncomfortable. Hong Lao Dai don't treat me like I'm a big boss like you. You just need to see me as an ordinary teacher of the same age and we can be friends. He immediately saluted. Yes, teacher, So Nien's face became serious again, discussing serious matters. But there is something I need to trouble you with. Fan Hong was always ready to help. You just say whatever I can do for you, I will definitely do it. So Nien seriously got to the main issue. It's like this, I want you to investigate someone for me. He wants to know more clearly, to act more easily. Investigating a person, this is simple. May I ask who teacher So wants to investigate? He frowned firmly, uttering 3 words. My mother suddenly went missing when I was young. I couldn't contact her in any way. You all put in your best effort to investigate for me, checking all documents related to my mother. As soon as there is the clue, you must inform me immediately. Fan Hong found it a bit confusing after hearing this. He painfully recalled a past life story where he was injured severely. In my previous life, although I stood at the peak of fame among immortals, I once lost control during my cultivation. My memories before the age of 5 are almost completely gone. Even if I want to find them again, I don't know where to start. So Nien's attitude was very determined. In this life, we must reunite the family. No matter if it's in the sky or on the ground, we must find my mother. He smiled, showing that Suo Nian should trust him. Mr. Suo, you can rest assured. There will definitely be clues. Moreover, even if we don't find anything, I have some connections on the Suo family's side during the process of engaging with their business more than my own distribution in other provinces. He forcefully placed the teacup down on the table. The tea splashed out. Suo Nian growled, startling Fan Hong. The Suo family is in Qinhua City. He was sweating profusely and boldly asked, Mr. Suo, do you have any connections with the Suo family? He ground his teeth, looking very angry. Suo Huai is my grandfather. What do you mean, is it just an acquaintance? Suo Nian still held a grudge about the past. If the Suo family had supported my parents' marriage back then, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Fan Hong was shocked to hear the news, and it turns out he is the heir of the Suo family. Xiao Tai was equally surprised. Suo Nian rested his chin on his hands, deeply contemplating each detail. If they wanted to help investigate, they would eventually find out about this matter. It would be better to tell them directly now. The teacup was still hot steaming. The story was far from over. Regarding my parents, Suo Nian did not hide anything. He told everything to those present. Fan Hong listened from start to finish, angrily slamming his hand on the table. What era is this? The Suo family is still doing this, forcing Mr. Suo's family to be separated. I thought the descendants of the Suo family were arrogant and proud. They are not capable at all. I didn't expect the head of the family to be so corrupt and backward. This is truly outrageous. He decided to face Suo Nian for the sake of brotherhood. Mr. Suo, your matter is also my matter. Suo family. If that's the case, then I don't need to engage in this transaction. I don't have to care about their faces. He waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to escalate things. There's no need to do that. Business that should be done still needs to be done. After all, we can't earn nothing at all. So Nian secretly commented, Fan Hong, this person speaks very generously. Although in some aspects he can be a bit overbearing, he is still considered a person of character. Fan Hong gave a thumbs up in praise. So Nian, teacher. So you have indeed surpassed your teacher. That is their loss. In the future, you will definitely be a significant figure. You feel that this compliment is a bit too modest. After that, So Nian remembered a few things. Oh, right. There's one more thing. I might have to trouble you guys. So Nian changed to a serious topic and asked, Do you know the 6 troublemakers who often appear around this area? You are determined to follow through on this matter. This issue must be resolved. We might not care, but this will harm Vung Lin's reputation. Fan Hong raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, but still had to shake his head. I don't know who those little rascals are. Triuthit scratched his head and pointed. Teacher. So I know it's a group of thugs in my area. They are quite manageable. That's why I often turn a blind eye to them. Did they offend you in some way? So Nian slowly explained. It's not exactly that they offended us.
Perhaps they were bribed by someone else. You call and explain the situation, tell them a word, and they will know what to do. Deep down, you already have a name in mind. After all, Tran Tuan Vu is the real mastermind. He turned to Trio Tiet to delegate the task. Little true, if that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. You remember to handle this well. He placed his hand on his chest with a confident demeanor. Yes, I understand, boss. Those kids have long been following me. After that, Sonian stood up, preparing to leave. The discussion is all done, so I will take my leave now. You guys don't need to see me off. Suddenly, he glanced at a spot and noticed, okay. Fan Hong politely sent him off. Teacher, so take care. My money will soon be transferred to your account. Yet Sonian felt quite relaxed, sensing the tense atmosphere. Death energy. Sonian clasped his hands together, looking pleased. Fan boss, congratulations. Congratulations. Fan Hong didn't understand anything. You didn't hide it and told him, I saw death energy above your head today. It seems something good is coming soon. Hearing that, Fan Hong's face brightened significantly. You also know how to read fortunes. Why is it that my wife and I, both over 40, have been to many hospitals but still have no children? If what you said about good news is true, that would be great. Before leaving, Sonian seriously reminded him of a few important things regarding fate. I know you still don't believe it now, but I still want to remind you. In your past life, you killed too many people. As a result, you have no descendants. It's best to immediately use a part of your wealth to do charitable deeds. Otherwise, it will be hard to avoid great disaster. He put his hands in his pockets and left. Closing his eyes, the world of immortals has the theory of cause and effect. It's not hard to see a person's destiny. So Nian nodded to the receptionist, feeling quite satisfied. Boss Hong manages the employees very systematically. At that moment, you suddenly heard someone calling you So Nian. You are So Nian. It turns out that person is Ngo Loi. He politely asked, Is it you, So Nian? You immediately recognized the familiar face. Loi Tu, the two brothers, greeted each other warmly, playfully pinching each other. It's been a long time since I met Loi Tu. Ngo Loi, my close friend from high school. I never expected to meet him again in this life. You glanced at the other person's employee badge. Are you working here? Well, kid, you're quite impressive. Ngo Loi shyly and modestly replied, I'm just working in the HR department. I just started here not long ago. And you came here for an interview. Then someone called Brother Loi Tu Ngo Tun happily came to greet. Is this So Nien that I often mention? He's quite handsome, too. Hello, I am Loi Tu's sister. Ngo Tang, you can call me Sister Than. So Nien naturally shook hands with her sister Than. Hello. We haven't seen each other for long. Ngo Tan whistled at Ngo Loi, annoyed. You still look the most relaxed among us. Not like the offspring of Loi at all. Just started at the company and already offended the boss. Ngo Loi blushed, feeling embarrassed. So Nien is right here and she still blames him. Sisters and So Nien rarely get to meet. Let's talk about this later. With such an attitude, Ngo Tan's anger flared up, scolding. Let Ngo Loi have a big head. I'm too lazy to manage you. This society is not like school. People can be cruel. Look, you've graduated for a year now. Why are you still so clueless? So Nien saw the two arguing loudly and asked, What happened? Ngo Tung immediately recounted the incident when this company was hiring during an interview. A girl was harassed by someone. Then my brother discovered it. This kid doesn't even know how to pretend nothing happened, and he scolded the boss right there. She crossed her arms, showing her disapproval of the other party. Of course, he would be noted for causing trouble for my brother repeatedly. Recently, my brother made a mistake at work and was directly fired. Then she turned to Ngo Loi and scolded him some more. Fortunately, my brother-in-law is coming soon. My brother-in-law, no matter what, is the finance manager of the Hoa Thang Group. Your department director will probably give him some face. By then, you should know how to speak appropriately. After hearing this, So Nian realized, Isn't the Hoa Thang Group the family business of the Tan family? Ngo Tung looked back. Someone was approaching. Vun Keat was walking while checking his watch. He looked really anxious. Your brother-in-law is here. Vun Keat kept scolding Ngo Loi. You're this old now. Why does he still look exactly like a child after going through something like this? How can you expose someone like that in public? Isn't that a slap in the face to your superior? My whole family doesn't have anyone to help. Will life be as good as it is now? Ngo Loi quietly affirmed. But I didn't do anything wrong. Just then, So Nian came to his rescue. Are you in trouble? You didn't tell me. Maybe I can help. Ngo Loi looked uncomfortable. So Nian, you can't help me. Director Ton is the head of the parent company. He patted his shoulder to encourage him. What you're doing is right. Besides, this isn't a big deal? Van Keet suddenly spoke up, making Ngo Loi jump. Today's youth sure are bold, he sneered. As the financial manager of Hoa Thin Group like me, even stepping in might not make Director Ton respect you. You think you are Fu Tu Dai or something? Ngo Than quietly advised him to say a few less words. Little So is also someone who hasn't experienced much in life. He may not understand society that well. The two sisters Ngo Loi kept bowing their heads to apologize to So Nin. Meanwhile, Van Keet looked down on them with a cold snort. Suddenly he was startled when looking straight ahead. Ton Tung strode in confidently. Van Keet quickly flattered Director Ton. You're here? The old man didn't even glance at him. In fact, Ton Tung even avoided Van Keet's outstretched arm, welcoming him. He said in a long string, It's not that I don't give face, but this matter really is Ngo Loi not giving me face at all. Yet in front of so many people, he scolded me, making everyone think he's my superior. Furthermore, Ton Tung shamelessly said it was a test for the candidates. Ngo Tan quickly whistled softly to her younger brother. She quietly told him to apologize quickly. Ngo Loi's hand tightened. He was very unwilling. But even so, Ngo Loi couldn't help but bow his head and apologize to Director Ton. Last time was because I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. So Nian thought to himself that it clearly wasn't Ngo Loi's fault, but he still couldn't help but bow his head. No one to back him up. No wealthy background. He could only endure being looked down upon. He had to endure again and again. But the rules are always set for the weaker. He frowned and snorted. Stepping in made Ton Tung irritated and yell, What's wrong? Kid, do you have any objections? So Nian straightforwardly exposed, I've never met someone so lecherous before. When did he shamelessly pretend to be someone who speaks politely? Harassment has now become a part of the candidate's test. Ton Tung was embarrassed and angry, immediately shouting loudly. Who are you, kid? Van Keet jumped out to scold. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like that to Director Ton? Hurry up and apologize. So Nian calmly shrugged, based on what? It's because I dare to speak the truth. So if telling the truth is wrong, then I am wrong by 10 parts. Van Keet angrily pointed directly at his face, but after a long time he still couldn't argue back. Ngo Loi felt touched and thought to himself, So Nian, you are still like this, not a bit changed. Ngo Than hurriedly apologized to Director Ton. The kids are naive and don't understand things. Ngo Loi firmly said, You don't need to apologize. People like that I won't work with. I don't believe that someone graduated from college like me can't find a job. Van Keet angrily scolded him. Do you even know what you're saying? He hurriedly flattered Director Ton. This has nothing to do with me. He thought to himself that if he got recorded because of this, he would probably never have a peaceful day in this industry. Ton Tuong only coldly glanced at him and said 2 words, It's late. Suddenly, at that moment, the elevator opened on the first floor. Trio Teet sternly said, What's all this noise? Don't you know this is the main hall? Ton Tuong hurriedly reported to General Trio, You have arrived. It's not a big deal. There is a new employee who made a mistake while working, and I want to fire him. As a result, his family came to cause trouble. Trio Tiet, regardless of right or wrong, shouted, Causing trouble! Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble in my Hong Nguyen group? So Nian calmly said, I am the one causing trouble. How do you want to handle me? Ngo Than looked worriedly at him, while Van Keet cursed inwardly. It's over. This kid has gotten me into trouble. Ton Tuong saw this and also sneered. You dare to provoke General Trio, you little brat who doesn't know your place. In contrast to everyone, Trio Tiet was so scared that he trembled and stuttered, Teacher So! So Nian still coldly looked at him without saying a word. Trio Tiet's face changed instantly, his tone flattering. Is it Teacher So? Why are you still here? Should I drive you home? Ngo Tang and Van Keet were both extremely surprised to see this scene. Ngo Loi was not much better than the two. The most frightened person at this moment was Ton Tuong. He thought to himself, who on earth is this kid? Even General Trio has to flatter him. Who did I offend after all? He quickly bowed his head and apologized to So Nian. I'm sorry, teacher. So I didn't mean to earlier. Trio Tiet coldly questioned, Did you just offend, teacher So? Ton Tuong, trembling in fear, said, I didn't know he was a VIP of General Trio. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to offend him. So Nian calmly said to Ngoloi, You explain everything to Trio Tiet what exactly happened. Trio Tiet, I won't interfere with this, you handle it according to company policy. After that, Ngoloi reported all of Director Ton's wrongdoings to General Tru. Trio Tiet, I won't get involved in this, you handle it according to the company's regulations. After that, Ngoloi reported all of Director Ton's wrongdoings to Tong Trio. After hearing the veins on his temples bulged, his brows furrowed tight, clearly showing his anger, he couldn't help but punch Ton Tung in the face. Then he bowed and apologized to So Nian. Teacher, so rest assured I will handle this matter fairly and justly. Lao Ton go directly to the Chi office, take this month's salary, and resign. Ton Tung still wanted to salvage something. He held his face, stammering incoherently, but Trio Tiet was furious, lacking patience, frightening him to the point of shaking like a leaf. In the end, Ton Tuong couldn't withstand the pressure and shouted before running away. So Nian handed a business card to Ngo Loi. If you need anything, just contact me directly. Today is not very convenient. Let's arrange another time to reminisce about old times. He still casually threw his arm over the boy's shoulder. You're doing great, you've struck it rich. Even Mr. True is familiar with you. I should quickly build a good rapport with you. So Nian was secretly pleased. Thankfully, this kid didn't become distant from me because of this. He reminded Ngo Than. As Loi's friend, I want to remind you that there are a few things that need to come to an end. So Nian said plainly in front of Van Keet, This man is not a good husband. Perhaps he has ulterior motives. In a luxurious mansion, a voice of astonishment was heard, using tea to harm the opponent. Even if I practice diligently, I cannot reach that level. Than Fong, the master of Ngui Bak, explained, Regarding the use of energy, the opponent has already reached the pinnacle level. Such technique I have only seen my master use. Ngui Bak seriously asked, Is Master Tai a great martial artist? Could this Mr. So also be a great martial artist? Than Fong was full of interest. Here in City 9, Jiang, there truly is a young character who is already a master. If he has the desire, I fear the situation will surely change in the coming years. If possible, I really want to spar with that Mr. So. He did not forget to remind Tu Bak. Next time you meet Mr. So, remember not to be rude. The night sky had fallen, and Fan Hong was just returning home, taking off his shoes at the door. He curiously asked his wife, Why is today so lavish? Is there a distinguished guest visiting? Fan Hong's wife smiled gently. There are no guests, just some very good news, guess what? He suddenly remembered So Nian had once congratulated him. Fan Hong was both surprised and anxious, speculating, Are you pregnant? And she was surprised. You guessed it like a fortune teller today, got it right on the first try. She didn't seem overly excited. Fan Hong was extremely astonished. He did not expect that So Nian truly knew how to read fortunes. She reminded him, Why are you still standing there in a daze? Come eat, you're about to be a dad. Don't go out and play around anymore. Fan Hong quickly replied, It was just socializing before. I promise not to go out and fool around anymore. In his heart, he praised So Nian endlessly. That night, Fan Hong tossed and turned, thinking, Teacher So seems to have told me that once I have a child, I should work hard to do good deeds. Thinking this, he immediately called his subordinate. Right now, you need to arrange donations to build several elementary schools. Hope so. The subordinate asked back in confusion. Fan Hong affirmed, Right now, immediately. The subordinate understood and quickly complied. In his heart, he respected So Nian even more, truly a living deity. From now on, I must associate with him more. Jiang City 9, where beer and barbecue stalls bustle along the streets. A group of rowdy young hoodlums eating and drinking alongside Tuan Vu, dressed neatly, feeling out of place. He looked down on them internally. Indeed, a bunch of people with no future. Even if you give them more money, they would just waste it on roadside eateries. Nevertheless, Tuan Vu raised his beer glass. On the surface, he appeared serious. I really appreciate the help from you guys this time. Once this matter gets out, we must report the name So. I won't be able to continue my work at the school. Lu Kung grinned slyly. These are just small matters for us. We can definitely handle it. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted his bragging. Lu Kung shouted into the phone. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? When he saw who was calling, he was so shocked he gasped. Lu Kung hurriedly told Tuan Vu, I need to take this call. He anxiously lowered his voice and asked, Brother Trieu, do you have any instructions? Trieu Tiet angrily shouted, You have some nerve, huh? You dare to offend anyone. Do you think I have too much free time and you want to add more trouble for me, right? Lu Kung sweated profusely, worriedly asking, Brother Trieu, what exactly is going on? Can you please explain? Tiet angrily scolded. This morning, did you go to school to slander a teacher named Sony? Lu Kung explained, I have investigated. That person has no special background. Moreover, this was the second young master of the Kai Thin Hotel asking us to take action. It should be fine. Trieu Tiet scoffed. No special background. Even I have to be extremely careful. The boss Hong doesn't even dare to speak loudly in front of him. Is that what you call having no backing, Lu Kung? Your guts have grown too big. The mention of boss Hong hit like thunder. Lu Kung felt terrified thinking about So Nian and Fan Hong Teo. He had indeed bumped into someone significant. Lu Kung trembled and said, Why is this happening? Brother Trieu, you must help me with this. I'm just taking money to carry it out. Trieu Tiet coldly ordered, The other side won't blame you. Tomorrow morning, you guys go to High School 3. You should figure out how to handle it yourself. If you don't make that person satisfied, bring your head to see me. When Lu Kung returned to the dining table, his expression had darkened. Intentionally, Tuan Vu took the initiative to invite him to drink. He angrily thought, What should I drink, Tuan Vu? I have truly been ruined by that kid. Lu Kung shouted loudly to his subordinates, Let's go! What are we still eating for? And caused everyone to be startled and panic. Tuan Vu forced a smile and said, Just got happy, why did you leave so quickly? Have another few drinks. Lu Kang shouted angrily, It's none of your business how I work. Second Master Tran, take care of yourself. He secretly cursed, about to die already. Do you still want to drag me down with you? Tuan Vu tightened his grip on the glass of wine. Just a bunch of flies dare to act tough with me. After this job is done, I will definitely deal with you all. The bar owner came to remind him, This gentleman's bill is finished a total of $860. I've printed the receipt for you. Tuan Vu reached into his breast pocket to take out money to pay. He just realized he no longer had his wallet. Where did my money go? Checking his phone, Tuan Vu felt incredibly unlucky. This month's phone bill is also due. There's no other way. Faced with the bar owner's anger, he could only backtrack. Tomorrow, I will have someone bring the money to you. The bar owner immediately rolled up her sleeves. What kind of people dress so lavishly? Turns out pretending to be wealthy while daring to dine and dash at my place? Yay. Everyone around paid attention. Tuan Vu quickly begged for forgiveness. Big sister, please don't get agitated. Early the next morning at the gate of Trung High School 3, Liu Kang and a group of young men with colorful hair were making a scene at the school gate. Teacher, so come out? So Nian frowned upon seeing them. This bunch of brats? One of them excitedly pointed at him. That's Teacher So. Liu Tong happily grabbed So Nian's arm enthusiastically saying, We are here to apologize. While he had no idea what was going on, the students speculated, What are these brats making a fuss about? Could it be that Teacher So really did not lure female students to the bar? The security guard also found it puzzling. Yesterday they slandered him. Today they hurriedly come to apologize. So Nian impatiently asked, Brothers, what kind of play do you want to perform this time? His words made Liu Kang and the others feel awkward. This appearance is quite eye-catching. Could it be they want to put on a show? Liu Tong stepped up to take the blame about the last incident. We were just incited by Teacher Tuan Vu in school. We were just accepting money to act. But later we found out that Teacher So is a person of integrity and virtue. After thinking it over, I couldn't eat or sleep well. So we decided to tell the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of colorful-haired boys bowed 90 degrees. We were wrong. We hope Teacher can forgive us. Students are discussing Tran Tuan Vu is not a teacher at Nyat Trung. What's going on? If that's the case, then he is the one who slandered Teacher So. I told you those photos are definitely fake. In the teacher's office, Tuan Vu was angry, trembling. He gripped the water bottle tightly in his anger. A bunch of dogs took advantage of Lao Tzu's kindness and dared to turn around and betray me. The door opened. So Nian cheerfully greeted, "The sun is so nice. Hello, everyone. Today is truly a good day." Damvu kindly handed him coffee. "Teacher, so I know you've been wronged. Clearly, it only takes one look for people to realize someone is trying to frame you." It seemed like he was mocking. "I see he has bribed those thugs to frame the teacher." Tran Tuan Vu pretended to be righteous, speaking as a teacher. "You are really despicable even doing this. Let's see in the end who the liar is." So Nian calmly replied with hidden meaning, "If you have a mental illness, don't bite me. I don't want to go to the veterinary hospital, understand?" Tuan Vu, hearing this, got angry with every word. Your name, Kwok Hao, advised him, "This is the office, please be quiet." So Nian cheerfully complimented, "Thank you for the coffee, Ms. Dam, it smells great." Dam Vu shyly replied, blushing, "As long as you like it." Putting the coffee cup down, So Nian coldly said to Tuan Vu, "You should go to class and teach the students. Ms. Dam Vu should also be careful the dogs here don't distinguish between anyone they just bite randomly." Entering the classroom, he earnestly said, "I am very heartbroken. Extremely heartbroken. No one in the class scored 70 out of 100. So Nian thought to himself, with this result, not only can't we make it to the top 5 as Tan Yin said, but we are ranked last. Holai mockingly said, "It's because the exam was too difficult, we really can't be blamed. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Your score might even be lower than ours." Not saying anything else. So Nian was angered by his words. The exam question was, "If a drop of water is a blessing, I will send you an entire ocean." So he wrote, "If 1 kg of meat is a joy, I will give you a fat pig. Does your family raise pigs?" As soon as this was said, the whole class burst into laughter. Holai also felt embarrassed. Even Wang Ling covered her mouth and giggled. So Nian silently thought, this time, apart from Wang Ling making a bit of progress with 69 points, the rest of them have a dim future. Could Wang Ling be influenced by me? He sighed internally. Forget it, scolding them doesn't mean anything. Today he felt uneasy. Something must be going wrong. Just as he thought this, the chalk in So Nian's hand broke in two as it touched the board. He understood better than anyone the significance of this. Something bad must be about to happen. Suddenly, So Nian's expression changed. He hurriedly turned to the class and asked, "What date is it today?" "Hey." The students didn't understand what was going on, but obediently replied, "Teacher, it's 8/9. So Nian immediately recalled this date from his past life. It seemed someone in school wanted to commit suicide, and it was also a dried flower in school. Should I save him? His gaze caught a shadow on the rooftop of the opposite building, feeling uncertain in his heart. It has indeed appeared. But if I intervene and change the cause and affect my future, will also be affected. Nevertheless, So Nian immediately made up his mind to cultivate immortality, originally going against the heavens. He couldn't betray his conscience for those reasons. So Nian stepped out the door and turned back to say to the students, "You all study by yourselves. I have something to attend to outside." As he stepped out, he met Tan Yin. "So Nian is in class. Where are you taking the students? I expect a good explanation." So Nian was startled, worrying silently. "Why am I meeting her now?" Quickly, he dashed straight ahead. "I'm going to the restroom for a moment." Tan Yin hurried after him, but still had time to glance into the classroom and remind, "You all study by yourselves. I need to bring that teacher back." At that moment, on the rooftop of the school, Lak Lak sat with a contemplative look. She must sacrifice for the family. Why does she have to marry that person? After pondering for a while, Lak Lak decided to stand up. She stepped closer to the edge of the rooftop, sadly thinking, if it is like this, then she might as well end it herself now. So Nian timely appeared and intervened with Lak Lak. "What do you want to do, student?" She panicked and turned around, asking, "Who are you?" "Don't come over here," he quickly explained. "I'm the teacher. You can call me teacher, so." He secretly thought that this girl was very beautiful. Judging by her clothes, she seemed to come from a wealthy family. Lak Lak sighed. "Teacher, so you are still very young." She didn't expect that the last person she would meet in this life would be a stranger teacher.
Before jumping down, Lok hoped Sonien would remember her name. He hurriedly advised, "Wait a moment. Look, you're so beautiful. If you die, it will be very unappealing." Lok calmly replied, "Teacher, so the body is merely a corpse. Eventually, everything becomes nothing." After saying that, she spread her arms wide and tilted her head back to breathe in the air. Sonien gritted his teeth. This is the 15th floor. With his current strength, there was only a path to death. Sonien stared intently at Lok. He began to use the chi observation technique. Sonien was surprised. This girl is a phoenix destiny. In ancient times, she would have been a queen. Why has she come to this point? He shouted loudly. Wait a moment. Lok did something happen at home, making you feel very desperate. Hearing these words, Lok turned back to look at Sonien in surprise. How do you know? Sonien explained that he could predict destinies. Sonien saw Lok's appearance was one of wealth and nobility. He guessed she was being forced to marry by her family. Lok was secretly stunned after hearing this. No one at this school knows where she comes from, as her family's background far exceeds what the people here can imagine. She recalled that many fortune tellers had said they could predict Lok's destiny, but no one had been as clear as Sonien. Sonien continued to advise, first, you should trust me. If by tomorrow nothing has changed, then it won't be too late to jump. Of course, if you want to jump, go ahead. It's so hot if you don't jump, I'm going to get sunstroke soon. From behind, a voice rang out, Shuonian, what are you doing? Why are you encouraging the students to do something foolish? Do you still have any humanity left? Tan Nian's face showed anger. What do you mean by saying to jump tomorrow? What do you mean by saying if you want to jump, then jump? Is there any teacher like you? Lok quickly reassured Principal, I don't want to do that anymore. Don't worry. Tan Nian secretly worried this is a crime. Now this girl has taken life and death lightly. If you don't plan to jump, why are you standing there in a daze? Thinking about it, she yelled at Shuonian. If anything happens to her, you have to take responsibility. He angrily replied, Did you only hear the last thing I said? Suddenly a strong wind blew through, leaving Tan Nian stunned. Her confused expression. Why is the wind suddenly blowing so hard? At the same time, Lok was also blown off balance by the strong wind slipping away from the wall. The strong wind caused her to fall down. With a fearful expression witnessing that scene, Tan Nian exclaimed, This is bad. But fortunately, Shuonian managed to grab Lok's hand in time. She was so scared that her eyes were tightly shut, not daring to open them. Lok suddenly looked up and saw Shuonian had caught her hand. Shuonian was doing his utmost to pull Lok up. Shuonian used all his strength to throw Lok up. Then he jumped up quickly and skillfully. Suddenly, Shuonian stepped on Lok's shoe, causing him to stagger. At that moment, Tan Nian was standing in front, and Shuonian hurriedly shouted, No, get out of the way. Immediately after, he slipped and fell onto Tan Nian. Shuonian, with a trembling voice, inquired about her. Then he received a few slaps from Tan Nian. Shuonian felt wronged. Principal Tan, I saved a student's life. Can that assessment be cancelled? Tan Nian glanced at Shuonian. You hurry back and teach for me. Lok will come to the principal's office with me for a while. Watching Tan Nian leave, Lok mumbled, What an arrogant woman. After saying that she was tapped on the head by Shuonian. Why do you speak like a 30-year-old woman? You're just a few years old and already thinking of such things. Hurry to the principal's office to hear the lecture. Lok thought to herself, I've met all kinds of people, but I've never met anyone interesting and quirky like him. There is also something very mysterious. When Shuonian returned to the class, the students were whispering. Teacher, Shuo just went to the bathroom. How did it end up like this? Ho Lai teased Teacher Shuo. Just now, Principal Tan passed by looking quite angry. His clothes were messy. He shouldn't have heard that. The whole class looked at Shuonian with ambiguous eyes, making him blush. Then Shuonian spoke up. Thenmin, what are you all thinking? Just now, the teacher went to save that person. Mahan twirled her pen while saying, Teacher, we believe you are a creator of people. Everyone is grown up now, and Principal Tan isn't bad either. So Nian slammed the table angrily. What nonsense! You all know Principal Tan's strange temperament. The teacher sees that she must be full of vigor for her whole life. He suddenly paused as if sensing the atmosphere. So Nian swallowed hard, stammering, She is a holy woman. There is no man worthy of her. So Nian immediately turned around with a flattering expression. Principal Tan, your esteemed presence graces us. I cannot welcome you from afar. May I ask if you have something to discuss? Tan Nian beside him was suppressing the urge to give him a beating.
After a moment, she turned to Lok Lok and said, "You want to transfer to the teacher's class?" I agree to this. After saying that, she turned to leave. "This student is entrusted to you. If anything unexpected happens, you will go along too." He looked after her retreating figure, feeling pitiful. Meanwhile, Tan Nien was secretly pleased. So Nien had no choice but to tell Lok Lok to go into the class and get to know everyone. Suddenly, his gaze flicked to the back of the classroom. So Nien wondered, what is going on with this group of kids with their hearts flying high? When he saw all the boys and girls staring at Lok Lok, she smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone, I'm Lok Lok. I hope to receive everyone's help." So Nien felt reluctant about this enthusiasm. On my first day, I didn't even get a round of applause like that. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the next morning at school, and so Nien saw the students working so hard that he became extremely suspicious. He wondered if they all changed their personalities. So Nien walked into the teacher's desk and said, "Holai, you usually sleep at this time." Holai eagerly replied, "I'm the class monitor, so I have to set an example for my classmates. Is there anything wrong with that?" Mahan also expressed dissatisfaction. "Teacher, so we are all diligent students. Please do not cool our enthusiasm." At this moment, So Nien finally looked over. Lak Lak entered the class, waving her hand to greet, "Good morning, Teacher So." The whole class was in an uproar, their eyes full of hearts fluttering. Maho, the goddess, unexpectedly said, "Lak Lak, you are late," making Lak Lak freeze while the whole class was extremely angry. Lak Lak immediately dove down onto the teacher's desk. "Teacher, that is my privilege. When I can rank first in the whole school, I can be late, not come to class, and not do homework." She also secretly thought that So Nien was not simple at all. After hearing this, he became furious. She then teasingly said, "Teacher, so you look really cute when you are angry." He was frozen in place as he did not expect to be teased by a student. The scene shifted to the teacher's office. So Nien wondered, "Isn't Tran Tuan Vu coming today?" Dam Vu pondered for a moment and then replied, "After the last incident, it seems like he is feeling shy. He's still being assigned to teach the first year. After all, he has an umbrella, so it's not too difficult." Suddenly, a voice next to them made both of them turn to look. "I'm exhausted. I have to take some of my students into the city for a competition. Luckily, we did get a few first prizes." The newcomer was Duke Thuong. He rubbed his hands and said, "Kai, aren't you the head of Class 18, Teacher So? I just heard that Lok Lok has transferred to your class. You're really lucky, teacher. So I feel that with your abilities, you're not enough to teach a student like Lok Lok. How about transferring him to me?" So Nien subtly tapped his fingers, creating a faint blue light. For some reason, Duke Thuong seemed to be compelled and knelt down on the tiled floor. He turned to speak sincerely. "Teacher Cao, why are you kneeling down? Is it worth it to do that just for one student? Just stand up, let's negotiate." After that, So Nien turned away, not forgetting to add a jab. "Teacher Cao, I'm not going to help you up. You don't need to be so polite in the future. You're thinking he isn't worthy enough to talk to, so you just kneel. Until you submit, that is." Duke Thuong glared at his back, grinding his teeth. "So Nien, how dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? Just wait, let me change the scene." In a flash, it was the morning of the second day in a town. So Nien raised a fried dough stick to his mouth and took a small bite. His entire body was instantly enveloped in light leveling up. Just from biting a piece of fried dough, he had become a mid-level martial artist. But why does leveling up in the immortal world happen so randomly? Some people can level up just by walking. So Nien slammed a red bill down on the table. He turned to inform the owner and hurriedly left. "I have to quickly get to the top of Mount Haothian to sneak into the Tai Chi sect. When the immortal gate opens, that's the only way I can meet my Yen Yi." Checking his phone in his pocket, it rang, making him wonder who would be calling him at this time. On the phone, he heard crying. "Teacher, so I'm not coming to class today, I'm taking a day off." He quickly asked, "Vuong Lin, what's wrong? Don't cry, what happened?" The scene shifted to an accident site where Vuong Lin sat by the roadside. She spoke into the phone. "I had a car accident this morning and the jade pendant you gave me is broken, but I'm okay. I feel like there was an invisible force that held me back, saving my life." She spoke while looking at the broken jade pendant in her hand. Hearing this, So Nien breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay. Quickly contact your family. You don't need to come to class today. After school, I'll come to visit you."
After hanging up, he was very angry and thought to himself, "Dare to bully my student? I want to see who dares to touch the head of the king of hell." The scene shifts, and Trainee has arrived at the villa of the Vuong family. The butler bowed his head and announced, "Master So must have been kept waiting for a long time. Mr. Vuong and the young lady are currently entertaining some important guests, so it is inconvenient to come out and greet you. In a little while there might be something that will please you. Please forgive us." He immediately wondered what was going on. The butler replied, "The Vuong family has not been going smoothly lately. That's why Mr. Vuong invited 3 masters to perform some rituals. You are a person who believes in science. I am afraid you are not used to these matters." So Nai seemed indifferent. He then asked the butler to lead the way. The butler immediately invited him inside. As soon as he stepped inside, Vuong Lin cheerfully greeted him. "You have arrived, sir." Uncle Vuong stepped out to shake hands with Trainee. "Master So, thank you for visiting Lin Ni." Then he introduced the people beside him. These 3 old gentlemen, especially the one in the middle, are Master Ko Thien. The young man is named Tu Chi Bai, the son of a business friend of mine. Chi Bai smiled and stepped forward. "Uncle Vuong, it seems like all kinds of pets can get in here." Vuong Lin shouted angrily, "Shut up, do not humiliate my idol." Uncle Vuong also expressed his displeasure. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. This is Master So Lin Ni's class advisor." So Ni remained unfazed. So he said, "It's fine, Mr. Vuong, you can continue with your work. I can wait a little longer." Vuong Lin timidly walked up next to him. "Master, don't mind it. Inviting these 3 masters this time has taken a lot of effort from my father. I told my father that you are very capable, but he wouldn't believe me." He noticed the source of the vital energy surrounding them. Their strength is actually not bad with high internal energy. However, the other 2 are not. They lack internal energy but are still called masters, so they probably have some spiritual vision. At this moment, Thien Sun pointed at the painting on the wall. "Mr. Vuong, I have looked at your house and found that your misfortunes are caused by this painting." Uncle Vuong immediately exclaimed, "This was a gift from one of my clients." The person next to him also said, "Mr. Vuong, Master Ko Thien's words are not wrong. The main issue is that painting. It looks full of positive energy, but in reality it contains negative and lethal energy." Duke Van added, "A fierce tiger descends from the mountain, its 2 eyes staring intently at the nearby village. It wants to feast on humans. Even if it is dismantled or torn apart, it is useless. This ominous energy has wrapped around your family. This is what makes me helpless." Uncle Vuong clasped his hands toward Master Ko Thien. "Surely you must have a way. Please save my entire family. Money is not an issue." He proposed a solution. When the fierce tiger descends from the mountain, there will surely be a great disaster. There are 2 ways to resolve this. Either from now on, your business must not be related to water, or you must marry your daughter to Chi Bai. Uncle Vuong looked at Taebok with a sense of longing. Is there really no way for the ancient master? Yes, Vuong Lin was the first to excitedly pull on So Nien's hand. "Teacher, please help me. Think of a way. I don't want to take that name. He is the son of my father's competitor. If I marry him, then it means you will openly support this ancient master. What you're saying is really nonsense." Upon hearing that, he shot a sharp look at Taebok and immediately raised his voice. "Who do you think you are to show off in front of the ancient master?" The ancient master intervened. "You're a teacher. You surely don't believe in these things, but there are some things you need to fear from the heart." So Nien spoke up again. "Then let's see what tricks you have to make me believe." He then put his hand into his sleeve. "If that's the case, then I will reveal a little. You take care of yourself." He calmly waited. "Then please begin your performance." The man accompanying the group immediately pointed at him and cursed, "Mr. Vuong, is this how you entertain guests? We are not performing any play. He is humiliating our ancient master." Taebok also pretended to be gracious. "I said I helped him invite the ancient master, yet he criticized So Nien's character as unworthy to be a teacher." He remained silent and did not respond to those insults. Uncle Vuong was put in a difficult position. He did not know what to do. Just at this moment, the ancient master spoke up to mediate. "All right, no more arguing. We have all lived for over half a century, so why is there no decorum at all?" The ancient master said with a very dignified expression. "You are a teacher. It's understandable that you don't know some of our rules." Then he lightly snapped his fingers. A golden light appeared swirling around him along with a blue gem.
This scene astonished everyone in the room. Vuong Lin and Uncle. Vuong exclaimed in unison, "What is happening? Hasn't the mysterious energy fallen yet?" His feet were supported by a source of energy. His whole body floated in mid-air. Then he stroked his beard, appearing like a celestial being, and asked, "Young man, have you agreed yet?" Duke Vaughn, standing beside, couldn't help but be amazed. The energy in the ancient master's body, it turns out he has trained to this level. Someone next to him also expressed congratulations. Uncle Vuong furrowed his brow in contemplation. This ancient master is indeed not an ordinary person, making Lin Yi's teacher unable to provoke him. The ancient master took the opportunity to add, "Now you must believe my words right. This is certainly just a technique of martial arts. I also have techniques of the ancient master, but there is no need to reveal them." Then Tabak interjected, "Ancient master truly worthy of being a sage, having such a huge source of energy in your body yet not being arrogant. Moreover, you can still chat calmly with those morally bankrupt individuals." Tabak. I am in admiration. He even claims to be a benevolent person, not wanting to argue about major issues. And he has a prestigious background and appearance, so he doesn't need Vuong Lin. So Uncle Vuong just chose one way. Not to do any business related to the country anymore. Uncle Vuong seems to have been swayed. He gritted his teeth and thought, the ancient master, the extraordinary ability cannot be a lie. But to completely give up the business, I have worked hard for all these years. Tian Shan continued. Mr. Wang, wealth is only fleeting. Wealth can come back even after it is gone. I can only provide a method, but as for which way to choose it, is up to you. Wang Ling, frightened, grabbed So Nian's hand. Teacher, so what should we do now? He reached into his shirt pocket to find something, then pulled out an object that emitted a purple light and asked, Tian Shan, the power of the master really is frightening. But what about the ancient master examining this piece of bronze of mine? The old man calmly stroked his beard. This piece of bronze must have been contaminated by negative energy over the years with a bit of evil energy as well. But it can only be considered a type of magical artifact. The man beside Dukvan appeared to be very admiring of Tian Shan's insight. Dukvan secretly thought this was a good item. In just a short time, it could become a real magical treasure. At this moment, So Nian said, Let me use this piece of bronze to break the fierce tiger down the mountain. What does everyone think? Yet he immediately rushed up to stop. Absolutely not this kind of evil object. It will only increase the killing aura of the fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Keeping it nearby will have an effect. Just hand this piece of bronze to our experts. So Nian raised an eyebrow and asked, but had already implicitly confirmed, the ancient master must be feeling uneasy. The issues within my student's house were caused by you and your family, right? Uncle Wang was the first to disagree with him. Nonsense. The ancient master is highly respected. We all honor him as a saint. Do not tarnish the ancient master. He did not show disappointment, but gently said, if you choose one of his two methods, who benefits in the end? This is not slander. Just try it and you'll know. Let me expose these evil beings for you. Over there, Tian Shan was putting his hands together and forming a seal. Immediately, a flame erupted behind him. Kid, you dare to ruin my good deed! Today I will show you the master's methods. After finishing his words, the fire behind him transformed into the shape of a dragon rushing towards So Nian with a devilish scream. So Nian found this scene amusing. Is this little trick enough to deal with me? An invisible shield immediately appeared in front of him. The energy crashed into it and immediately shattered. Tian Shan was hit by his own technique and coughed up blood. Can one breath destroy his own magic? What realm is this person in? A green light appeared before him. He calmly dispelled the technique effortlessly. Seeing this, Tian Shan's eyes widened in surprise. He continued to cough up blood. You are the legitimate heir of Tai Chi. In response to him was a strong shove against the wall. So Nian stepped in front of him. He was extremely frightened. Please spare me. Master, so I dare not any more. This time it was due to my greed. I hope Master So will spare my life. However, he was now extremely angry with Tian Shan's actions. My student nearly faced disaster. You must know that one life for one life is the normal rule. Don't beg for me. The old man played the threat card. Behind me there is still the Celestial Master Association. If Master So kills me, he will turn against the entire Celestial Master Association. At that time, Master So will face trouble. Duke Von also advised him, although the action of the old Celestial Master was wrong, as long as I report it to the higher-ups of the Celestial Master Association, they will definitely resolve it. If you kill someone now, I'm afraid the Wang family won't be able to avoid being implicated. Wang Ling also stepped up to advise So Nian. Even if they don't achieve their evil intentions, I've heard that this kind of gangster organization is very powerful. Tian Shan, seeing that they looked fearful, was pleased. It seems that using the name of the Celestial Master Association to scare them works. Once I get out of here, I will settle the score with you all. He didn't expect that, just as he finished thinking he was slapped in the face and fell to the ground, bleeding. So Nian was not the least bit afraid of that association. If the Celestial Master Association dares to come and provoke me, I will flatten the entire association. And Wang Ling, standing beside him, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You grab Tian Shan by the collar, lift him up high. Then you slap him again. These slaps are on behalf of my student. They are also for this time he nearly died. They are also for the Wang family members." "You want to kill him being beaten to a pulp?" His voice trembled. "I beg, Master, so I know I was wrong. From now on, I will sincerely repent." So Nian let him down. He turned his back and brushed his hands. "Threaten and get lost. If I see you again in the future, it won't just be a few slaps." Tian Shan, spared from death, ran away in a panic. So Nian then turned to Duke Van and sincerely advised, although the path is filled with worldly desires, if the heart is upright, then any path is the right path. If not, then all are evil paths. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light enveloped the old man's body. He looked at himself in disbelief. "I have leveled up. I have achieved enlightenment. I have been in the Celestial Master Association for so many years without anyone to teach me." Today he immediately bowed his head to thank So Nian, grateful for this great kindness from Master So, a favor I will never forget in my life. Then he presented a card with both hands. "Master. So this is a small token of my appreciation. I have no money, only this gift. It is a VIP card that grants free access to my son's store." Uncle Wang's eyes widened in shock. The gold card from Fenghua Group, the most luxurious food group in Jiangnan province. He received the card and told the old man to hurry and leave. Uncle Wang was stunned, his mouth agape. That was the gold card from Fenghua Group, and there were no more than 3 people who had it in this city of Qinhua. How could it be given so casually? At this moment, Chibai finally felt fear. He quickly kneeled down to beg for mercy. So Nian said no more and immediately reached out to smash the painting. Then he said to Uncle Vuong, "This object can be easily broken by me, and as for this person, it's up to you, General Vuong, to decide." Uncle Vuong immediately turned to declare war on the Yu family. Suddenly, Vuong Lin rushed over and hugged his arm, pressing close to his chest, making him blush. "Are you a monster teacher?" He looked directly at her. "After all, I am on par with Einstein, but without tricks. How can I deal with them?" She suddenly planted a kiss on his cheek. "From now on, in my heart, you're better than them." The scenery changed. Late at night, in the outskirts of City 9, Jiang Tiansun had just returned and shouted loudly, "Bring Diep Tiansu out!" As Diep Loi appeared, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ko Tiansu, you're injured, what happened?" In this entire City 9, who in the vicinity could be his opponent? Tiansun entrusted him to handle So Nian. He immediately agreed without hesitation, silently calculating, "The father of Ko Tiansu, Ko Diu Tian, is unmatched except for the Grand Master. This time I must make good use of this opportunity to settle the debt of gratitude with them." Nothing happened today. So Nian finished work and arranged to meet Ngo Loi to talk. Ngo Loi generously invited him to eat and told So Nian to choose the restaurant. He pointed to a Chinese restaurant, causing Ngo Loi to exclaim, "Big brother, are you trying to kill me?" Then he decided to be generous, saying, "All right, today, I'll risk it all to treat a gentleman and experience being among the rich." He thought to himself, "So Nian has helped me a lot. If I'm stingy, it wouldn't be honorable." Suddenly a voice full of disdain interrupted, "Mister, so I must remind you, if you don't have money, don't come in here. The cheapest dish here costs several thousand." So Nian immediately shot back without hesitation. Ms. Cho, the person you were with yesterday doesn't seem to be this man. This made Cho clench her teeth in anger. Cho again spoke with contempt. Mr. So, with just that little salary, you should eat at a roadside stall. At that moment, a waitress came out and smiled, asking, Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Ngoloi scratched his head awkwardly and said they had not made a reservation. The server politely declined. I'm sorry, but that's a problem. The seating inside is full. If you don't have a reservation, please wait a moment. So Nian and Ngoloi could not enter. It looked like she was going in with her boyfriend. Earlier, she had mocked him, Are you here to make a fool of yourself, Mr. So? At this rate, they probably won't even get in the door. He didn't say much but put his hand in his pocket and searched for a while, then pulled out the card in front of the staff and asked, I wonder if this card works. The staff took the card and covered her mouth in shock. Ngoloi was also astonished, wide-eyed. It's the highest value card of Manhwa dining. After receiving the card, the server bowed respectfully and invited him inside. Sir, please follow me. Once inside, there will be special staff to attend to you both. The server led the two inside, much to their surprise. Cho exclaimed in disbelief, They got in! Her boyfriend advised, New, don't let those unworthy people affect your mood. She immediately blushed and looked at him while the waiter approached respectfully and pointed to the side. I'm very sorry, the Mai Hua Hall is fully booked. May I ask you two to move to the Truk Hien Hall? New's boyfriend showed his displeasure. The place I reserved is the Mai Hua Hall. Why has it been changed? Don't you know who I am? The waiter pointed inside where Sonian was sitting. That place has already been occupied by those two gentlemen. You two will either need to change seats or leave. New's boyfriend was extremely angry. What do you mean I am the CEO of the Van Vin Group? You don't want to live in Kujiang anymore, do you? The waiter gently pushed his hand away. Please leave or I will call security. He became even angrier at the employee's indifferent attitude. Are you willing to offend me for a poor man? The waitress contemptuously replied. If a poor mister could use our group's golden card, then he is indeed our esteemed guest. Even if the great Hong arrived, he would still have to wait in line. He exclaimed in shock. A golden card. How could a powerless, penniless teacher have a golden card? New seemed to be speechless. It was hard to believe that Trot Tu Tun had arrived. Director Kian, I didn't expect to see you here just in time for our little gathering. New's boyfriend adjusted his glasses slightly. A gathering. I'm about to be kicked out here because someone with a golden card has made New jealous and said something inappropriate. Who knows if it's real or fake, just two frogs. The two of them, Tin Ting and Trot Tu Tung, exchanged glances inside. They seemed to recall something and were speechless in shock. She turned back and angrily shouted at New to make her shut up. Trot Tu Tung decisively turned away. After all, we're acquaintances. I advise you there are some people you just shouldn't touch. Then he walked inside. He really wanted to win Sonian's favor. Sorry, Teacher So. The last time we hosted it was due to our carelessness. I hope you can forgive us. New's boyfriend looked inside and fell into contemplation. Their combined power is not any weaker than Fan Hong, but they are so afraid of that person. Have I truly offended someone I shouldn't have? Suddenly, New hugged his arm, acting spoiled. Sweetheart, those people are all crazy. Let's go eat somewhere else. Tonight they will really make you comfortable. He immediately pulled his hand away, pushing her aside. New, I think we're not compatible. Let's break up. He thought to himself he almost offended someone he shouldn't have because of her. New suddenly looked abandoned. She angrily called after his retreating figure. No way, he's just a student teacher. You all are crazy, completely insane. The waiter is just pointing outside now. Miss, if you're not going to eat, please leave. She unwillingly turns away. I thought I could cling to a rich person. Handing in my resignation would lead to a good life. But now, Suo Nian, it's all your fault. Everything is because of you. It's because of you. You always hinder me. Coincidentally, she passes by Deep Loy. He looks at her with a pained expression, sighing. Truly, it's too much anger. Deep Loy takes out a charm, thinking that this girl could be useful for a bit. He immediately sticks the charm on Chao Nu's back. After finishing, Deep Loy looks inside the room. He thinks to himself, the one who touched Cat Thien's son is just a young person. Perhaps just became a martial artist and encountered great fortune. Suitable for me to compete for a while. Suo Nian doesn't pay attention. Waves his hand. All right, I'm not gonna eat you guys. Let's just forget about the past. Go Loy, sitting opposite, can't contain his excitement. Brother Suo, tell me a bit. What is your identity that those rich kids flatter me because of you? You answer calmly. Just a student teacher, on the path to finding comfort. However, Ngo Loy doesn't believe it. You're just bragging, but if you have today, we are happy for you. What a pity for Duong Lin. If she knew what you are like now, she would surely regret it. After saying that, he immediately dismisses it. No, Duong Ling is also famous now. A kid like you has even slept with a big star. After the meal, Suo Nian strolls outside alone. Who would have thought that a simple meal would take so long? He has something to do first, so I'll walk a bit to digest my food. At this moment, someone suddenly appears beside him. His veins are bulging, thickly dark energy surrounds that person. He thinks to himself the inner energy is very strong, looks like someone is casting a spell on him. The inner energy in her is surging, just as he thinks that she strikes wanting to kill him. Suddenly, two guys come from afar and mockingly say, "Are this couple fighting here?" The two are also filled with rage. They raise short knives, laughing lewdly. "This girl looks too good, let us have a taste." Suo Nian immediately senses that these guys have been mentally controlled. It seems the person behind this has some skill. Over here, she seems to lower her shoulder and lift her skirt enticingly. "Shunin, today I will ruin you completely." She rushes toward the two thugs. "Hey, come play hard no matter what you do. I will say he did it." She points at Suo Nian while the thug is doing disgusting things. He crudely spoke, "Today I will make you feel like you're on cloud 9. Then the two men charged forward together. Watching the scene of the three entangled together made him contemplative. Where was the one controlling them in the dark? Even if the DNA doesn't match, just the testimony of Chao Nu is enough to ruin my teaching career. He silently resolved, "You can't escape, I will find you quickly." Suddenly, Fan Loi appeared. "What are you doing? Stop!" He looked over at Quach Fan Loi, the son of Quach, the chief of the Nanjiang Police Department. It turned out that his subordinate had arrived. Diep Loi, who was hiding nearby, peeked out. "Is that Quach Fan Loi?" "Oh no." But the old man had no way out. But this time it was an extremely rare opportunity. If missed, I wouldn't be able to return to the provincial council of Jiangnan anymore. Thinking this, the old man used dark power to control the three of Chao Nu to kill Sonan. Their eyes turned red as they looked across. Fan Loi stepped in front of him and shouted loudly, "Hey, I'll hold them back. You go call the police." After he yelled, he turned to punch one of the thugs. The result was that his hand hurt, as if he had punched a rock, while they remained unscathed. At this moment, they surrounded the two inside, looking completely insane, yelling, "Sonan, I want you to die painfully." Sonan showed no fear. Why should it be that way? Fan Loi shouted again, "What are you standing there talking for?" "Wait a moment. I'll hold them back. You quickly escape." He released his inter-energy and spoke, "How could Chief Quach let a junior face danger alone?" His eyes lit up, lips curling in disdain. "You stinking rat, show yourself." The thug and Chao Nu both widened their eyes in anger, frothing at the mouth. When the two of them fell, Diep Loi stepped out. "You're young, yet your words are so bold. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to provoke the Heavenly Master Association?" He spoke while exuding pressure to suppress Sonan. He glanced at Fan Loi, who was also frothing at the mouth, then calmly responded to him. "I'm very curious. Can the Heavenly Master Association really provoke heaven itself? Unless a master is stationed or a celestial being descends." Diep Loi frowned, thinking, "Does this person know about masters too? Why did he come to our Heavenly Master Association? Moreover, the celestial being has been confirmed to not be present in the lower realm. He was insulting the Heavenly Master Association." He continued to control Chao Nu and the thug. "I didn't intend to kill you. I just wanted you to suffer a bit. But a young person like you is too arrogant." Sonan confidently replied, "Well, that's quite unfortunate. I really want to kill you." Just at that moment, the remaining thug was sneaking up from behind. You unleashed a wave of energy sweeping past the three people being controlled by the old man, and continued, "In 10 steps, I will kill you like a dog." Diep Loi stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. Then the old man made a gesture and chanted a spell summoning fire. The flames charged toward Sonian, but he still stood there motionless. He lightly reached out as if to touch the flames. In the end, he effortlessly captured it in the palm of his hand. With a mocking tone, "Is this fire of yours meant for roasting meat?" Diep Loi was extremely startled. "Who exactly are you? A martial artist cannot possess such strength." In the end, the old man chose to flee because he knew he couldn't win. So Nian sent the flames back to Deep Loy, who was singed on the rear, crying out in pain. So Nian coldly thought, can you really escape? Anyone I so Deem Vung decide to kill cannot escape. Then he looked towards Fan Loi and decided, but right now I need to help this disciple clean up the scene. So Nian gently patted to wake Fan Loi. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly looked around. He immediately stopped him. Don't look anymore, they've all left. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. You won't be able to handle this. The culprit you need to catch tonight is already dead. The body is buried in a wasteland to the east of the city. As he said this, he turned to leave, leaving Fan Loi with a still bewildered expression. Then he suddenly turned back and said, also tell old Quack something for me. Tomorrow I will check his homework okay. Fan Loi thought for a moment and then decided to ask his father about So Nian. He was also considering reporting to headquarters about the troublemaker today. Scene shifts to the headquarters of the Celestial Master Association in Jiang City 9. Inside, a voice rang out, the Celestial Master Association is at work, but there are those who dare to interfere regardless of who they are. In front of the Celestial Master Association, it's just a mere wave of the hand. The person spoke with a very confident tone. This time we invite Diep Tin Su to take action. There is no way it can fail. He should be returning soon. At that time, everyone will also celebrate a fan's master. The voice was Thin Sun, lifting a cup of wine in celebration. Let's drink to celebrate the day that kid dies without a grave. Diep Loy passed through the crowd, prompting them to call out. Thin Sun joyfully laughed in glee. Diep Tin Su has returned. That person will definitely die without a grave. Even the body will be turned into fine dust. Diep Loy suddenly showed signs of red markings. He sincerely said, this time I cannot kill the opponent. Even though they are powerful, they cannot kill me. Next time I will bring more celestial masters. I will definitely be able to kill him. He even said something like killing me like a dog. It's really funny. If Diep Loy wants to leave, no one can stop him. Isn't he standing here right now? Just after boasting, Diep Loy's expression suddenly changed drastically. The seal from earlier had spread to his face. A red light burst forth from his body. He could only helplessly call for help. Finally, a flame erupted where Diep Loy stood. It had turned into a sea of fire. Letters appeared in the flames. It was a message from So Nian. In half a year, I will take the life of the dog from Thin Sun. At this moment, fear was already known. He is talking about me. He is saying that I am dead. The scene shifts to a villa. Fifi's parents have returned. I just had to be on duty all night, and now I'm going to sleep. Fan Loi remembered So Nian and asked his father, do you know a young person with some martial arts skills? I met him yesterday. He wanted to check your homework. Upon hearing this, his father became extremely excited. Master, my son, you have met my master. Come over here. Quach Fan Loi recounted everything that happened last night to his father. He mentioned every detail. After hearing this, the principal slammed his hand down on the table. Fan Loi, you do not need to report this to higher authorities. What if the special department bothers my master? The master probably doesn't want to be famous. That's why he is teaching here. Fan Loi recalled So Nian's image with some regret. I will keep this matter a secret. But someone like Teacher So contributing to the state would be wonderful. While Diep Loy was slowly dying, So Nian was sitting cross-legged in his room. He quietly calculated, those people who underestimate my strength will not dare to interfere. Moreover, in terms of martial arts, they are just insects compared to me. I cannot be complacent. It seems I need to borrow some energy from Fan Hong to enter the underground world to find some treasures to increase my cultivation. Those who look down on me will soon know what regret is. The scene changes, and in an instant it is now in the schoolyard. So Nian thought to himself, today there will be someone coming to inspect Class 1. They say it's an inspection, but in reality it's to compete and compare. Yesterday, Tan Yin sent a message. He said, we absolutely cannot let Class 3 lose face. Suddenly, a person who looked like a Taoist approached him. This brother, you have a major disaster. Be careful, it's a romantic fate. However, he didn't pay much attention and decisively walked away. Indeed, she does have a big chest. In the office. So Nian was focused on the computer screen when suddenly a pleasant scent wafted into his nose. The appearance of Lak Lak startled him and he quickly closed his computer. Lak Lak, when you enter the office, remember to knock on the door. Seeing his reaction, Lok teased, "Teacher, so your quick action of closing the computer just now could create misunderstandings." With that, she moved closer, gently pulled the chair, and sat down close to So Nien. "Teacher, from observing during this time, I see you are not like the other men I have met." She kept listing, though, "You are not as handsome as them, not as wealthy as them, and do not understand romance like them." Every word she spoke pierced straight into his chest. Finally, So Nien could not take it anymore and raised a hand to stop her. "What do you really want to say?" Lok facing him, she looked at him with meaningful eyes and expressed, "Don't you understand why I like you?" The two of them just kept looking at each other. A flash of light appeared between their foreheads. So Nien pretended to cough to ease the embarrassment. Lok, you have a good eye for people. All right, I understand now you should go back to class." But Lok still pressed closer to him. "I'm not joking." He searched for every reason to decline, but it was useless. In terms of age, Lok is only 8 years younger than him. In terms of teacher-student relationship, she said, "If we wanted to, we would have graduated already." Finally, So Nien had to say directly, Lok, I already have someone in my heart." However, Lok still did not lose heart. She asked, "Is she prettier than me or smarter than me? Can I meet her? I don't believe there is any girl in this world better than me." So Nien was at a loss, thinking to himself, "Right now she is in the celestial realm, she can't come down here." Lok still did not give up and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I know you are lying to me. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I knew we were the same kind of people not restricted by the mundane world." "Outside, Damvu, knocked on the door. Is anyone inside?" Lok waved her hand to greet her very naturally. She waved back. As Lok left, she made a heart shape with her hands towards So Nien. This action made him feel a headache. Damvu yawned and praised Lok. "A good student, beautiful, smart, cheerful, doesn't date early. I wonder which family raised such a good girl." So Nien could only helplessly concede after hearing that. Damvu remembered something. "Oh, right, teacher. So are you busy this Friday night?" "I have to attend a party in the industry." "How about you go with me?" So Nien wondered, a party for the textile industry. She confirmed, "Yes, to maintain relationships in the industry I can't refuse. I heard this time it is organized by the Manhwa group." He immediately understood what Duk Vun's call was about. "Teacher, so right. I am Pham Duk Vun, about to organize a party and I want to invite you." So Nien immediately agreed. "Okay, give me the address, I can drive myself there. Let's meet at the gate then." Hearing that, she was very happy, transitioning to a rather quiet place late at night. So Nien thought to himself, "Unknowingly, I've practiced until midnight again. At this hour, I can only walk back." In a narrow alley that he just passed by, Tan Nien was being harassed by a group of thugs. He was startled and wondered, "Tan Nien, why is she here at this time?" In a narrow alley, 3 men were harassing a girl with extremely lewd remarks. Suddenly, the collar of one of those 3 was pulled out by a force. Behind was So Nien. He forcefully threw that person far away. His face briefly darkened. They turned and shouted, "You want to fight him? Who the hell are you to want to die? Why bother talking so much? Just hit him." So Nien did not respond skillfully, kicked into the groin, causing the 2 to be in unbearable pain. He worriedly lifted Tan Nien slightly and asked, "Principal Tan, what happened to you?" And she was so drunk that she had lost consciousness and was asleep right there. So Nien angrily shook Tan Nien, shouting loudly, "Hey, wake up, don't sleep here, I don't even know where your home is." She suddenly lunged forward and hugged his neck, leaving him momentarily surprised. "It seems I have to go back home then." Once home, after placing Tan Nien on the bed, So Nien felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. He seriously recalled today and couldn't help but ponder, what happened today? First, that girl Lok confessed, then there was Ms. Dam inviting me to a party, and finally, I picked up a woman on the way. Looking at the person sleeping soundly on the bed, So Nien frowned slightly. Although it is summer now, the air-conditioned room can still make one catch a cold. Tan Nien suddenly turned over, exposing parts of her body. He turned to go out of the door, wiping the blood that was flowing from his nose. Calm down. I need to take a cold shower first." After he finished showering and stepped out, drying his hair, he thought, Tan Nien must be asleep, right? As soon as he entered the room, he saw clothes scattered all over the floor. His whole body seemed to freeze, and he was speechless in surprise.
Of course, she was completely naked, only covered by a thin blanket. The door was slammed shut by him, and so Nian panicked quickly, trying to stop the blood from his nose that was gushing out. It seems I have to take a cold shower again. So Nian sat on the sofa, practicing internal energy, feeling the cold energy coming. At this hour of the day, it is the best time for practice. He suddenly remembered Tan Nian, and his face turned slightly red. So Nian gritted his teeth, rubbed his forehead. What a hassle. Fine, it's already past 6 o'clock. I should go wake her up. He stood in front of the door, hand on the doorknob, thinking to himself, she must be awake by now. So Nian gently opened the door, peeking inside to check on the situation. Inside, Tan Nian was awake. She looked at. So Nian rubbed her eyes, her gaze hazy. Mr. So, thank you for yesterday, but staring at a woman like that, especially at this hour, seems a bit impolite. So Nian quickly covered his face and turned away, pointing at her, stuttering, That... She naturally glanced at where he pointed. I have seen that look many times before. Indeed, all men are like that. They are all lustful. She panicked and pulled the blanket to cover her body, shouting, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. So Nian spoke up, flustered, Principal Tan, you misunderstood. I didn't take off your clothes. If you don't believe me, my room has a camera. You can check it out. At that moment, both were sitting in the living room. Tan Nian leaned over to see the camera inside. The footage showed Tan Nian undressing herself, and at this point, she was left with only her underwear looking at the camera. Tan Nian hurriedly covered the phone screen, indicating she couldn't continue watching. She shyly shouted, This pervert Shuo Nian, I command you to delete this immediately. Shuo Nian didn't rush to delete it, smiling teasingly, adding, Principal Tan, your embarrassed look is quite beautiful. Hearing those words, Tan Nian became even angrier. Shut up! From now on, you need to forget what just happened. I have to go home now. Shuo Nian still kept a smiling face. Call her. I happen to be going to your school, too. It's quite close. Do you want to go together? Tan Nian quickly replied, I don't want to. In the end, the two still went together. Shuo Nian offered a bag of food towards her. Aren't you going to eat? Tan Nian said she didn't want to eat, but her stomach kept growling. He glanced at her eating ravenously, asking, Principal Tan, are you sure you haven't offended anyone recently? Tan Nian flustered, covered her mouth softly, replied, No. Shuo Nian lowered his eyes. You're still trying to deceive yourself. You don't know that you've completely sold yourself. All right, since I've seen all of you, I can help you a bit. The towering twin towers are where Tan Nian lives. Just take me to the door. What are you still doing standing here? Hurry up and go. He naturally walked in as if at home. Principal Tan had already reached the door. After all, she invited me in for tea to silence me. Tan Nian spoke up after drinking tea, hurry up and leave. But what caught Shuo Nian's attention was the bear beside him. Suddenly, Tan Nian yanked its nose off, angrily shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Shuo Nian forcefully crushed the outer shell. Inside was a listening device. He held it up in front of her, a bug. Principal Tan, are you sure you haven't offended anyone? Things are not simple. Tan Nian panicked. This is a bug. Shuo Nian didn't respond. This morning someone was following us, and of course they might not be from the same group as the one who planted the device. Her eyes showed an indescribable astonishment. How could this happen? Could it be because of that thing? He looked at Tan Nian beside him, who was looking distressed, and asked, If I hadn't been here today, you would have probably been bugged already? Is it related to the fact that you got drunk last night? If you agree, I might be able to help you. Of course, he explained then, I once studied biology abroad. I accidentally discovered a special element. Theoretically, it could cure many types of diseases and even has anti-aging properties. So besides my father, no one knows, and now we are continuing research to expand widely. So Nian seemed to understand the situation. Those people want to obtain the technology that you could run the school because your father doesn't want you to get involved in that danger. He thought to himself, Tan Nian is still hiding something. He rubbed his chin and voiced his thoughts. It can cure all diseases and even slow down the aging process. If widely spread, the Hoa Sin Group is likely to become the largest corporation in the country overnight, even more terrifying. So Nian thought to herself, but as long as there is profit, there will definitely be wars and conflicts. That way, even greater profits could be obtained. He pointed to himself, sounding pleased. The opponent is not simple at all. Invite experts. I advise you to invite experts to protect yourself as well. Otherwise, it will be dangerous.
you see as professional as I am." Just as he finished speaking, Tan Yin threw a stuffed bear at his face, chasing him out. "Get out of here! Give me, I want to change clothes now." So Nian leaned against the wall quietly, lamenting. Oh, that fortune teller was right. Truly a charmed life. When the time comes, it can't be stopped. He frowned seriously, thinking, if it's just a simple medicinal herb, then that's fine. I fear it might be that spiritual energy. Suddenly, he remembered something that could be. Tan Yin accidentally found the spirit stone mineral that has a lot of spiritual energy, which perfectly matches the uses she mentioned. At that time, not only would it attract businesses, but even the underworld would get involved. On this side, two men were secretly exchanging a photograph. The photo passed through their hands was indeed a picture of So Nian and Tan Yin from this morning. Tuan Vu looked at this pile of photos in his hand, unable to hide his delight. Interesting, really interesting. The only daughter of the Hua Thang group, the youngest principal of a high school, yet she plays with a poor guy. He smiled slyly. This cousin of hers turns out to like a sissy. I wonder how Trio Thien Min would feel if he found out about this. Tuan Vu couldn't help but think about Thien Min's background. Trio Thien Min, the head of the legitimate underworld in Zhang City, is the young master with a higher status than Fan Hong. He covered himself up, feeling uncomfortable and rubbing his temples. Tonight there is a wine party to attend. Let's let him off the hook for now. If I can establish a relationship with the Fang Hua group this time, I won't have to be a poor teacher for the rest of my life. At a luxurious and elegant building, the lights shone through the sparkling glass windows. So Nian stepped out of the bus, looking very composed. Bus number 31 announcing arrival at Dulong Vacation Area. Please take your belongings off the bus. A few security guards saw this and looked down on her, whispering, this entire resort has been booked. Various luxury cars are parked in front of the gate. Any car worth less than several million is too embarrassed to drive here. Who would have thought she would take a bus? Before So Nian could step inside, she was blocked. Hello, please show your invitation. Today the resort has been booked. No outsiders can enter. He calmly replied, Pham Duc Vun invited me. He whispered into the earpiece with some suspicion, someone here claims to have just heard those 3 words, it's true. The expressions of the two immediately changed. Both of them then respectfully opened the door. For you, sir, please come in. As So Nian just stepped into the hall, he heard someone call him Dam Vu. I'm so glad to see you, teacher. So, you have arrived. I thought you were going to stand me up. So Nian smiled and replied, I've never stood a girl up. She approached and gently reminded him. Speaking of bad luck, I just saw Tran Tuan Vu earlier. You need to be careful later. Suddenly, Hua Deng interrupted their conversation. Dam Vu, how long have you known someone like this? I also heard that you have something shady going on with this guy at school. Aren't you afraid Ngia Ka will find out and break his legs? Dam Vu frowned and angrily shouted, Hua Deng, this is none of your business! Who I make friends with is my own affair. Hua Deng walked over to So Nian, tapped his chest, and said with a sneer, I advise you to keep your distance from Dam Vu. If you don't want to end up with broken legs or arms, then just leave. So Nian calmly responded, making him grind his teeth in anger. Looks like I'm indeed a tasty piece of meat. Everywhere I go, there's a dog wanting to take a bite. Furious Hua Deng suddenly shouted, Just wait, once I'm out of this party, you'll see. That's the one who caused you to leave Batrung. Tran Tuan Hao shot a cold glare at him. If you compete with that kind of person, you're truly lowering the status of the Tran family. Tuan Vu hesitated, stammering out 2 words, brother. The girl next to him continued to insult him. His whole body isn't worth even a single earring of mine. I don't know why Dam Vu doesn't like 2 handsome guys, but still clings to that one at this party. I fear it's also because Dam Vu invited him. A man without capability is truly a failure. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, catching them off guard. It's Mac Nhi, the young master Mac. Mac Nhi entered with an imposing demeanor. The show is about to start. That poor guy pursuing Dam Vu is doomed. The Mac family rulers of the fashion industry in Kujiang is not someone a small-time teacher can mess with. Seeing Dam Vu not paying attention to him and only talking to So Nian made him extremely angry. It looks like before did you do anything to her that she keeps cursing you? MacNee suddenly cut in between them. Damn Vu, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come today. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Damn Vu, feeling annoyed, replied, MacNee, nice to see you. But please don't interrupt me while I'm talking to a friend. It's really rude of you. MacNee glanced at Sonian with disdain. Not everyone can be friends with Damn Vu. If you knew your place, you wouldn't be here embarrassing yourself. Sonian was not afraid at all, and confidently retorted, You have such thick skin. Can't you hear Damn Vu rejecting you? Why are you still here babbling? Don't think that just because you're dressed nicely, people won't see your foolish nature. You keep provoking him, making him angry. Is your name MacNee? My name also has a character Ngi. I advise you to change your name. Don't disgrace that character. The crowd whispered among themselves, Is this guy crazy? Dare to speak to young Master Mac like that? Let's keep our distance and avoid getting involved in bloodshed. He's as good as dead. He'll probably be thrown into the river for the fish tonight. Tuan Vu stood from afar, slightly smirking. I wanted to provoke Trio Tien Min to teach him a lesson, but now it seems that MacNee is enough. This MacNee guy is a typical madman. MacNee was so angry that the veins in his neck stood out as he shouted, Do you know who my grandfather is? I can't believe that I've been gone for a year and people in Zhang don't recognize me anymore. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Damn Vu, do you dare to put a green hat on me? Do you believe that tomorrow your whole family will have to kneel on the ground begging me to marry you? Damn Vu was terrified, covering her mouth and trembling all over. He could do it. Moreover, my family all hopes that I marry him. So Nyan quickly rushed to stand in front of her. What are you shouting about? Don't you know that I'm most afraid of dogs? He disdainfully said, Do you dare to call me a dog? Nowadays all these kids talk big. So Nan chased him away. You think about how high MacNee's status is here. The party organizer knew what was happening but didn't dare to intervene. The others looked on with cold eyes. After all, it is a party to forge power connections. Who dares to offend someone in power? You suddenly remember your past. Your family was humiliated by others no one helped during tough times. Only when wealthy do they flatter and fawn. Your family is full of useless people, just like father, like son. Go die, all useless bunch. Damn Vu next to him anxiously said, Sorry, mister. So I sincerely apologize. I shouldn't have invited you here. Let's go now. MacNee suddenly rushed forward, throwing a punch at Sonan. You insult me and still want to leave like nothing happened. Before his punch could reach Sonan's face, he was kicked directly in the stomach by Sonan. He followed up with another strike, sending MacNee flying away. MacNee was hit his back, slammed hard against the wall. The scene was chaotic. Sonyan maintained a calm expression and said, Sorry I couldn't control my strength because you remind me of unpleasant memories. Tuan Hao handed a glass of wine to Tuan Vu, his voice full of delight. Not bad at all. He has completely offended MacNee. No one in this city of Kujiang can save him. He pretended to be worried and went to support MacNee. I heard that anyone without a fortune of over 10 million should not set foot in today's banquet. Where is the party organizer? Why haven't they come out to resolve this? Sonan frowned at Tuan Hao and recalled past events. Tran Tuan Hao, the greatest enemy of his family in the past life, is indeed Tran Tuan Hao from the Kai Thin Hotel. A man hurriedly ran over. Sir, please come with me. Please provide proof of your assets. This place has regulations. Whether invited or not, one must have a certain status. The guests continued to add fuel to the fire. Looking at that outfit, he must be a country bumpkin just come to the city. He's about to be kicked out of the party. In that poor appearance, he only has a little facade. MacNee clutched his stomach in pain, gritting his teeth. I will absolutely not let him survive tonight. Once he leaves this place, I will have someone kill him. To embarrass me here. Tuan Hao raised an eyebrow at him, speaking mockingly. Master Mac, you don't need to worry. After tonight, you will still be Master Mac. No one will dare look down on you, and he will be nothing. The eager waiter said to him, Sir, if you cannot prove it, please leave here quickly. Hua Deng over here couldn't help but feel pleased, not being able to see him get beaten, but leaving here in such disgrace. Let's see if he can still show off later. Knowing some martial arts, so what? In front of the nobles, can you just say leave and leave? Dan Vu's voice trembled, tightly gripping So Nian's arm. Teacher, so it's all my fault. He patted her hand gently, comforting her. It's okay, don't worry. MacNee was getting angrier, shouting, If you can't prove it, get out of here now. This is not a place you can come to. Suddenly, from afar, Fan Hong and a group of bodyguards walked in. Get out! I want to see who wants to chase the esteemed guest of Fan Hong. If I get out, does that mean I don't want to live in Kujiang anymore? Chet the hall immediately erupted. A Fan Hong, why is he here? Could it be that he wants to protect this guy? The waiter, upon seeing him, hurriedly ran over to greet him. Boss Hong, I didn't expect you to come today. It's truly an honor for me. Fan Hong frowned in anger, glancing at the waiter. I don't have an invitation, nor was I invited, so should I also leave? The waiter felt like he had been struck by lightning, fearfully bowing his head low. Of course, that's not the case. With your status, you can come whenever you want, no need for an invitation. He pointed towards Sonian and asked, Then I want to ask teacher. So is my esteemed guest, why are you chasing him away? Fan Hong walked up to him, quickly explaining, I didn't know you would come today. If I had known earlier, I would have come with you, and it wouldn't have been such a hassle. Sonian was not angry, smiling as he replied, Boss Hong, it's nothing serious. It's just that some people are making a fuss, just a little reprimand is enough. Saying that, he pointed at Mac Ngee, who was standing there. That's right, this guy Mac Ngee keeps bothering my friend. I don't know how to solve this, so I have to ask for help from Elder Hong. He heard this and became angry, grinding his teeth. It seems the lessons from back then haven't made you realize anything. As soon as he saw Fan Hong, he immediately became frightened. Elder Hong, I didn't know he was your friend. He coldly warned, What you mean is if he wasn't my friend, you'd do whatever you wanted. It seems you haven't been in the army long enough. I have to talk to old Ma. If you weren't the son of that old man, you'd be dead by now. Fan Hong pointed at Mac Ngee, who was being escorted away by the bodyguards. Master, so just leave everything here to my subordinates. I have a few things I want to discuss with you now, if you have the time. So Nian glanced at her briefly, his voice gentle as he spoke. Ms. Dam, do you want to stay here or go home first? Dam Vu waved the keys in her hand. I drove here myself, so I can go home first. He suddenly blushed, feeling shy. All right, I'll go talk to my friend for a bit. She looked in his direction, her face filled with worry. Who exactly are you? Aren't you just an ordinary teacher? With one move, you defeated Mac Ngee, and now there's someone like Elder Hong coming forward to help you. Hua Dong-yen angrily said. Does he know Elder Hong? Could it be that day in the karaoke bar he used the principal's name to impress Elder Hong, thinking he was also a big shot? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. If I had stayed that night, would I have been the one to befriend Elder Hong? This guy must have stepped in dog poop or something. No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out he has the backing of Elder Hong. It seems I need to resolve this trouble soon. The scene shifted, and both were now sitting in the study, very quiet and private. So Nian spoke up. Elder Hong, did you come to see me about tomorrow's matter? Fan Hong gently shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. That's just a small part. The important thing is the matter that Master So asked us to investigate. He looked at him in surprise. Is there a result already? Fan Hong was serious. There are some clues, but they have been cut off by someone. So Nian remained unusually calm, softly saying, He announced that Master So's matter couldn't even be investigated by the So family. I left a trusted person there and used the influence built up over many years to investigate the results. Remembering that scene, Fan Hong couldn't help but frown. One night, the entire military area was lost. That night, there was a huge fire and everyone died. That was over 100 lives. The two behind them couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So Nian silently blamed himself, thinking he shouldn't have rashly told them to investigate like that. Those over 100 lives were brothers who fought life and death alongside them. I should have known long ago. If even the So family couldn't investigate this, how could Fan Hong? From now on, I must repay this kindness. Then he extended his hand to offer, Elder Hong, I'm truly sorry. Fan Hong waved his hand lightly. Although the loss is great, we have obtained a bit of a clue. One of my brothers found out about this from an old man. Your mother's surname must be Duong. So Nian was very surprised, thinking she vaguely remembered that her father often called her mother Xiao Hui. Fan Hong continued, That old man was the landlord for your parents before you were born. I also happened to hear about that, Master. So don't you remember anything? So Nian seemed to have an epiphany. So it turns out they are the ones. Fan Hong and the bodyguard were overwhelmed by the power that So Nian emanated. Who is it? So Nian returned to normal, asking, Brother Hong, I'm asking you how many big families are there in the capital? He listed, there are 4 largest families, Duong family, Lok family, Lai family, Feng family. Then Fan Hong was surprised. Duong family, master? So could there be a mistake? Me. He thought these 4 major families not only had influence because of their wealth and power. They symbolized the spiritual roots of all of Huaxia, a monument that cannot be toppled. So Nian, on the contrary, asked why not. In China, who could make a large force disappear overnight? Who could make the So family in Jiangnan surrender? Furthermore, adding this surname Duong, I truly can't think of any other explanation. I never expected that I would have a blood relationship with the Duong family. Fan Hong was stunned. Who would have thought that a normal teacher was the biological son of Qin Huaxi in Jiangnan and was the next generation of the Duong family in the capital? No wonder he is so formidable at such a young age. With So Nian's status, I really can't let him participate in tomorrow's match. Then So Nian saw him tense and said, The Duong family is the Duong family. It has nothing to do with me. If we calculate carefully, there could still be a method. Fan Hong broke out in a cold sweat and explained, Master, so the Duong family is not easy to provoke. Their business empire is enormous. They could probably invite other master players. So Nian shouted loudly, So what if they are masters? So. Suddenly a voice rang out, Hello, Master So. So Nian was startled and glanced back. Vong Tweet walked up to introduce herself. I am the person in charge of the Fanghua group in City 9. My name is Feng Vong Tweet. So Nian blushed and turned away. Miss Feng, I think you should go change into another outfit. We need to talk. Vong Tweet then looked down at her chest, which was already damp with sweat. I must have rushed over too quickly. I'm sweating quite a bit. So Nian regained his composure, thinking, the granddaughter of Pham Duke Von Fung Vong Tweet, and she returned in a different outfit and said, Master, so I'm sorry about what just happened. From today on, our Fanghua group will no longer cooperate with the Mac family. I hope you can be generous and forgive us. Next time, if Master So participates in any events of the Fanghua group, just show your golden token. Both raised their wine glasses. So Nian voiced his suspicion. It's just a small matter, but why do you have the surname Feng? Aren't you the granddaughter of Mr. Pham? Vong Tweet replied. My whole family has passed away. I'm the only one left. Years ago, thanks to him taking me in, I consider myself his granddaughter. So Nian pursed his lips. So that's how it is. President Fung is truly talented for his age. Vong Tweet intentionally moved closer to him. Teacher, so you don't need to be so polite and call me President Fung. Just call me Vong Tweet. Fan Hong saw this and gave him a few warning glances. She should maintain her self-respect. Vong Tweet shyly said, President Fan, I'm really sorry. Upon seeing my grandfather's guest, I was a bit rude, but I didn't expect President Fan to know Teacher So too. Fan Hong spoke up. It turns out Teacher So also knows Old Man Pham. He is a very esteemed person from the Tanhua Company. It's just that he hasn't appeared for many years. So Nian replied nonchalantly, It's just a meeting of fate, but I really like the personality of Old Man Pham. Vong Tweet was a bit surprised to hear that. She thought to herself, talking like this makes it seem like So Nian is the elder while my grandfather is the younger generation. But why is it that even someone of high status like Fan Hong has to be so cautious when talking to him? Vong Tweet asked, Teacher, so what exactly do you have that makes my grandfather admire you so much? So Nian answered gently, I'm here for the antique auction this time. I wonder if Miss Fung could show me some items in advance. In his heart, he was quite satisfied. It seems Old Man Pham is very tight-lipped and hasn't revealed the relationship between him and himself. Vong Tweet put down her glass. Teacher, so please wait a moment. I'll have the appraiser bring some antiques here. Then she turned to give orders to the staff. Vong Tweet introduced to the crowd, This is our appraiser, Mr. To. Mr. To has been in this industry for 55 years now. I had to spend a lot of money to invite him here. Mr. To thought to himself, According to the rules, only extremely important people bring items for guests to see. This delicate-looking guy must be some rich young master. Then he opened the box and said, "Please, this is the first item. This vase was excavated from the Kangxi period." So Nian silently assessed. This person has a bit of spiritual energy about him, but it doesn't come from the antiques here. That means there is still a special item that hasn't been taken out. Before he could react, Fan Hong hurriedly observed and exclaimed, "Indeed, it's a good item. It's likely that a few million won't be enough to buy it." So Nian then said, "Mr. To, I won't look at the items here anymore. Just take me to see the other antiques that are up for auction. These items are just ordinary antiques." He felt annoyed, frowning. "Young man, don't you trust my judgment? These are the 5 best antiques I selected. Other items can't compare to these." Vong Tweet's face also showed clear disappointment. This guy is too arrogant. He's still so young. No matter how talented he is, how could he be better than Mr. To? So Nian politely spoke up. "Mr. To, I have no intention of belittling you. It's just that our viewpoints are different and what we see isn't the same." Mr. To pointed to the artifacts, annoyed, and raised his voice. "In this auction, these items are the most valuable. If Mr. So can find something more valuable than the 5 items I just presented, I will humbly accept defeat." So Nian closed his eyes, appearing calm, and slowly began to sense. You discovered the presence of the spiritual energy within these artifacts. So Nian thought to himself, this is the 8th spirit gathering. It must have been left behind by the people of the celestial realm when the celestial gate opened last time. Although the crafting technique is simple, it's still sufficient. Seeing him staring intently, Mr. To asked, "Mister, so do you like this 8? This 8 may be over 1,000 years old, but it wasn't fired long enough. Moreover, the maker's skill wasn't good. It's not something the royal family would use, therefore it has low value." Without waiting any longer, So Nian stepped forward and touched the 8 spirit-gathering artifact. The item he held in his hand emitted a special source of energy. Then So Nian handed it over to Mr. To for him to see. He was surprised. Could this be a divine artifact? Fan Hong pointed at the bowl in So Nian's hands. "Mr. So, what is this after all?" He looked down calmly and replied, "It's nothing significant. If it is restored, typically placed beside a person, it can extend their lifespan, preventing illness." They felt a shiver at this, thinking to themselves, is this really nothing significant? For wealthy people, the most important thing is longevity. So Nian continued, "Miss Fung, I shamelessly want to take this item first. So Nian owes you a favor. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me." Vong Tweet thought with a tense expression, that artifact is a powerful one. Does he want to use a favor to exchange for it? Nian Sun hurriedly advised her, "Miss Fung, this isn't right. Both the significance and value of this item can drive a person mad. We can give him a small fee for appraisal," he called to the 2 of them. "To be honest, while this magical artifact is valuable, no one else in the world can restore it besides me. If it isn't restored, it would just be an ordinary antique." Vong Tweet quickly grabbed her phone. "This is important. Let me call my grandfather first." Meanwhile, under the starry night sky, the yellow light shining from the windows of a house in the city, Tan Hua Duk Vun was meditating inside when the phone rang. He was surprised and looked at the phone on the table. Seeing that the caller was his niece, Duk Vun answered. "Hello, hi there. What did you want to say?" He continued, "What, speak slowly." Hearing Vong Tweet's account, he broke into a cold sweat. "Vong Tweet, listen to me. Just give that item to Mr. So." She was confused. "Grandfather, this thing is too precious." "What kind of ability does he have to deserve such treatment?" Duk Vun explained while walking toward the window. "He said he owes us a favor. This is even more precious than a magic treasure. If used at the right moment, it could save our lives." Vong Tweet hesitated, but he continued, "A gun and a master of firearms. If you had to choose, which one would you pick? Teacher So is the master of firearms." She stared at So Nian, thinking to herself, Grandpa thinks highly of him. Grandpa thinks, but just casually giving away a few billion is fine. Just listen to Grandpa. Vong Tweet stepped forward and said, "Teacher, so I've talked to Grandpa. From now on, this 8 is yours." So Nian smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you very much. I still only have that line. If you need anything, just come find me." The next day, under the blue, cool sky, So Nian meditated under the tree with the bowl from the previous day. It emitted a strange green jade aura. Watching that aura float, he smiled and thought, it's working very well. I'm about to enter the realm of martial artists. Looking at this refining technique, it surely came from the Wan Bao sect. But according to Wan Bao sect's regulations, this 8 also needs to contain some spells. If not, let's see what happens. So Nian immediately infused his power into the bowl. The spirit-gathering spell revealed a source of fiery power which suddenly erupted, the void. Fire is not bad. This can kill in the blink of an eye. It's an offensive magic treasure. Looks like I've stumbled upon something good. Although it's nothing compared to the celestial realm, it's more than enough to deal with ordinary mortals. A moment later, as he was leaving, he saw Holai making So Nian wonder, is Holai now Juma? He's back at school. He approached and placed his hand on this shoulder. Juma, why aren't you at home and instead here at school? I usually don't see you so eager to study. This startled him. Holai turned pale with fright and quickly dodged. Teacher, so you scared me. I came to get some things I forgot to take home last Friday. So Nian turned back. Where Holai had just looked, he was struck by the beautiful figure of Lok Lok under the sunlight. He spoke with an infatuated expression. Teacher, it seems I've fallen in love. He crossed his arms and the young man turned his face. Just because of a beauty, I've fallen for her. But right after that, So Nian turned back. But if you fall in love early, I will inform your parents, which made Holai anxious. He waved goodbye. All right, take your time to enjoy it. I have things to do, so I'll head out first. Youth is truly wonderful, he wondered. Where are you going, teacher? So Nian turned back with a confident smile on his face. To fight. He thought to himself, youth is truly great. There was a time I killed thousands of immortals for someone. A moment later, So Nian got out of the taxi at Hong Nguyen Dai Ha. Seeing him approach, Fan Hong introduced teacher. So this is master of Nui Tien Sin La Than Fong. This person is So Nian, we all call him Teacher So. Than Fong extended his hand, smiling lightly. Teacher, so nice to meet you. I was impudent before, please forgive me. So Nian quickly grasped the old man's hand. Hello, Mr. La. It's true that you don't know someone until you fight them. Sensing the two streams of power from both, he continued. Mr. La, your cultivation is profound. You must have reached the mid-level martial artist already. I admire you. But the source of power from So Nian immediately overwhelmed Than Fong, leaving him astonished. Seeing this, he curiously asked, Have you finished probing, sir? Than Fong clasped his hands, forcing a smile. There are always mountains higher than the mountains. Teacher So is indeed superior to ordinary people. So Nian observed his demeanor and thought to himself, this person does not harbor resentment against me for my disciples' matters. A failed probe does not evoke any feelings of anger. His broad-mindedness is indeed impressive. Perhaps I should give him a little guidance. He also clapped his hands and added, Mr. Law, from your energy I see someone who has weathered storms and trials. You can relax a bit. Too much of anything is not good. Than Fong held his ground, thinking to himself, what is not good about anything? How many paths have I walked in my life encountering numerous hardships? A few near-death experiences have led to the achievements I have today. It seems that suffering has become a habit. He then bowed his head, clasped his hands with sincerity, and said, Thank you, Teacher So, for your guidance. Fan Hong stood at a distance, admiring Teacher So is truly remarkable. Just one handshake, and you have already won over Master La Than Fong. Than Fong turned to him and said, Branch Manager, I have one more request. I hope you can allow my disciple and I to accompany you to observe. Fan Hong replied without hesitation, Sure. With Master La's support, of course, I would welcome it. Some time later, So Nian followed them to a luxurious house. He exclaimed, Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Moreover, they know how to choose their living places. Just one fight, and they take over everything at that moment. Ngui Bak spoke up from behind So Nian. With Teacher So's strength, if he wanted to, there would be countless people offering him a place like this. He didn't care putting his hands behind his head and moving on. Being a teacher is enough for me. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, causing So Nian to stop and turn his head. Thang Da, with a cigarette in hand, spoke up. Mr. Lum, is this the person you wanted me to deal with? A person like this is basically not worth my trip to the 9 illustrious places. Indeed, it is a poor place with no masters. Nguibak couldn't help but yell in anger. How dare you insult my master? So Nian suddenly spoke up. Mr. Ngui, why do you keep staring at him? You should know that if you keep looking at ugly people, your eyes will suffer a lot. He burst into laughter. Teacher. So, as expected, is a teacher. This statement is quite accurate. Thangjia quickly glanced at him, frowning. Can you say that again? At that moment, Haifong patted the guy on the shoulder. Mr. Ngo, please don't be angry. There's no need to pay attention to these lowly people. He pointed at the scar on his head and waved his hand, shouting, Fan Hong Tut Yer, you struck me with a blade to the head. If today you let me strike back, I'll give you that piece of land. Fan Hong calmly continued. Don't talk too much, just follow the rules. Meanwhile, Then Feng leaned close to So Nian and whispered, I can't see the cultivation level of that man. Master. So how can you see that you have your arms crossed? He must be using some kind of technique to hide his aura. This isn't unusual. Nguibak chimed in. Then let me see what his skills are like. If I can't even win, then it wouldn't be worth it for my master and elder So Nian to step in. Thangjia scoffed sarcastically. At his age, still stuck in Vodoken, what a shame. A remote place like the Jiang city is so backward. With quick agility, he appeared right in front of the guy. Shouted. Facing Nguibak's attack, Thanda remained calm and continued smoking. Just as the attack got close, he used his hand to block it. Due to his old age, he was immediately pushed back. Fortunately, Thenfang ran over to prevent Nguibak from falling. The elder supported his frail body, thinking to himself, just one punch could defeat his own disciple. Thankfully, it wasn't a fatal wound. How annoying. Watching from the beginning, So Nian exclaimed, It's the old Master 5, Cam Hui. This surprised Thanda, who scoffed and asked, You know him? Haifong placed his hand on his head and laughed loudly. Fan Hong, it seems the person you invited isn't my match. If I kill you today, do you think anyone will know it was me? Hearing this, Fan Hong clenched his teeth. Lum Haifong spoke first. Don't come over here. He ignored his words and turned away, instructing Thanda as he walked. Mr. Ngo, I apologize for bothering you. Kill them all. Thang Feng's face darkened. He clasped his hands together. I am La Tanfeng from Jiang seeking your guidance. He gave a sarcastic smile and added, I don't dare to offer guidance, I can only kill. The elder charged forward with a fist covered in powerful strength. Then let's see if you can kill me. After speaking, Thenfang swung his strength downwards, but unexpectedly, Thanda was already standing above him. The elder was startled, eyes wide open, mouth agape. The energy swirled. He is a grand master. In an instant, he had circled behind Thenfang. Realizing it now is too late. The elder quickly turned around and used both hands to brace against the punch, but the force was too great, causing Thenfang to stagger back. He clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing Fan Hong to be extremely worried. Haifong immediately clapped and praised. Good, Mr. Ngo, you truly are the #1 expert of Kim Lam Tan. In this place we must call it the champion. He turned to look at So Nian with a pleading gaze. Speak up, teacher. So, the old man suddenly interrupted. No, we should temporarily admit defeat for now. With Teacher So's skills, he would likely just lose like I did. He can't do anything to him. Those words reached Thanda's ears, surprising him. So it turns out he's a fellow practitioner. So young, yet already able to enter martial arts, proving he has considerable talent. If you are willing to follow me in the future, then I won't kill you today. You, with a calm expression and without hesitation, continued, No one in this world has the right to teach me. Upon hearing this, Thanda couldn't contain his anger. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but in the end it will still be eaten by the tiger. So Nian was not one to back down either. He clenched his fist, radiating a surge of power. You aimed 2 fingers, shooting a bolt of electricity toward him. Then let me give it a try. The veins in Thanda's eyes gradually surfaced. Right after that, a spasm hit him, causing Thanda to slam hard against the back. Seeing this, Haifong couldn't help but worry and shouted, Master Ngo! So Nian looked at Fan Hong Hong. Boss, should we kill him or let him live? You decide. On the other side, Thanda spoke with blood dripping onto the ground. Do you want to kill me? Remember that I am a member of the Kim Lum Thien Phuong International. He spat out blood while shouting, If you kill me just a finger from the people of Thien Phuong International and your family, the Hongvian Corporation will be finished. Fan Hung was stunned. Thien Phuong International. He thought to himself, Thienfung International is the former wealthy group of Kim Lum City. More than half of the companies in Nanjiang City combined are not even a match. Hearing those words from Tanda So-Nyin gradually approached him. You looked down from above with a terrifying gaze. You say you are a member of Thienfung International? All right then, Thienfung International, I do not cause trouble for you. You all come knocking on my door. So-Nyin looked at his miserable appearance. Thinking back to his previous life, his sister almost committed suicide because the eldest son of Thienfung International intended to force her away. In this life, I will definitely not spare them. Watching the situation become increasingly tense, Fan Hong secretly worried because he understood that Lum Haifeng could call the people from Thienfung International, and the position of Ngo Tanja in Kim Lum City is higher than that of La Tanfeng in Nanjiang. If it is an order from Thienfung International with several major corporations suppressing us, the Hong Vian Corporation will certainly collapse. Fan Hong hurriedly approached. Teacher, so we cannot kill him. This person has a special identity. Fan Da interrupted him. If you let us go, it will be easier to talk later. If something happens to me here today, you will also be finished. Haifeng suddenly spoke up. Actually, we have no grievances with each other. How much money would you give me, Fan Hong, for me to give you double? And can you take me to Kim Lam City? Staying in Jiang City 9 forever would be such a waste. Fan Hong shouted loudly, Lam Haifeng, you bastard! You dare to openly dig at the corner of my house? He thought that being the young master of the So family was just that, not enough to attract him. So-Nyin continued. If it weren't for the international Tianfeng, I might spare your life. He glared at Tanda with a cold gaze. What a pity the mistake is that you are his dog. Faced with the invisible pressure from So-Nyin, he hurriedly ran away. Let's go quickly. He's about to kill someone. Haifeng was confused for a moment and then hurried to follow. Master Ngo, please don't leave me behind. So-Nyin immediately created an electric current aimed at Tanda. Can you escape? Just in time. Let me test the power of this treasure. Meanwhile, he still arrogantly thought that his ability to fly was now so advanced he could walk on water. He didn't believe he could be caught, just as he thought that he jumped in fright. Then Tanda's whole body was engulfed in flames. His piercing scream echoed before disappearing without a trace. Fan Hong couldn't hide his astonishment and thought to himself, that is a magical treasure. It really is a magical treasure. Our little Jiang City 9 has someone extremely powerful. Just as he waved his hand, Fan Hong bowed his head and said, Teacher, so today has truly opened my eyes. You must have reached the master level right. The electric current surrounding So-Nyi's hand suddenly transformed into a stone cup. He glanced back while putting it into his pocket, thinking that being a master, the perspective of ordinary people is indeed too narrow. Just as So-Nyin looked ahead, Haifeng knelt down and bowed his head before him. Teacher, so please spare my life. Fan Hong stepped forward and suggested, Teacher, so let me handle this person. While he was trembling, So-Nyin turned back and continued. Brother Hong, I won't ask about your affairs, but if you want to expand the influence of Hong Vian Group in a short time, why not buy the shares of Mr. Lam at Tinduk? Hearing this, he turned to look at Haifeng. Teacher So is absolutely right. I wonder how you feel about this suggestion. He did not hesitate at all, hitting his head on the ground, and replied, Agreed, Lam Haifeng, I am willing to sell all my shares. Moreover, I promise that I will never appear in Jiang City 9 again. Watching So-Nyi's back leave, Fan Hong thought to himself, this is true power. Just one word has changed the ownership of an entire business. Luckily, I made friends with Teacher So in time. Otherwise, it would be me who's kicked out of the city. The next day, he sat at his desk as usual. Suddenly, a voice from So-Nyi's younger sister came through the phone. He immediately answered. It's me, what's up? And the little girl exclaimed, Brother, something happened at the company. On the way back, I was beaten by someone. So-Nyin immediately stood up, causing the ground to crack. I will take care of Dad at home. I'm coming back right now. He turned and left, making the nearby teacher a bit scared. While So-Nyin was thinking in his previous life, it was during these days that Dad was forced to resign. In this life, you all wait for it. Give me a moment. After arriving at So-Nyi's old house, he rushed in through the door and exclaimed, Is Dad okay? Sun Hao was surprised. Tu Nyin, why did you come here? He looked over at his sister and sighed. It must be that girl who told you. It's nothing serious, just got hit a few times. Sunha smiled lightly, placing the food on the table. You're just in time. Let's eat. It's been a long time since we've had your father's cooking. Hearing that, Nian gritted his teeth, trying to hold back tears, thinking, in my previous life, I suddenly left Earth and hadn't seen everyone for 1,000 years. I miss everyone very much. Thinking of this, he knelt down, causing the girl and his father to be confused. Tu Nian, what's wrong with you? Nian clenched his fists with determination. Dad, from now on, I will take care of you. I will find Mom so that the family can be reunited. Sunha came over and patted his shoulder. What nonsense is this boy talking about? It's all fine, now get up and eat. Nian gritted his teeth again. Dad, tell me the truth, what really happened. He chuckled lightly. It's just a small matter, I can handle it myself. Just then, his sister interrupted. Brother, this is not a small matter at all. Dad was beaten because of your elementary school classmate Trung Hongvu. Nian was a bit puzzled. What does he have to do with this? He recalled, I still remember Trung Hongvu. It seems we have always been rivals since school. I was always a step ahead of him. Could it be that he has always hated me? Before, Nian could ask, the girl continued. Trung Hongvu's relatives wanted to join Dad's company as an accountant, but the staff was already sufficient. So they framed Dad, accusing him of stealing money from the company. Nian's sister sighed. What a coincidence. The money that Dad managed for the company suddenly went missing by several hundred. Although it was just a few hundred, it still was Dad's fault in the end. That's why he was fired from the company. He was already angry, and upon hearing this, he became even angrier. Then how can they beat him? Sunha had to reply, it's all because of Dad. He was so angry that he scolded Trung Hongvu a few times. Yesterday, he was stopped by them after work. Tu Nian, don't go looking for them. With Dad's academic skills, he can easily find another job. Trung Hongvu's father is the president of the Travel Association. We can't compete with them. Now that you have a job, Dad can rest easy. Nian clenched his fists and replied, Dad, I understand. Don't worry. I won't cause any trouble. He looked at the 8 beside him, thinking, that's Mom's place. Since I can remember, Dad has always done this. It seems there has always been someone by his side. After finishing the meal, Nian left the house. You pull the last piece of meat off the skewer in your hand, Nian chews while looking around, thinking to himself, it must be nearby. If you touch my loved ones, it won't end easily. Nearby, cheers erupted at a construction site. Damn it, making money is easy now. You guys eat as much as you want. Zhang Hongwu's underling raised a beer can, grinning proudly. He truly is Zhang Hongwu. The cost for one time is several tens of thousands now that we have money to enjoy. It's so great. Cheers to you all. At that moment, Nian spoke from behind him. So it's you guys. It's been over 10 years, and you haven't grown up at all. Zhang Hongwu's underling sneered while drawing a knife from his waist. We're all old friends. Why are you throwing jabs at each other so soon? I heard you're teaching in City 9 Zhang, right? I advise you, there are people you can't touch. He arrogantly pointed a knife at you, saying, back then you suppressed Zhang Hongwu, but now he's different. His family has money, just look at your own family. Then he laughed loudly. Zhang Hongwu's underling didn't stop there and continued, but your sister is quite beautiful. Even though her legs are crippled, she can still do something. Just then you suddenly vanished in front of him and rammed into Zhang Hongwu's underling's stomach, causing him to spit blood. Nian looked over and said, don't worry, after tonight, Zhang Hongwu and his group won't escape either. The others immediately shouted, he dares to hit our boss. Brothers, catch this guy, kill him. They rushed forward with knives. Nian, today you better not dream of leaving here alive. Kill him for me. But those guys fell one by one. Among the fallen, you slowly walked forward. Zhang Hongwu's underling clutched his stomach and trembled. Is he even human? This guy Nian spoke, making him turn pale with fear. I'm going to ask one last question. You stomped hard on the hand of Zhang Hongwu's underling. His scream echoed along with Nian's voice. Where is Zhang Hongwu now? Zhang Hongwu's underling, with tears and snot flowing, replied, it hurts, I said he's at number 1 West Street. You glared down at him, pulling out 2 skewers from your hand. Since you told me that then, listen closely.
At that moment, Shuo Nian threw them forward, exclaiming, "Go!" Each skewer pierced into each leg of Zhang Hongwu's underling. He fell down screaming in pain. "Why?" "I already told you," you scoffed. "Whether you speak or not, the fact that you guys hurt my father and humiliated my sister is real. If it weren't for me being stronger today, you guys would probably bring disaster to my whole family." Not daring to look, Shuo Nian glanced at his companions running away to avoid future trouble. "All of you will lose your legs. You won't be able to take revenge on my family anymore." You then threw the remaining skewers at them. "No one can escape." After taking care of all of them, Shuo Nian left under the night wearing a hood. At the luxurious villa of Hongwu, he was hugging two beautiful girls, teasingly asking, "Shen Dao, have you seen the uselessness of Xiao Shanhei today? In this Zhen Huanghua, I am the law." He responded submissively, "Big brother." To put it simply, your demeanor can be compared to that of the young masters of the big families. From now on, I will work as a follower for young Master Zhang. Hongwu puffed on a cigarette, satisfied, and said, "Well said. The son of that person is also my rival. By the way, I'm in a good mood. Do you want to play some exciting games?" Shen Dao asked curiously. "Oh, what fun games do you have?" A second later, he saw him grab the hair of the two beautiful girls, his dark eyes saying, "Let these beauties play with each other while we watch from the side." That's a visual thrill. Shen Dao's eyes lit up and he hurried to flatter, "Young Master Zhang is indeed smart." One girl, scared, wanted to plead, but before she could finish her words, Hongwu threatened her with the burning cigarette, saying, "What don't you want? Give it to me, your face." The other girl saw this and silently cursed, "So cruel." After all, this side is the great demon king. They couldn't afford to offend him, so the two helplessly began to lean into each other's arms, groping. Hongwu laughed heartily. "That's more like it," Shen Dao chimed in. "Young Master Zhang is really impressive." Suddenly, a strange voice unexpectedly rang out. "How do you say that? The person outside wants to come in while the person inside wants to go out. How sophisticated." Shen Dao immediately shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "Where are the guards?" Xiao Nian replied calmly. "Young Master Zhang." "Oh, why don't you recognize your old friend?" When Hongwu saw him, he greeted him comfortably. "Is that you, Xiao Nian? What's up looking for me for something? Is it still about wanting to join?" Xiao Nian unceremoniously sat in the middle chair very calmly, stating, "You really have no shame, but I like that about you. This way, when we fight later, it will feel rhythmically coordinated." Hongwu's expression darkened. "It seems you've come here because of your father. Your guts are really not small, daring to barge into this place." He shot back. "Even if it's the underworld, I would dare to barge in. What does this animal pen count for? How much do you think your life is worth?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Dao directly threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground, arrogantly shouting, "You really talk big. You are Xiao Nian, right? Don't think that just because you teach in Jiang City number 9, you have the right to speak like that in front of young Master Zhang." Shen Dao pointed at Xiao Nian and commanded, "Kneel and apologize, or today you'll crawl in and crawl out." Little did he know, Xiao Nian casually replied, "Guards, try calling out and see if anyone comes to protect these two worthless lives." Hongwu frowned in thought. "Big brother, he has dealt with the guards. They must have all been handled by him." But so what? Thinking that, he leisurely waved his cigarette and said, "This is a society governed by law today. I'm just standing here to see what you can do to me. With just one phone call, you barged into someone's house without permission? Aren't you going to end up in prison for a few years?" So Nian was not intimidated by him, but rather calmly responded, "It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you? From now on, your words don't count, only mine do." After saying that, he turned to Tam Dao and asked, "Did you steal my father's job?" He straightforwardly admitted and provoked, "So what? What can you do to me?" So Nian raised a finger and replied, "Still the same thing today. I'll bet my life on one leg for 1,000,000 yuan." Tam Dao rolled up his pants and excitedly said, "Why not go for it?" "What can you do to me? If you have the guts, come over here and bite me. My leg is right here. If you have the guts, go ahead and break it." His actions successfully caused So Nian to frown his finger on the table, moved slightly, shooting out something.
While Tom Dow was still feeling pleased with himself, what So Nian shot out pierced through his leg. A second later, the pain from his leg hit Tom Dow, causing him to scream and collapse onto the floor, wailing miserably. So Nian raised his hand and said, "Get out. This doesn't concern you two." Hong Vu was scared by the scene in front of him, tremblingly asked, "What did you do?" He casually replied, "What's the big deal? It's just 1 million with the background of young Master Trung's family. It should be very easy to pay, right? 1 million yuan for a leg sounds reasonable. It's not too late. There's still the second leg." Although he was scared, he still shouted defiantly, "So Nian, what do you really want to do? Doing this is illegal." So Nian's eyes darkened as he retorted, "You set a trap for my father and even had someone beat him up. Don't you know that's illegal?" After saying that, So Nian pointed to the ground and told Tom Dow, "It seems your cousin doesn't want to keep that leg for you anymore." He immediately cried out for help, looking at Hong Vu. "Brother, save me." So Nian's tone was extremely calm as he threatened them, "If you don't pay, I'll take care of their 2 arms too." Tom Dow cried and agreed. "Okay, I'll pay. Bro, I was wrong. I'll give you 2 million. He was satisfied with the answer and set a deadline for the payment. "Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? I'll give you 1 month. Within a month, bring 2 million to my family. If not, you know the consequences." Then he pointed at Hong Vu, who was standing there. "Now it's your turn, my dear old classmate." He looked confused and decided to give So Nian the money. "So Nian, don't you want money? I'll give you 4 million, but you want a higher price. Many lives of young Master Trung are worth much more than that 40 million, can't be a single cent less." Hong Vu felt that amount was too much and immediately disagreed, because he didn't have enough to pay it either. "No way, that's too much. My family just considers itself a bit wealthy in this town. The total assets are only a few tens of millions, but most of it is non-liquid assets really can't afford to pay." Hearing this, So Nian's expression turned displeased. He decided not to spare him, so he probably wouldn't need Tu Chi anymore. Hong Vu was immediately attacked. He fell down, blood pouring out angrily, threatening. "So Nian, you broke both my arms and legs. I won't let you live in peace." A security guard immediately appeared. That person hurriedly ran in to inquire about the situation. "Are you okay, boss?" Hong Vu ordered. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call the police." "Don't worry about me," he said defiantly, turning to threaten So Nian gleefully. "So Nian, your time has come. No matter how powerful you are, so what? As long as the police come, you'll die with this charge. At least you'll be in prison for life. I will take good care of your sister." Hearing this, So Nian was not afraid at all and even questioned him back. He even knew about Hong Vu's depraved past. "So why do you think I didn't stop you from reporting to the police back then when we were still in school? To pursue a girl who rejected you, you ruined her reputation. You are a pervert. I understand you very well." Hong Vu, annoyed angrily, asked, "What do you mean by that?" You put on a sinister face. "Let him know you won't." "That's because I want to show you what true despair is. When you've used all your tricks and begged everyone, but then you realize it's of no use. In the end, it's you who goes to prison, not me." The police car had arrived. At the foot of the building, a police officer slowly stepped down. Kanju instructed everyone to stay alert, avoiding any mistakes. "Everyone be careful. According to the report, the suspect inside is very skilled in martial arts and he has 2 hostages in his hands." Kandu opened the door, gun drawn, rushing in, ordering everyone not to move. "Everyone stop what you're doing." She was startled and confused. Kandu did not expect that the person inside was So Nian. "So Nian, why are you here?" He remembered the last time she brought him water. So Nian greeted her. "You are Tiu Kandu? Right, long time no see?" Kandu felt strange about his presence. "How come you are in here? Didn't you go to Jiang City 9 to be a teacher?" She felt anxious upon learning the situation. If it really was So Nian who hit Trung Hong Vu, then he wouldn't be able to escape. She was a bit hesitant. After all, he was someone she had once liked. So Nian was also straightforward, not afraid at all. "He hit my dad. Of course I have to help him vent his anger." Hong Vu was now crying, demanding she arrest him. "Tiu Kandu, hurry up and arrest him." It's him. It's him who hit me. Hurry up and catch him. Hurry." "As long as you touch me, So Nian, you won't be able to live in peace." Kanju also followed the rules, taking out handcuffs and telling him, "So Nian, you need to come back to the station with me. Don't worry, the police won't wrongfully accuse good people. Before following her, So Nian suggested, "Can I make a phone call first while cooperating with the police? You get into the police car and call your dad lying, 'Hello, Dad. I ran into an old friend outside. I'll be home a bit late. I might not come back today.' Of course that's true. I'm not doing anything. If you don't believe me, talk to my friend." Can-do also cooperated well with So Nian. "Uncle, so it's me too, Can-do. I'm So Nian's middle school classmate." Before she could finish speaking, So Nian's dad chimed in, trying to facilitate, "So it's you, huh? Have a nice conversation, you two. Let me tell you, So Nian is not bad at all. If you two get along, you can give it a try." Seeing this, he panicked and demanded to hang up. Meanwhile, Can-do's face turned bright red and he stopped talking to his dad. "I'm hanging up now." He sighed in frustration to Can-do. "Adults are all like that. I just graduated and he's already worried." She felt a headache and was bored. "What time is it and you're still in the mood to joke around?" Inside the hospital, someone was making a scene. "Zhang Dongfang, our son, has been beaten like this. Sha, if the boy doesn't make it, I will risk everything. And what about Tu Dao? How will I face my younger brother now?" My tweet cried while informing Hongvu that the doctor said her son's limbs were severed and from now on, he would only be able to sit in a wheelchair. He angrily turned to his father. "Dad, I want him to die a horrible death." Dongfang agreed with his son. "Don't worry, the chief is an old friend of mine. Moreover, this matter has clear evidence he absolutely cannot escape." Denfang interrogated inside the police station, still bright at night. So Nian sat across from two police officers, calmly exclaiming, "I didn't expect the inside of this place to be so simple on my first visit." The older police officer slammed his hand on the table angrily, telling So Nian to be more serious, and if he didn't want to suffer, he had to honestly report the process of how he beat Zhang Hongvu and Tham Dao. So Nian just shrugged and laughed. "You're just an excellent teacher visiting an old friend. How could that lead to beating someone?" He himself didn't expect them to self-injure. The police officer who didn't believe So Nian continued to argue that if he wasn't beaten, could Hulai really break his own leg? Hearing the police officer's rebuttal, he just yawned, "I don't know," and pleaded with them to let him sleep so he could continue the interrogation tomorrow. After all, it was already past midnight. The police officer's face darkened, but he agreed to let So Nian rest, only throwing a sarcastic remark. "I hope tomorrow you're still as tight-lipped as you are now." A moment later, two police officers cuffed So Nian and escorted him to one of the holding cells. After opening the door, they pushed him into a cell with about 4 or 5 other people. While the police officer was unlocking the cuffs, So Nian heard a loud voice. "You come here. Kiss his feet as a greeting." So Nian glanced at his gang behind him, knowing for sure this was an old trick of bullying newcomers. Perhaps it was just that Zhang Hongvu's family used their connections to give him a hard time. The scar-faced angry man stood up abruptly, intending to slap So Nian, constantly cursing and telling him to get lost. But the slap was easily caught by him. His gaze looked at the man as if he were looking at a weakling. A kick to the back of So Nian's knee caused the scar-faced man to kneel down. His arm was still held tightly by So Nian, the joint pain making him cry out in pain. "Call me Big Brother." He silently gritted his teeth, intending to apologize first before continuing. Hearing his apology, So Nian also released his wrist. He turned away to a corner frowning and telling himself he needed to rest. "If you want something, just come at me. I'm not afraid of any ghost." The wind blew in the virus from outside, and So Nian sat looking at the full moon outside the cell window, pondering quietly. Slow cultivation is not a good thing. The Tang family and the So family must now have masters like Sitting Mountains. He must quickly level up to the postnatal stage, resolve everything on Earth within 3 years to wait for the immortal gate to open again. At the same time, in a certain apartment building, there was still one room with the lights on. Can-do was lying awake thinking about why So Nian got involved with those people. After thinking for a long time without a solution, she was determined to get up, thinking of a way to save him. She couldn't just watch So Nian suffer. The next morning, the chief's voice asking about Can-do echoed throughout the police station. Not knowing why her eyes were dark-circled, he intended to give her an extra half-day off, but Can-do didn't care, only worriedly asking about So Nian's case. Yesterday, she explained that he was her childhood classmate, and he couldn't be beaten for no reason.
But after he heard that his face darkened, reminding Kandu that she was a police officer, with clear evidence, no matter what kind of friend he was, Kandu couldn't save him. Outside, it was already past noon. Kandu sighed as she walked out of the chief's office, telling herself she would go visit Sonian first. Just as she ran into a police officer outside the door, Kandu reached out to ask where Sonian was being held. She intended to interrogate him herself. The officer scratched his face, looking a bit guilty, but answered her, "He is locked up in room 1.048. Kandu felt as if she had been struck by lightning upon hearing this, because the people in that room were all a bunch of crazies. The officer noticed her troubled expression and felt a bit uneasy, hoping she wouldn't take her anger out on him since he was just following orders. Kandu didn't hesitate long and swiftly brushed past the officer, telling him to bring Sonian out of that room so she could continue the interrogation. In the cell, the officer opened the door. Kandu hurriedly squeezed in anxiously, asking if Sonian was okay, but before she could finish her question, she was startled to see Sonian looking perfectly fine and cheerful. Meanwhile, the other inmates in the same cell were trembling, as if they were about to wet themselves. The corners of her mouth twitched. Although it didn't look quite right, Kandu still felt a bit suspicious, confirming again that Sonian was fine. Sonian looked a bit distressed, rubbing his aching belly, and insisted that he was fine, just a little hungry. After having a snack, he sat in the interrogation room with 2 police officers, Kandu and another, asking if he could make a phone call. Although Kandu didn't understand what Sonian was planning to do, he still handed over the phone and asked who he intended to call. Sonian bit the straw while looking at her, jokingly saying that he was calling his employer. In his heart, he silently added that this person was also the city director, Quach Fan Loi. As soon as the other end was connected to the confusion of the 2 police officers, Sonian calmly called Director Quach, bluntly informing him that he was being detained in the police station of Tranhuanghua Chungbin City. After hanging up, Kandu broke out in a sweat, asking who he had just spoken to, which Director Quach. Sonian remained unfazed, tapping on his phone and responding that he had just called the director of the 9th City Police Station, Quach Fan Loi. The other police officer looked at Sonian with a sneer, mocking him, as if he was just putting on a show. It would be best to confess everything to reduce the prison sentence. After that, he dragged him to the interrogation room with him. Surprisingly, inside the interrogation room, Sonian encountered a familiar face. Hong Vu, who laughed derisively at Sonian, mocking him for claiming that it would be him going to jail. But ultimately, he felt completely frightened in this place. Sonian didn't explain anything further to Hong Vu, just looked at him with contempt. Breaking all limbs and still not knowing humility must want to break another 5th limb. Hearing this, Hong Vu trembled with anger, but was also a bit hesitant due to worry, only able to grit his teeth. Mai Tweet stood beside him, charging forward with a muscular build, looking like an older woman demanding to confront Sonian because he had hit her son. Sonian was still handcuffed, so Kandu rushed out to stand in front of him, looking at her with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, Sonian finally spoke up to rebut. Her son had taken his father's job, beaten his father, and humiliated his sister, yet she didn't say a word. Only when he was injured did she leap out cautiously. Hearing this, it felt like hitting a sore spot, and Mai Tweet fell silent. Suddenly, Kandu's phone rang repeatedly. She quickly checked it and then handed the phone to Sonian, a bit shy, saying that his family was calling. When he realized it was his dad calling, Sonian panicked and lied that he was sleeping at a friend's house, promising he would definitely come home for dinner. Hong Vu's dad Dongfeng laughed even louder upon hearing this. Sonian thought this place was one where you could come and go as you pleased. Sonian wasn't afraid to face him. Dongfeng had no right to talk to him like that. Over the years, he had used every means to climb up in Tranhuanghua, hadn't he? The sound of a car echoed outside the police station. A man in worn-out shoes stepped out of the car, followed closely by Ton Quan. Fan Loi shouted loudly to call the person in charge here. Sonian, don't get complacent, leaning against the door waiting. They can ask anything now, but you've timed it well, so they probably won't have time to ask anything more. The head of the department angrily pointed at Sonian, scolding him for speaking nonsense. Just as he was scolding away, the door opened, and Fan Loi and Ton Quan walked straight into the interrogation room. He anxiously asked the department head why they were here. As soon as Fan Loi entered, Sonian greeted him. He was surprised to discover that Sonian was still wearing the silver bracelet. He turned and shouted loudly, asking them what kind of interrogation it was to determine guilt without evidence. They even dared to put handcuffs on. So Nien and Ton Quan was so startled by the rage that he jumped. Ton Quan quickly turned back to glare at the department head, urging him to hurry and take off the handcuffs. He stepped forward to unlock the cuffs for So Nien while continuously bowing and apologizing. It seemed he had begun to suspect this shocking matter. Dong Fung over there with his bald head and no hair left was still incredibly clueless. Hearing the department head shout, he still opened his mouth to ask which department head it was. The department head here gritted his teeth and told him, "That is the head of the city police department, Jiang. Who else could it be?" Dong Fung heard it as if he had encountered thunder on a clear day, and a warning bell rang in his head. Could it really be that person? The department head bowed and apologized to So Nien, appearing very sincere, but So Nien didn't need to pay attention. Hongvu, seeing that So Nien was about to be released, went crazy and told Fan Loi that as a leader, he was covering up. He even demanded a higher-level prosecution. So Nien, seeing that he was beyond help, slightly squinted his eyes and showed his phone to everyone to clearly see the camera in the house recording everything at that time. He would make it clear that he had committed no crime. Looking at the images of two petite girls inside the device, the scene made Du feel shy and cough lightly to stay composed. The video clearly showed that it was just Hongvu performing alone, but only Ton Quan knew that it was a manipulation technique. It was a state of mind rarely seen by ordinary people. After everyone finished watching, So Nien feigned innocence, saying he hadn't done anything, just visiting an old friend, and got caught up in this mess. Perhaps he was just played too much so his bones were loose. How could he be blamed? Hongvu was still unwilling to accept it, his forehead sweating profusely, continuously calling for them to believe that So Nien had hit him while the evidence was clear as day. Ton Quan angrily interrupted him, ready to scold him for speaking nonsense, because in this life there are no immortals. How could anyone hit someone like that? The department head quickly seized the opportunity, bowed to So Nien, and the two department heads saying he would handle this matter fairly. So Nien stood in front of Hongvu, calmly looking at him as if he were an insignificant insect. The one going to jail would definitely be Hongvu and his family, not him. With that, So Nien turned and pointed directly at Dong Fung, with Fan Loi, saying that the murder case from 15 years ago might be related to him. He didn't say a word and told the Lord to investigate the clues. Trusting. So Nianhe complied, though slightly worried, but then the Lord handed it over to the chief at this town, completely entrusting him to investigate to the end. Seeing that everything had been decided, Dong Fung hurriedly begged Chief Thai to believe that he was wronged. Inside, he was filled with fear. What he had done wasn't just related to that murder case. Chief Thai ground his teeth. What would he gain by believing Dong Fung? Only Fan Loi and the Lord believed him. Kandu watched So Nien leave with them, unable to help but admire. Indeed, he was even more outstanding than before. Outside the gate, So Nien shook hands with Fan Loi, smiling apologetically for bothering him to come here to help. Suddenly, So Nien's phone rang loudly, and he was a bit surprised to see that Principal Tan had called him so early in the morning. But in response, So Nien heard the piercing voice of her through the phone. Today, So Nien didn't bother to attend the literature class. The students were in chaos, and he still dared to ask her what was so important that she called him, rubbing his painful ears. So Nien suddenly realized he had indeed forgotten about teaching. Tan Yin was furious, shouting without caring where So Nien was. He had to be there within an hour, otherwise his internship allowance would be completely deducted. She lost to capitalism each nationality. So Nien scratched his head in confusion and sarcastically wondered if Tan Yin was on her period to be this angry. The scream echoed like a bomb explosion, startling both him and Fan Loi. Then she hung up the phone. So Nien still tried to put on a smile, jokingly telling him that how could he run back just because of that little salary. But just a moment later, So Nien was in a neat suit, presenting a report about his made-up excuse for oversleeping. Tan Yin folded her arms silently, watching him place the report on the table. The report was several pages long. After a while, Tan Yin calmed down, slightly embarrassed, as she looked at So Nien, reminding him not to be careless so the school wouldn't lose face in front of Nyat Trung during the upcoming exchange event in 3 days. So Nien leaned on her desk as if manipulating her psychology, trying to distract her, assuring her he would be compliant and very sincere, and everyone said so. Even though his hand was putting something into Tan Yin's cup of tea, Tan Yin got furious, startled, and asked what he put in her cup. Before leaving, So Nian quickly closed his eyes and reminded her that if she wasn't feeling well, she should rest more. After saying that, he quickly ran off, leaving Tan Yin alone, furious and cursing. But soon after, her face turned red as she held the cup, pondering what he had put in it. In the classroom, the students were chewing noisily, swallowing the chocolate that So Nian had given them. They complained about the bribe, but used the kind that costs 1 dong for 2 poor-quality pieces. If they didn't have money, they should just ask the students to give them money to buy. Vung Ling, on the other hand, was very satisfied eating the chocolate, because she thought the gift's importance lay in the heart behind it. They may complain, but all of them devoured it eagerly. However, So Nian wiped the board while harshly scolding them to eat and also talk. Hurry up and eat to get fat. Otherwise, no one will love them. Focus on studying. Focus. At this moment, Vung Lin finally realized that she had over-idealized her emotions. A moment later, So Nian tapped her hand on the board to get the students' attention and announced that there would be a test next month. Anyone who showed improvement would get to sit next to Lok Lok. Several boys seemed to hit a nerve immediately, promising to rank top in the district and the school. So Nian rubbed her temples and told them to be quiet. She also announced that another school, not Trung, would come for an exchange and their class 18 had to behave and not cause trouble. After hearing this, Ho Lai immediately rebutted, saying he heard the principal instructed teacher So Nian to behave, not them. He stood on the podium without changing his expression, naturally turning white into black, imposing on class 18 because he was the homeroom teacher. He ignored the subsequent discussions. Han Chin stood outside, curious about why a young teacher like So Nian was recruited. Surely he must have something special to be invited to lecture. Tan Yin felt a bit uneasy, telling herself she had to ask So Nian first, but secretly lamented that why did it have to be her when everyone else could be chosen. But Tan Yin entered the class without knowing that Han Chin had already prepared to find out about the mastermind who made Tran Tuan Vu leave 3 Trung. He had to examine her very carefully. Seeing Tan Yin walk into the class, So Nian was quite surprised and asked why she was here. Could it be that the school wanted to take advantage of her handsome looks to recruit her? Tan Yin looked up at him seriously and reminded him that they wanted to come to listen to the lecture, so she wanted So Nian to seize the opportunity to embarrass them. A moment later, Tan Yin irritably said that they had lost the last 3 rounds and could not afford to lose again this time. So Nian, following Tan Yin's gaze, looked toward the person standing outside the door and said he understood. Humiliating others was what he liked the most. Once the decision was made, So Nian politely walked to the door to invite Han Chin in. He didn't say a word to her, but shouted loudly towards the corner of the hallway, calling the genius class of Not Trung. Following in, So Nian almost bit his tongue when seeing the group of students marching in aggressively. Watching them enter the class one by one, Ho Lai Fi Fi and the other students were all on guard against them. With such strict discipline, 3 Trung could not afford to lose face. A while later, after arranging their seating, So Nian was somewhat surprised to see her class. All the students in her class were sitting properly and attentively. She secretly marveled that finally these kids knew how to keep up appearances. After a lengthy introduction about ancient love poetry, So Nian finally led into the main topic of the lesson, which was calligraphy, a precious treasure of Chinese culture. The students below listened as if struck by thunder, each one of them looking blank. Their teacher was indeed tough. So Nian picked up the chalk, pondering that discussing spring theory wouldn't be appropriate. A master of calligraphy, he had to show what was right. After thinking, So Nian turned around and placed the chalk on the board, explaining that calligraphy is a manifestation of one's spirit and character. It can also diagnose illnesses. Han Chin, standing beside him, disagreed with the latter part of So Nian's statement and directly criticized him for teaching distorted ideas. Kwok Hao, standing next to Tan Yin, also warned So Nian not to embarrass them. Although he hated So Nian in his heart, he hated the teacher who criticized Han Chin even more. Seeing this, So Nian immediately suggested inviting Han Chin or a few others to the board to write a sample to prove it on the spot. He secretly laughed to himself because he had intentionally dug a pit, but Han Chin dared to jump in. The group of students below was not excited. Only Tian Tu Sui eagerly raised his hand. He confidently jumped to the board and wrote a line of text. So Nian below couldn't help but be surprised that Tu Sui knew how to practice writing. Meanwhile, Han Chin was closely observing his movements to see what he would discern from the calligraphy. As soon as he finished writing, So Nian quickly commented on every word in front of the class. It felt like a death sentence for Tu Sui because although his strokes were strong, it seemed he had just been rejected by a crush.
The written style was stable, but the letters were tilted. Tiu Suai's face turned beet red. His friends around him couldn't believe his level of courage. Because it was so accurate, Tiu Suai finally had to admit that Han Qin was not convinced, clearly indicating that he knew So Nian's students were right. It would be best to let his students try. After saying that, Han Qin called a student named Trin Jung to step up to the board. As soon as he finished writing the 2 sentences on the green board, So Nian below gasped in surprise, pointing out that he was having some trouble. If he guessed correctly, Trin Jung had recently had an argument with his girlfriend. The comment was so accurate that he jumped in shock, his face turning completely red. So Nian quickly glanced toward a corner of the classroom, clearly stating his deduction that the girl standing there was Trin Jung's girlfriend. A teacher following the Not Trung group pointed at Trin Jung and scolded him right away because dating was prohibited in school. So Nian was wiping the board while smiling, glancing at the boy who kept bowing his head to apologize to her. After finishing wiping the board, So Nian invited the teacher to come up and write a few characters to see how it goes. Han Qin confidently encouraged her to write, as he did not believe So Nian could guess anything. She stepped up to the board and wrote just a single dash. That was the character Nat 1. She triumphantly brushed her hands off, thinking that So Nian surely couldn't guess anything. But So Nian was not someone who would be easily fooled. He rubbed his chin and curiously asked why she was so hot-tempered. Was it because her aunt came to visit? Even though she was the woman, So Nian did not hold back. Teacher Theo Duan, feeling embarrassed, had to scold him to pay attention to his words. So Nian said nothing more to her, but turned to face Han Qin, assuring him that no one in Jiangnan understood calligraphy better than he did. He still politely boasts that he is a better calligrapher than So Nian, and the most full of himself is right here. Suddenly, Tan Yin exclaimed in surprise as she guessed that Han was one of the 8 great calligraphers of the province. Han didn't care when he saw someone recognize him. He took the opportunity to praise Tan Yin for her understanding. So Nian stood beside, full of questions. Why had he never heard of the 8 great calligraphers of the province? Suddenly, Holai below swallowed hard and interjected with a brief statement. His father had once auctioned off a painting by Han for over $1 million a figure that made the whole class gasp. Upon hearing that, So Nian laughed heartily, praising Han just for form's sake. He couldn't back down because he was the face of the school. Seeing that his name had made a psychological impact, Han quickly suggested he wouldn't make things difficult, just that. So Nian write a poem in the style of Li Tung-an, using the regular and flowing script. To let the students critique it, and that would be it. In a moment, paper, pens, and ink were prepared on the teacher's desk. Han danced his brush into poetry, quickly finishing the flowing script and hanging it on the board. The students below couldn't stop exclaiming, but then they also had to cheer for So Nian. After the 2 calligraphy pieces were elegantly hung on the board, Han confidently stood there, inviting So Nian to take the pen. He smirked, rubbed his wrist, pretending to be casual, but who didn't know? He then asked a student to bring up 2 pens. Han glanced at So Nian with sarcasm, asking if he knew how to write calligraphy. The students below found it strange and warned So Nian not to dig his own grave. Looking at the 2 sheets of paper prepared on the table, So Nian pondered calmly. It was just that he felt writing one by one was too time-consuming. In an instant, So Nian placed the pen down skillfully, writing continuously. People began to change their attitude as soon as So Nian started writing. Unexpectedly, teacher. So is so amazing. His handwriting is not inferior to Teacher Han's at all. Moreover, he could write in 2 styles at once, practicing calligraphy with both hands. After a while of both hands working at full capacity, So Nian finally completed his writing. Little Suai raised the 2 sheets of paper he had just written under the gaze of everyone. Han and the others could only stammer in response, unable to speak. Just then, the cheers of the students from Class 3 Trung rang out. Teacher, So is amazing, so talented. You're ridiculously good. Some even boldly said, I want to pay my respects to you, teacher. The teacher's reactions were not much different from the students. They were babbling non-stop, making promises. Teacher, so I won't dare speak ill of you anymore. You are my idol. From now on, I'll say it to your face. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Teacher So has proven that nothing is impossible. Tan Yin, standing nearby, thought silently, So Nian looks impressive after all. Lately, he's been full of surprises. In contrast, Miss Han Qin was extremely bitter and quietly called out So Nian's name. Knowing he was angry, but still deliberately said, Teacher Han, You want to praise my technique, right? Actually, you don't need to hold back. Go ahead and praise me wholeheartedly. Even though Han Chin was burning inside, shouting and calling him a bastard, outwardly, he still politely replied, Teacher. So, technique is just technique. No matter how flashy, it doesn't matter more than the essence you see in the characters. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Han Chin caught sight of the characters. This shocked him deeply. He started to exclaim, these two calligraphy pieces by So Nian truly have soul. The meaning of the two paintings has merged into one while mine are completely soulless. They're just two ordinary, beautiful calligraphy pieces. So Nian stood beside him for a long moment, then firmly said, Teacher Han, you lost. Even without talking about technique, you've already lost in mindset. Want to know why? The moment you saw me, you felt hostility. Let me guess you have some connection with Tuan Vu? So he told you to come here to make things difficult for me, right? But from the first comparison, you already lost. Whether I use technique or not, I've already won against you. When real calligraphers see that writing whatever the writer hides inside is all revealed. Han Chin pondered for a long moment before making a proposal. I lost this time because I underestimated my opponent. Anyway, since the competition has started, let's continue so the students from both sides can interact. Let's start with your Class 18 students. Hearing this, So Nian asked cautiously, What kind of competition do you want? He immediately, arrogantly replied, The government has been pushing physical education lately, so if it's about academics, the geniuses in my class will definitely win. To not make it hard for your class, let's compete in specialties. Girls do kendo, boys do basketball. How about that? Phi Phi's group immediately jumped up to protest, That's not fair. Who lets girls learn kendo? Why not compete on who has more money? Contrary to the fierce objections of the students, So Nian calmly agreed. He even arranged for the kendo competition to be held tomorrow first, then boys' basketball afterward. Han Chin had no reason left to pick on him, so he left with a huge grudge. So Nian, just you wait. Give me the whole group. Lai sighed. This is a total disaster. An absolute disaster. At that moment, So Nian still didn't understand what was happening with his students. Tan Yin, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Girls doing kendo needs 3 people. I'm afraid we can't find anyone equal in the whole school. Hearing this, he said disappointedly, I thought you all were multi-talented. Vung Ling immediately retorted, Teacher, we're not free enough to learn all that stuff. Phi Phi obediently raised her hand. I was once forced by my parents to learn some Tai Chi sword. Lum Tio Mi also spoke up, me too, a little bit. So Nian nervously said, Then we're still missing one person. Tiu Sui quietly nominated, I think Lak Lak knows too. Scene shifts to Tan Yin's office. She said, Neither quickly nor slowly, I've already informed the school. This competition will be handled by your Class 18. But I'm very curious you can write calligraphy that can beat the best in Jiangnan province, so why come to work at our school? Besides, you might not even pass the internship, on the surface. So Nian was silent and didn't respond, but inside he was already restless. How could he reveal past life matters? Seeing he didn't answer, Tan Yin changed the subject. All right, that's not important. What matters is that no matter what you have to win the kendo match, I'm afraid we're sure to lose, so we can only rely on basketball achievements. Su Nian confidently replied, I trust Lak Lak. Oh, right, I told you to find a bodyguard. Have you found one yet? Tan Yin replied confusedly, Why would I need a bodyguard? I don't believe they can pull off anything big in this Nine Rivers city. You secretly judged her as competitive, but on the surface you calmly said, Fine, if anything happens, just come to me. Tan Yin immediately reminded you come to you. Your job is to figure out how to get through this exam. You took the opportunity to whine if I can win first place in China. Then why can't I stay to teach? Of course, hearing that you pondered deeply the exam rules are school regulations. But if the majority of leaders agree by then, it wouldn't be a problem. But it seems you've offended quite a few people. I heard there are even 2 leaders related to Tran Tuan Vu. Su Nian plopped down into a chair out of nowhere and complained they won't give me any benefits. And they exploit the labor of the bourgeoisie class, truly detestable. Tan Yin bluntly exposed you stop acting. Just so happens today I have to go somewhere near home. You can give me a ride home on the way. You immediately asked, give me a ride for one day. If I win the genius class, you should be giving me a ride every day. She heard that and grumbled irritably. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Su Nian calmly replied, you're being polite. Haven't we met already? Scene change now, the 2 of them are seated in the car. Su Nian glanced at an incoming call on the screen and wondered, Is that Fan Hong's phone? You didn't hesitate and answered right away. Hello, what's up? Old Hong launched into a monologue as soon as you answered, Teacher Sue. What's your relationship with your school principal? Her Huathong Corporation just developed a new drug with extremely high profits. So many forces are targeting their company now. If we can get hold of those documents, do you think we should form an alliance? Su Nian interrupted. She's my friend. After hanging up, you thought maybe Fan Hong now knows what to do, but even Fan Hong knows about this. So that means all the elites in Nine Rivers know about it. Right after Su Nian quietly warned her, don't say anything, we're being followed. Tan Yin was shocked and exclaimed, What? Wang Bing, her bodyguard and driver, calmly said, Miss Tan, rest assured no one is following us. He even secretly thought, could this effeminate guy be playing this game to seduce women? Then Su Nian coldly said, not from underground, but from the sky. Indeed, someone was watching them from above. Cheng Wang Bing immediately reassured her, Please rest assured, miss, I will definitely get you home safely. Su Nian said, No need to go back, I'm afraid they've already set up an ambush. Now listen to me, drive straight to the outskirts, the emptier the better. Wang Bing irritably replied, Why should I listen to you? You then pressed a knife to his neck and warned with few words but much meaning, If you want to live, you have to listen to me. Tan Yin was shocked. Until now she recovered enough to ask, Can I trust you? Su Nian turned and confidently answered, Who else can you trust besides me? Tan Yin thought for a moment, then decided, All right, I'll listen to you. Wang Bing now just followed his orders. Then you began calculating if it was just me here it would be easy, but there are two others, usually Tan Yin and Wang Bing too. Whether the enemy has guns, how many are professional assassins or ordinary killers, I have no clue about these things. So you ordered Wang Bing to drive to the outskirts and just focus on driving. He obediently responded. Su Nian looked back and considered if the enemy was using a remote-controlled drone to monitor us, the car shouldn't stray too far from here. We have to act at the right moment. A second later, Su Nian discovered something and raised his voice. Found them! 3 black Benzes and about 10 people. Hearing that, he immediately steered to escape the close tailing by the 3 war horses behind. A second later, Wang Bing looked through the rearview mirror and shouted in panic, Oh no, there really are 3 cars crashing through here! Tan Yin panicked and asked, What exactly is going on? So Nian saw her getting anxious and immediately reassured her, Stay calm, don't be afraid, I'm here. These words made Tan Yin blush deeply. After a moment, Wang Bin suddenly asked, Teacher, so you were trained in the military, right? He heard that and replied, Are you talking about Fai Lang? He immediately brightened up excitedly. Oh, that's definitely him. After you left, I was transferred to the warden's office and he kept telling us stories about you. You're my idol. Just as Wang Bin expressed this affection, a jet-black car brazenly blocked their way. A group of people wielding sharp weapons gradually appeared. Seeing this, Wang Bin volunteered to stay behind to buy time for Son Yin and Tan Yin to leave first, but Son Yin ordered him to stay in the car to protect her. Tan Yin, hearing this, grabbed him back. Son Yin then said to her and Wang Bin, Principal, trust me. Have you forgotten something Fai Lang once said? Our old comrades haven't all died yet, so it's not the new guys' turn to risk their lives. After finishing, Son Yin calmly stepped out of the car and casually asked, What do you want from me? Or do you want me to advise you on some night remedial classes? Forget it. The aggressive leader warned, If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. We only want the girl in the car. Then Son Yin mysteriously retorted, Guys, do I look like someone cute and innocent to you? Hearing this, they charged, Have you forgotten your situation? You're surrounded by us. Son Yin stood his ground, waved his hands twice, and took down 2 armed men. He gently placed 1 foot on a fallen man and asked, Tell me who sent you. The leader, furious, ordered, Go kill them all. Only leave that girl alive. Thinking 1 strike would finish Son Yin, but he swiftly dodged. He even grabbed the bald leader's neck, lifted him up, and calmly said, If you don't talk, I have other ways. Then he silently activated his spiritual energy technique. The man was immediately beaten badly, his eyes and nose rolling back in pain. After receiving the information, Son Yin coldly thought, So it's Lam Haifong. I already warned him not to show up in Nine Rivers City. At that moment,
Tan Yin, clueless about what was going on, exclaimed in shock, "Lam Hai Fong." He immediately replayed the warning and advised her, "It's best to close your eyes. You shouldn't watch stuff like this." She obediently complied but grumbled, "Isn't it just a fight? Who hasn't seen that before?" The small-time thugs behind arrogantly ordered, "Let our boss go now." So Nien said nothing and shifted his foot. Instantly, the talkative ones were taken down by him in a flash. On the other side, upon hearing the news, Hai Fong was stunned and shouted, "What? They're all dead. What happened? Tell me quickly." Suddenly, So Nien's cold voice sounded behind him. "Hello, Mr. Lam. I think I mentioned before that I hope not to hear any news about you anymore, right? The affairs of Hoa Thang Group, a small force like you, should stay out of it. Also tell those behind you to behave, or whoever acts up, I'll take care of them." Hai Fong was so shocked he dropped his phone. The poor phone hit the ground and shattered immediately. Scene shifts to the next morning at Center 3 School. So Nien's mood today is quite good. He hummed a tune. "After tonight the storm will settle with the clouds, wake up my love, close your eyes on sorrow." Damvu saw this and cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, So Nien." So Nien immediately threw out a few flirtatious lines. "Damn, in this life I've met many beautiful women, but after meeting you I realized they were only beautiful. But you are both beautiful and elegant." She shyly replied, "Teacher, so you're also as charming as Mr. Tuan." Lam Nhan, like Ngok, and the colleagues in the office couldn't stand the cheesy lines and had to run outside to vomit. Before he could, a close friend told the two to keep going. Tan Yin didn't know how long she had been standing at the door when she suddenly called So Nien out to talk. She was upset inside, thinking he was happily chatting with the female teachers behind her back. So Nien leisurely took a sip of water and asked her, "Principal Tan, did you come looking for me?" Tan Yin awkwardly asked, "So Nien, do you know how dangerous yesterday was?" Faced with her panic, Suo Nien calmly replied, "It's just a few ruffians, that's all. In the end, I chased them away. But next time, please have your family send more people. Although Wang Bing isn't bad either, his personality is quite trustworthy." "Of course." And Uok muttered, "Ruffians. The bloodstain on the ground is so big, do they really think I didn't see it?" Even Wang Bing is scared. Tan Yen sighed in frustration because she had worried about him all night, but today he acted like nothing happened. 1 second later, she suddenly bowed her head to thank Suo Nien, leaving him very astonished. After speaking, Tan Yin shyly left without noticing Suo Nien's words following her. "Suddenly, she's so gentle it feels strange to me. But you can't say it out loud." "Okay, can I sign the official contract now?" Soon it was the day to compete against Not Trung at the stadium. Suo Nien was very anxious because he still hadn't seen Lok Lok arrive, even though he told her yesterday. Xiao Shuai behind asked again if he was sure he had informed Lok Lok. Suo Nien replied, "Of course the coach told her through QQ, but she hasn't replied yet. But the coach saw she was online, so she probably read it." Hearing Suo Nien so calmly, he was speechless, such an important matter, and the coach only messaged through QQ. Then Holai joked behind, continuing, "Xiao Shuai, don't worry. The coach called Lok Lok yesterday." Suo Nien suddenly raised his voice. "The match is starting." Down on the field, Phi Phi got into fighting stance with cheers coming from all directions. "Go, Phi Phi. Go 3. Trung go Phi Phi." On the opposite side, Man Nan also received strong support. "Go Nut Trung. Man Nan will definitely win." She just jumped to attack amid warnings. "Be careful," from the supporters. Despite that, Phi Phi still looked confused, not understanding what was happening. But Ho Lai and Xiao Shuai outside the field were still passionately cheering, "Go Phi Phi." Phi Phi champion. In response to the enthusiastic cheers was a humiliating defeat that couldn't have been quicker. This left the Xiao Shuai group wide-mouthed in shock. The referee immediately declared Phi Phi lost because she stepped outside the white line. Coach Kim stood outside the field proudly praising, "Ha ha, well done. Mon Nan's kendo is improving day by day. After 5 years, she will definitely win the national championship." Although Suo Nien was on the opposing team, he frankly admitted Great Fight Phi Phi hadn't even seen the kendo moves yet, so losing was expected. Han Chin sarcastically said, "Seems like Not Trung's kendo is pretty bad." Coach Kim beside him quickly replied to Coach Han, "Don't worry, the next 2 matches will be easy wins too." Soon the referee blew the whistle again, inviting the next 2 players to the field. Coach Kim gently reminded his student, "Don't forget defense when attacking, be quick, strong, and decisive.
You have to use your brain to defeat all opponents. On the other side, the one stepping onto the field was Lam Tu Mai. She happily said to Suo Nian, "Coach, give me a line too, after all I'm fighting for honor." He coolly threw out a crushing comment. Suo Nian secretly thought this girl was really tough. Lam Tu Mi confidently replied, "I understand." The two girls got ready in fighting stance. The referee didn't hesitate and loudly announced the start. As soon as the announcement ended, Tu Mei quickly jumped at her opponent. She continuously attacked to seize the initiative. Suo Nian seriously analyzed her posture and breath are very strange. The sword technique doesn't resemble any school, but seems to borrow a little from each. Could she have self-taught? Thinking this, he was shocked. Oh, wow. Is there a genius in our class? The girl fighting Tu Mai both defended and thought, if this continues, I'll lose, but I have no chance to counterattack. Coach Kim worried as well, loudly saying, "Step like the wind, thrust and slash very quickly." The girl's steps moved steadily, one after another. Following his words, the girl immediately counterattacked Tu Mi. The spectators were upset. How could that happen? That's against the rules. Han Chin calmly reasoned, students compete in kendo, teachers can compete too. If the other side is unhappy, they can also talk to the students. Coach Suo, don't forget, this is an exchange between teachers and students. But So Nian was never shaken and calmly stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Zhang Nam not only had 3 major sword sects, but also a 4th, the sneaky sect. He loudly instructed Tu Mi to aim for the chest. Tu Mi completely trusted So Nian and charged ahead. Teacher Kim grew more frustrated and gave further instructions to the other girl. The two of them continued with one attacking and the other dodging. So Nian still told Tu Mi to aim for the chest as before. The other girl hesitated a few steps. Teacher Kim angrily shouted, "Don't dodge, charge forward." So Nian and Tu Mi kept trying to attack each other's chests. This made the girl both scared and embarrassed. Why did she feel like everyone was staring at her chest? She couldn't help but shout, "Stop saying that." Immediately after, Tiomi struck her chest with a stick. She couldn't dodge in time and fell right in the middle of the arena. At that moment, the announcement rang out, "Lum Tiomi from School 3 Trung wins." Everyone praised So Nian's skills after seeing that match. Han Qingtan turned to criticize, "You guys are truly despicable and shameless." "Principal Tan, how can your school have teachers like this? It's utterly humiliating." So Nian darkly retorted to Teacher Han, "You want to argue with me? Who was really despicable first, huh?" Seeing Han Chin fall, silent Teacher Kim from Nyat Trung stepped in to stop him. "We still have one more chance. Our last fighter isn't so easy to defeat." After saying this, he called out loudly for someone to step forward. The next fighter was a graceful and lovely Kung Tiu Tiu. The others were immediately captivated by her breathtaking beauty. So Nian was a bit worried. She was indeed very strong. This girl must have trained under a famous master, Lok Lok. Could she be the rival of that girl? Then he grew anxious as Lok Lok still hadn't arrived. Holai reported, "I already told Lok Lok the time. She said she would definitely arrive before 9 o'clock, but it's now 8:59:30. The referee announced 30 seconds remaining. If the competitor doesn't appear within 30 seconds, their qualification will be automatically canceled." Han Qing smugly counted down each second to tease So Nian. "Looks like we're about to win, Teacher So." So Nian calmly replied, "Isn't there still over 10 seconds left? How do you know my student won't make it or that you've kidnapped her?" You turned pale at that thought. Han Qin flinched, denying, "Don't slander us. How could we from Nut Trung do such a vile thing?" Tiu Tiu then sarcastically said, "Too scared to show up. Looks like your Lok Lok from 3 Trung doesn't even have the courage to fight." Everyone was upset. Lok Lok will definitely come. Though worried since she still hadn't appeared, Tiu Tiu decided to wait and see. "Then I'll give you one more chance. If anyone from 3 Trung can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll admit defeat. Dare you?" Tiu Tiu's expression grew more menacing as she looked at them, but they didn't know swordsmanship. They hesitated, unwilling to step forward. The referee started the final 10-second countdown. Tiu Tiu insulted them. "Didn't you just say no one from 3 Trung dares to fight and ran away, so no one dares to compete? Then Lok Lok must be just as cowardly as you." Just as she finished speaking, Lok Lok appeared. She gently removed her red scarf and stepped into the stands. Everyone felt much relieved seeing Lok Lok. She calmly tied her long hair back. Finished, she prepared herself to fight. Holai shyly handed her a sword, but she refused, saying she didn't need one. So Nian admired Lok Lok's confident demeanor silently.
She even tried to greet Tiu Tiu a few words but was refused. Tiu Tiu wanted to start immediately. Lak Lak was unfazed by Kung Tiu Tiu's cold attitude and boldly said, "Please." Hearing that felt a bit strange. Lak Lak said she didn't need a sword and immediately summoned countless streams of magical power as weapons. Kung Tiu Tiu was utterly shocked witnessing that scene. She fluttered her lips, unable to speak. A second later, the hand holding the sword of Kwang Tiu Tiu suddenly dropped. She suddenly knelt down and despairingly whispered, "I've lost." This scene shocked everyone. Protests erupted from the stands. "What's going on? The contest hasn't even started and Kwang Tiu Tiu has already given up." "I suspect cheating," another student sharply asked. "Are you just tricking us?" Kwang Tiu Tiu and Han Chin gaped in surprise, then turned to Teacher Kim and asked, "What exactly happened?" He replied thoughtfully, "She lost without injustice. Even I don't know what happened, but she really lost." Holai, unable to accept the result, turned to So Nien and asked, "Teacher, so what exactly is going on?" The scene of the monk performing magic flashed through his mind, but he quickly composed himself and answered, "Swordsmanship is 40% swordplay, 60% meditation. If the two fought with swords, Lak Lak wouldn't be a match for Tiu Tiu, but she wins in meditation." Lam Tu Mai slowly began to understand. On the other side, a devastated Kwang Tiu Tiu said, "I've never lost in this field since I was young. I never expected to taste defeat today." Here Vu's gentle Lak Lak said, "When it comes to swordsmanship, I'm no match for you. But actually, if you just keep persevering with the sword, you could still take me down." Kwang Tiu Tiu looked up at her quietly and said, "I know if I had the chance to fight, the odds of winning would be high. But that would be winning with the sword, not with the sword path. If I did, I'd lose my way." Before leaving, Lak Lak, as a senior, gave her a piece of advice. "I tell you, as a senior with no thought, no self, you can unite the person and the sword." It's unclear if Kwang Tiu Tiu grasped this. She just sat there in deep thought for a long time without saying a word. A moment later, Kwang Tiu Tiu respectfully bowed her head and said, "I seek your guidance." As soon as she finished, the referee declared the winner of this match, Lak Lak, from Class 3 Trung. Cheers erupted. "We won 2 out of 3 matches won. We won the sword path." Tu Shui was even moved to tears. "Goddess Lak Lak is the best," Holai also exclaimed. "Our girls are really strong." Soon after, he approached Lam Tu Mai to compliment her. "I didn't know your sword path was so powerful. It's like a silent punch that can kill an elephant. How did you train?" She shyly replied, "When I was little, I helped my dad kill pigs, so I trained that way." "Actually, I don't really understand what sword path means." Hearing that, Tu Shui eagerly asked, "And that works? So if I cut food, can I become a martial arts master?" So Nien, standing nearby, commented indifferently, "We can learn from everything in life. Don't underestimate small things." Hearing this, Holai immediately teased him. Earlier, the teacher didn't say that when he scolded someone. He said the despicable one will definitely win. So Nien didn't reply, so he foolishly asked, "Really?" At that moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Principal Tan Nien. She silently smiled proudly. Then Tan Nien enthusiastically praised Class 18 of 3 Trung, "So impressive." Over at the stands, Han Chin silently affirmed with determination, "We will definitely win the next part, and win gloriously." The captain of the 3 Trung basketball team seemed to hear his thoughts, arrogantly reassuring Han Chin. "Don't worry, we won't lose this part. The 3 Trung basketball team is no match for us. What is the basketball team of one class anyway?" Soon it was time for the boys' basketball match. The referee loudly invited the players from both teams onto the court. Cheers continuously rang out as the basketball team of Class 18-3 Trung stepped out. Phi Phi and Lam Tu Mi cheered with all their might. "Class 18, go, you can do it." "Our class is the strongest." Before the match started, Holai excitedly turned to So Nien and asked, "Teacher, do you have anything to say to us?" He calmly replied, "Just don't lose badly. Look over there." Holai didn't understand much, but still looked in the direction So Nien pointed. As Holai turned, he saw the 3 Trung first basketball team appear, accompanied by the referee's introduction. The fans on that side were also very enthusiastic. Everyone was shouting for the Genius team to win consecutively. Hearing that, Sunyin evaluated the Genius team. They really have no manners at all.
Oh, right, what's our team's name again? As soon as he finished speaking, the loud cheers of Team 3 Trung erupted non-stop. Noble team determined to win. Noble team determined to win. After hearing that, Su Nian collapsed in despair and complained he didn't know these kids and hadn't taught them anything. While Su Nian was still fixing his pants, the captain of Team 1 Trung approached them. Then he blatantly extended his hand in a challenge. Holai glanced at him and muttered, "How can we win like this?" Seeing the open provocation, Su Nian grew very angry and shouted, "They dare to look down on you, crush them!" At that moment, the referee announced that whichever team reached 30 points first would win. After that, he tossed the ball up and loudly shouted, "Start!" Holai eagerly jumped forward to steal the ball first. But unfortunately, before his hand even touched the ball, the opposing captain smoothly stole it away. Holding the ball arrogantly, he asked Holai if he wanted it back. "If you want it here, you go." A second later, he slammed the ball right into Holai's face. Holai painfully held his face, blood dripping from his nose. The referee sternly called a foul and penalized the ball. Afterwards, he still stubbornly continued playing with a bandage on his nose. Not long after, Holai quickly scored the first point for Team 3 Trung. More baskets followed one after another. The current score was very close, with only 1 point separating the two teams. However, after that, Holai became the target of continuous fouling. Whenever he fell, the referee immediately called a foul and restarted play. Soon, the score gap between the two teams grew significantly. Holai looked at the scoreboard and silently judged that this team was playing dirty. Moreover, they were clearly throwing points on purpose, showing contempt for his team. Lost in thought, his teammate suddenly shouted, "Class president, catch this!" Holai had to push his thoughts aside and focus on the game. But before he could even touch the ball, another player snatched it away, holding the ball. The player coldly said, "Still want to catch the ball now? No way." With that, number 4 of Team 1 Trung jumped up and scored. The ball curved smoothly and obediently went into the basket. After that, Team 1 Trung continuously made spectacular three-pointers. By then, Holai and his friends were exhausted. He whispered accusingly, "They are clearly playing against us." So I also complained, "Damn it, I want to crush them with money." At that moment, Su Nian saw things weren't looking good and asked for a timeout. Holai immediately complained to the coach, "They're too strong, coach, we can't win." While discussing, Han Chin suddenly approached and suggested to Coach Su, "I think if the game continues like this, it's boring. How about we join and play basketball ourselves?" "What do you think?" Su Nian thought silently. "If he's already risking it, then I won't hold back." But outwardly, he calmly said, "But I don't know how to play basketball." Han Ching smugly thought to himself, "Of course I know. He actually doesn't know how to play. If he doesn't know, then it'll be more satisfying when we win." Outwardly, Han Chin used a bossy tone. "Men can't say they don't know how to play." Su Nian didn't beat around the bush and straightforwardly replied, "All right, then let's have fun playing today." But inwardly, he confidently guessed it was time to place a bet. Sure enough, a second later, Han Chin said, "Playing without a bet is boring. Let's bet a little. Whoever loses has to dance around the basketball pole. How about that?" Su Nian heard that and generously agreed. "All right, let's play." Phi-Fi's group heard Su Nian agree and immediately jumped out to stop him. "Coach, you can't go down there." Coach Kim is a well-known basketball player. This concerns the honor of 3 Trung. You don't need to go down there. Tan Yin nearby also advised him not to play because basketball is not Su Nian's strong suit. She also said losing is just a small matter. The important thing is being afraid they'll play dirty. So Nian quietly walked past her and left with a remark, "If you're a man, you can't say you don't know." After finishing his sentence, he leisurely stepped into the match. So Nian took off his outer jacket and raised his voice, "Guys, recess is over now. Us old folks have to play well too." Han Ching on the other side said arrogantly, "Teacher, so let's get started." As the match resumed, he tried to rush forward to snatch the ball from him. A confident thought suddenly flashed through Han Chin's mind. Got it. But a second later, looking down, he was confused and asked what's going on. It turned out that while Han Chin was triumphant, So Nian had deftly slipped past him. Han Chin wasn't the only one. So Nian bypassed. Even the members of Nyat Trung's basketball team were outmaneuvered by him. After getting past the opponent's defense, So Nian smoothly made a skillful slam dunk. Han Chin couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He stood there stunned, staring at the scene before him, wondering what was happening. Then Nian repeated his familiar dodging moves and scored again as the ball went through the hoop. He even swung himself with incredible professionalism. Not long after, the referee loudly announced the score 32-5 for the noble team. The match ended and the students of 3 Trung cheered joyfully. We won. After watching the game, Tan Nien pondered deeply, wondering just how powerful So Nien really was. On the other side, So Nien was lifted high amid the cheers of the basketball team. Teacher. So you're our idol. You're amazing. Next time I win, I'll score high so Teacher So will remember my face. Seeing that Tan Nien sniffled and sighed. This is what youth is, huh? Lak Lak, standing beside her, heard her sigh and said, The principal is still very young. Tan Nien calmly put her glasses back on and replied, You talk like you're just as old as her. Lak Lak then said, But you should be a little happier. How come you act like you've never touched the human world's troubles? She heard that and said, But there are some things you can't decide on your own. After finishing, Lak Lak turned and left. She didn't pay attention to the laughter-filled scene behind her, but was deeply worried that there wasn't much time left. Meanwhile, Han Chin Yun told Tan Yin that they lost completely and admitted defeat. If nothing else, they would leave first. Just as their escape plan was nearly sealed, a voice called out, Wait a minute, what if we dance around the basketball hoop? So Nian and the Holai group were already standing ready to admire the other team's dance. Seeing that Tan Yin casually said, The match between Not Trung and 3 Trung is over. Teachers, please head back quickly. As soon as she finished, Teacher Kim and Han Chin acted like they were pardoned and ran away like the wind. Holai angrily shouted after them, Humph! If you don't dare to admit defeat, then don't play. Cut to Tan Yin's office. So Nien calmly opened the door and walked in, then politely asked, Is Ms. Tan here? Tan Yin was too used to his self-sufficient behavior, so she just grumbled quietly, opened the door, and then teasingly asked, Do you really think I'm not here? Hearing this, he straightforwardly said, Then let me get straight to the point. This time I won so brilliantly, shouldn't I get a reward? Tan Yin silently thought, This distance is too close. What is he planning? But out loud she shyly asked, What kind of reward do you want? So Nian immediately slammed the table and said fiercely, I want to sign a contract. What else? Of course you wouldn't mind that. Seeing that he quickly changed it to a fall vacation trip. This time Tan Yin agreed, but on the condition that after this month's test he wouldn't be allowed to leave Jianghan City. Then she suddenly turned serious and said, I already agreed with you, so I have to tell you that your sister. So Van Van still hopes you can return to the So family home. So Nien casually fixed his tie and said, So you know my cousin, huh? Then you must already know the status of the So family's eldest young master. He leisurely placed one hand on the table and leaned toward Tan Yin. So Nien gently lifted her chin and said, As long as you agree, I can handle that mess for you. Tan Yin forcefully pushed his hand away and said, Nonsense. I already told you what exactly is your relationship with Fan Hong. So Nien didn't care and snatched her glasses. Suddenly I realized I hadn't seen her face without glasses yet. You looked into Tan Yen's eyes and praised them for being as clear as the moon. Sure enough, she looks better without glasses. Thien Min suddenly stepped in from somewhere and spoke. Looks like I came at the wrong time. He was smug, holding a half-smoked cigarette. So Nien sarcastically said, If you knew I came at the wrong time, why didn't you move away a bit? Tan Yin, still blushing, put on her glasses again and questioned Trio Thien Min. Why did he come here? So Nien secretly observed her expression. It seemed Tan Yen really disliked this man and even feared him a little. Thien Ming grumbled, Why can't I come? Are you afraid I'll disturb the little lovers dating in the office? Tan Yen angrily slammed the table and said, What nonsense is that? Besides, this is my office too. If I don't agree, please leave. Thien Min put on a pitiful look and said, Of course I can't treat you like that. After all, we're old friends over 20 years, childhood sweethearts growing up together. Tan Yin snapped back, denying it. Triu Tien Ming call me Tan Yin. We aren't acquainted to that extent. Thien Ming laughed, Everything you say is right, but this time I came back, the first thing was to find you. I want our two families to have a meal together, consider it a discussion about marriage. Please, Tan Yin, don't accept that. It was just a childhood joke the adults made up. Trio Tien Ming, now we're both adults. You know we're not compatible. Thien Ming gestured wildly and said, Of course no one suits you better than me. For you I'm willing to wait, even if I have to wait until I'm 40. Just after he finished speaking, tears splashed directly in his face. So Nien spat and burst out laughing. Sorry, just pretend I don't exist and continue.
You immediately wiped your smile away, but cursed Tien Min inside for flirting while having lipstick marks on the back of his neck. What a great player. Tien Min forced a smile. You must be So Nien. Right before coming here, I heard a lot about you and Nien Nien. So Nien shrugged and joined in his words. Sorry, famous people have many scandals. Just as the atmosphere was tense, someone called Principal. Could you come here for a moment? Tan Yin replied, I'm coming right away, but inside she worried these two men might have a conflict. After she left, Tien Min threatened, leave this city and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I won't let you live. I'm a man of my word. Tan Yin is definitely with true Tien Min. I, So Nien, will pretend to be shy and scared. Threaten me. My bones are strong, and I hate being threatened the most. Tien Min sneered, if it weren't for Nien Yin, I wouldn't have known you. You're not as handsome as me. No money like me means no power. You're just an ordinary person. Just one sentence from me can make you unable to hold your head up for life. No sooner had he finished speaking than So Nien punched him straight in the nose. You picked up a rope nearby and tied Tien Min's hands tightly, making him struggle and shout. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? Tien Min tied up tight, kept shouting. He arrogantly thought So Nien was afraid. If you're scared, then let me go. You showed no mercy and kicked him to the ground. So Nien slapped him repeatedly. Who told you to threaten me, I said. I hate being threatened the most. If I can't get revenge later, I'll get it right now. Tien Min was slapped so much that blood flowed from his mouth, but he still wasn't afraid and shouted hoarsely, Do you know who I am? You want to die, huh? So Nien didn't care. Slapped even harder. Why is it so noisy here? Can you be quiet so your mouth can grow teeth? Tien Min was slapped until his face swelled. His body trembled, but he still threatened. So Nien, I will definitely deal with you later. So Nien, holding scissors, smiled wickedly. No need to wait until later. I can deal with you now. How about you? Tien Min was startled and scared. You're serious? Shaking, begging for mercy. So Nien stepped on his face before everything is clear out of respect for Principal Tan. I will let you go. After saying that, he turned his back and left. But deep inside, Tien Min was full of resentment. I will definitely deal with you. After a while, Tien Min went to where he parked his vehicle. He made a phone call and shouted, Van Hien, get your ass over here right now. After hanging up, he wiped the wound on his face and recalled So Nien, right? We will take our time playing this out. Van Hien rushed out anxiously. Young Master Trio, what happened to you? Who dared to hit you? Let me take you to the hospital first. Tien Min asked Van Hien, I remember I sent you here not to work, but to watch over my Nien Nien, right? Van Hien hesitated slightly and answered with a timid yes. Tien Min questioned. But this time I came back and heard there's a person named So Nien who's very close to Nien Nien. What happened? Without mercy, he grabbed Van Hien by the throat. He immediately begged young Master True I was wrong. The rumors at school are just nonsense. I can confirm there's no relationship between them at all. Even the principal emphasized raising the scrutiny level for Teacher So. Tien Min, still holding his throat with one hand, used the other to slam a stack of photos into Van Hien's face. Then what's this about? The angrier he got, the tighter he squeezed Van Hien's neck. Tien Min threw him to the ground and stomped on him. Don't talk nonsense. Use whatever methods you can, but absolutely do not let that guy pass the test. Otherwise, you won't have your position anymore. After beating him thoroughly, Tien Min let Van Hien go. Still muttering in his heart, Tan Nien, you will definitely be mine. You can't run away. As long as you marry me, the entire Huathang Corporation will naturally belong to me. At Tuan Hao's office, the secretary came in and announced President Tron. Trio Tianming has arrived at Zone 3. Everything is going according to plan. Tuan Hao was quite pleased my foolish younger brother actually pulled off something good this time. Trio Tianming is also involved in this now, and facing off against that guy named So. Let's just watch the dogs bite each other. The secretary praised but worried President Tron, you really are, Mr. Min. Only if the two young masters' side gets exposed, there will be big troubles. He had already calculated that. On the surface, this is a conflict between So Nien and Trio Tianmin. But in reality, it's a battle between Quoc Thai Corporation and Hong Vien Thien Ha. In this chaos, only my hotel benefits the most. Moreover, even if the matter leaks, it's all because of that woman Tin Sun. What does it have to do with me? Meanwhile, So Nien was thinking whether he should go out with a beauty tonight. His mind seemed to be in the clouds. Feng Vong Tweet had invited him out to do what a shady place.
10 p.m. at Miluk Bar. Handsome guys, beautiful girls, plus the effect of alcohol. Just thinking about it, you can already guess what will happen. So Nian turned to ask Dam Vu Miss Dam, "Do you have time to help me pick out some clothes? I have a date with someone important tonight." She frowned when she heard he had a date. Important? Which beautiful girl? But So Nian casually shook his head and only replied with 2 words. A man. Very quickly evening arrived. That day So Nian was dressed formally to go to the bar. He looked around. Last time there was a fight here. Vong Tweet also arrived on time. She dressed seductively, stepped in and called out So Nian's name. He complimented, "If Miss Fung wears like this to discuss business, that guy must be really lucky." Vong Tweet winked and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. So, please come inside. You must have guessed this bar is mine." So Nian pretended to be surprised, looking at her as if he didn't know, and replied, "You own it," Vong Tweet whispered in surprise. "Why?" "Come inside and find a place to sit first. Then I'll tell you." She pressed her chest close to his arm, and together they went inside. In the VIP area of Miluk Bar, Vong Tweet poured Sonin a drink and said, "I used my own money to open this bar. Later, if I leave Fanghua Corporation, this place will be my home." After hearing that, he asked suspiciously, "You want to leave? I feel like Pham Duke Van treats her really well." Vong Tweet swirled the glass in her hand and explained, "She stays there only because her grandfather is very kind to her. Big corporations are full of power struggles. Men crave the body. Women are jealous of appearances. It's really not easy for an outsider to live there." She continued, "Officially, I'm the general director, but in reality, I'm just a puppet. I'm just a frog in a white swan dress." So Nian glanced at her silently, wondering about this woman who was originally so proud and outstanding. For some reason, he thought this, and then suddenly snatched the glass from her hand. He drank the entire glass in one go, which surprised her a lot. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, he curiously asked her, "What kind of wine is this that's both bitter and spicy?" Hearing So Nian's question, she answered bitter but with sweetness. "I made it myself." His eyes never left the glass, filled with doubt. Because the taste didn't match her description, he pushed the glass toward Vong Tweet, excited, wanting her to give him another glass of the bittersweet wine, smiling as he looked at her. Life snatched the glass from his hand and drank the rest, thinking to himself that he understood her. Suddenly she stood up abruptly, startling. So Nian, who asked, "What's going on?" Seeing Vong Tweet move toward the stage, everyone in the bar whispered in amazement, "Is she going to do a pole dance? Am I dreaming?" She performed a seductive pole dance that made the people in the bar scream and shout. So Nian raised his glass, teasing her, "You really are a demoness. If you keep this up, all the men around here will be looking at me like I'm a target." Vong Tweet looked at him with a seductive gaze and whispered, "Because you deserve it." In So Nian's heart, it felt like he was on cloud 9, feeling intoxicated and thinking, "The beautiful pole dancer and the 2 of us drinking wine, maybe this will be the ending." Suddenly, a voice called to him from behind. "Teacher, is it beautiful?" So Nian, still deep in thought, replied without thinking, "Beautiful, very beautiful. That's what a woman should be. That's life." Turning around, he saw a few girls staring at him, startled. They approached. So Nian and he stammered, asking, "When did you guys get here?" Lak Lak sat down and answered him. Since General Feng picked the teacher up from the car, the 2 of them came in and then drank wine. So Nian frowned, thinking to himself, "I'm a teacher, so why should I be afraid of these kids?" Then he stood up suddenly and shouted, "How could you all come here? Go back and write a self-criticism report." Teacher Vuong Lin leaned close to him and explained, "Teacher, this place allows entry from age 16. Fifi, who was eavesdropping, also chimed in. "Teacher, it seems like your little lover is in trouble." Vong Tweet, just slapped and knocked back by harsh curses, still heard. "You whore daughter! How dare you seduce men here, shameless!" Seeing her fall, So Nian quickly reached out to catch her, asking anxiously, "Han, are you okay? What happened? Why did you suddenly hit someone?" Dongfeng Han, with a proud expression, stood looking down at the 2. She sneered, "I didn't expect you'd find a sissy to help you. Just poor and dressed all in fake clothes." Seeing his curiosity about the person in front of him, Vong Tweet began explaining, "The person standing closest is the daughter of the chairman of Dongfeng Group, Dongfeng Han. She recounted a story once I was discussing business with her husband, and then he kept following me. I couldn't be too harsh, only gently refused. Dongfuang Han glared at her and said about herself. After she found out, she didn't even bother to look at her. Vong Tweet continued talking to him. She's crazy. You don't need to bother with her, just curse her a few times. After all, she belongs to the Dongfuang group, one of the 3 biggest groups in Nanjiang City. So Nian said after hearing this, looking at her, "Don't worry, this time I'll help you. Consider it thanks for your earlier performance." Vong Tweet looked into his deep, affectionate eyes and couldn't help but blush touched. Dongfuang Han glanced at the two with a flirtatious look, then full of contempt. "A whore is a whore. You think you're upper class? Everyone in Tanhua City knows Fanghua Group has no place for you." So Nian, hearing her, didn't hold back and frowned angrily, cursing, "Shut up." He stared at them, radiating a strong aura. People in the bar couldn't keep calm and shouted loudly, "This guy's voice is really charming. He'd be great in bed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. If only I could spend a night with him, that would be amazing." Suo Nian coldly scolded Dongfuang Han, saying she was shameless like a woman whose husband was bored of her. Any woman on the street could seduce her husband. She's not even a flower, cows wouldn't dare smell her. I advise you to obediently go home and stop embarrassing yourself here. After hearing Suo Nian's insults, Dongfuang Han flew into a rage, speechless. She called out to the men behind her. Several muscular men stepped forward. Their leader cracked his knuckles, saying, "A man trying to bully a sensible woman should kneel and apologize to the young lady. If you won't give her face, we'll make you lose face." Suo Nian wasn't afraid. She taunted, "You think you can make me apologize just because you have some guys? You all have no shame. It's fallen all over the ground." That guy, provoked and annoyed, said, "A man clinging to a woman's skirt and still daring to be mouthy, never seen a coffin, never shed tears." As soon as he finished speaking, a glass was smashed right on his forehead. On the other side, a guy was holding several bottles of alcohol, reminding him, "You broke a glass, make sure to pay for it later." He was provoked and couldn't help but shout, "We're going all out." Brothers attack. The men charged to attack Suo Nian, but before they could strike, he quickly and one by one knocked them out. He wore a confident smirk and said, "Each bottle is 1,000 NDT. Remember to settle up. Who's next? Or should we all go at once?" His students around him were wide-eyed. Fifi shouted excitedly, "Teacher, you're amazing!" Vong Tweet beside him was annoyed. "Miss Dongfuang, I invite you to leave. This place is my bar and you're no longer welcome. If the Dongfuang Corporation really wants to do something, just try it. Old Mr. Trin, who keeps a cigarette like a pimp, Feng Vong Tweet, I give her flowers and gifts every day, spend tons of money here drinking, yet I never even held her hand. And yet she dares to keep a male escort who even pole dances." He stepped out towards the door of his private room. The bodyguard beside him flattered, "For this kind of woman, just drag her to bed and deal with it later. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know your charm." He puffed on his cigarette. "It's just bad timing today. I have an appointment with an important guest. Mr. Nui." "Nui, sir, please show some respect later and don't say anything." Unexpectedly, that girl had provoked people from the Dongfuang Corporation. He arrogantly continued, "Mr. Nui still owes me a lover. When he arrives, I'll ask him to help Dongfuang Han out. That way, we might be able to make friends with the Dongfuang Corporation. Although Dongfuang Han isn't valued much, she still has some power. Just getting a little benefit from that is enough for our company." Old Mr. Trin saw Mr. Noi just entering and greeted him happily. "Mr. Noi, you've arrived?" Dongfuang Han, in extreme anger, shouted loudly, "Feng Vong Tweet, you're a bitch! You won't die peacefully. And you male escort, wait till I get back. I'll send someone to break your legs." Suo Nian smirked. "You're poking fun at people saying big-breasted women have no brains. Didn't expect you to have neither breasts nor brains." Old Mr. Trin stepped in from behind, cutting off the conversation. "I didn't expect anyone to dare bully Miss Dongfuang. Truly an eye-opener." Old Mr. Trin stood confidently and said, "Whoever dares to bully Miss Dongfuang must first get through me." Dongfuang Han, seeing someone on her side, brightened up President Trin. "I'll remember this. I still have an impression of your company. Does your company do business with ours?" Suo Nian looked at her and curiously said, "Who is this guy?" She shyly whispered to Suo Nian beside her teacher, "Suo, please don't make a big deal out of it." Inside, Vong Tweet was confused. If the other side isn't afraid and just keeps pushing, in the end, the Fanghua Corporation won't protect me anymore.
Suo Nian, standing beside her, noticed she was more worried and scared than usual. He reached out and patted her head reassuringly, startling Vong Tweet with the gesture, "No one will bully you." He smiled warmly and whispered. From now on, Vong Tweet saw his face and couldn't help but blush deeply. He turned to the others. "Miss Dongfuang's reinforcements have arrived. Please come in." What bad luck. Came here just to be a human shield. Old Mr. Trin, feeling mocked, darkened and called out to Mr. Nye behind him. "Mr. Nye, this time we'll have to trouble you." Vong Tweet clearly saw the face behind him and was surprised, thinking Mr. Nui is that Uncle Nui Fifi. Seeing his face, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is that him? He didn't even bother to show respect when he met my grandfather. Can a small company even invite him?" Dongfuang Han saw that his confidence grew even more and thought to herself, "I really didn't expect Mr. Nye to be here. Looks like you two shouldn't even dream of leaving here intact today." Uncle Nui calmly stared at the scene before him and coldly said, "Go break both your own legs." Upon hearing this, Vong Nuit turned pale and tightly held onto Son Yen's arm. "If anything happens, I absolutely must protect Son Yen." He stepped forward. Old Trin saw this and asked suspiciously, "What does he want to do?" The people standing nearby saw him move toward Uncle Nui and whispered, "Does he not want to live anymore? Going up to do something foolish." So Nien pinched his cheek and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so impressive outside." The people in the tavern were shocked to see him act like that. "He dares to slap Mr. Nye." Old Trin saw Uncle Nui take off his glasses and trembled, shouting, "He's definitely dead now." Mr. Nye took off his glasses. "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, he respectfully greeted So Nien. "Teacher, so you are here too. That's really clever." Old Trin and Phi Phi were stunned. Is Mr. Nye afraid of him? Dongfuang Han and Vong Tweet were equally confused because they had no idea what was going on. So Nien coldly ordered Uncle Nui handle the rest of this. He immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, teacher, so." After speaking, Uncle Nui scolded and slapped Old Trin hard across the face. Someday he'll fall flat on the ground in pain. Old Trin didn't know what kind of person this teacher really was, so he still obstinately said, "Mr. Nye, what exactly is going on here? Please don't take out your anger on me. I'm shocked too. Aren't you my friend?" Uncle Nui did not answer, but coldly ordered, "Get up quickly." "Sorry, teacher, I'll fix it right away." So Nien interrupted, "No need to apologize to me. Get lost. Just don't touch Vong Tweet again." Uncle Nui gave him a few more slaps for good measure, then said, "Quickly take advantage while Teacher So is in a good mood and scram." On the other side, So Nien began to shift focus to Dongfuang Han. "And this sister here? What now? Everything started because of you, right? Oh, roughly calculating the costs, today must be over 1 million. Huh?" As soon as she heard the first word, she jumped up. "Who are you calling sister?" So Nien curtly replied, "Should I call you little sister instead?" Dongfuang Han knew she couldn't beat him, so she immediately switched to plan B, calling Vong Nuit's older brother, knowing that Dongfuang Han's half-brother Dongfuang Nao was also a well-known figure. If he found out about this, things would get even worse. Thinking this, she tried to stop it. Miss Dongfuang, please stay calm. There's no need to make a big fuss." Dongfuang Han smugly said, "Why do you look scared when I call my brother? And that gigolo next to you is also a teacher. Let my brother come teach you a lesson." Faced with her provoking attitude, Vong Tweet had to mutter, "Don't act out, or else things will get even more serious. I won't let her get away with it." 1 second later, Dongfuang Han suddenly received a familiar touch from a strange hand. Then she got grabbed by the hair. The pain made Dongfuang Han's tears flow as Lok Lok fiercely shouted, "Keep insulting her! The more you speak, the more she pulls your hair." She got stronger a bit after breaking free from Lok Lok's grip. Dongfuang Han immediately fled. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn, "You're done for. How dare you treat me like this? You'll all be finished." After she left, Vong Tweet curiously asked, "Are these all your students? Are you really a teacher?" While he hesitated, Vuong Lin appeared and replied, "Sister Fung, he really is our teacher." At the mountain villa, Dongfuang Han's tattling kept echoing, "Brother, I got beaten. You have to get revenge for me." Dongfuang now immediately asked seriously, "Dongfuang Han, what happened? Tell me clearly." She immediately blurted everything out. "Today I want to teach that girl Vong Tweet a lesson." But unexpectedly, there was someone named So Nien next to her.
Not only did he beat up my people, he even hit me. You must get justice for me." After hearing this, he replied, "Okay. Call Dr. Nguyen over to bandage the wounds. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Dongfeng Ngao thought to himself, "So Nguyen, the intern teacher at Three Trung. Tunyin, my college friend. Looks like I have to visit Three Trung tomorrow." The research documents on Hoa Thang Dongfeng's medicine must be obtained at all costs. The next day, Tan Yen sat quietly in the office reviewing this week's internship report. So Nian still hasn't written it. I have to find a chance to teach him a lesson. While she was calculating, Dongfeng Ngao suddenly asked, "Is this Principal Tan Yi's office?" An old classmate. "Let me get straight to the point. Yesterday, my little sister was beaten by a male teacher at your school. The injury is serious. Your school must give Dongfeng Group a fair response." Tan Yin immediately responded, "Are there teachers like that? If that's true, I will consider firing him." "What's his name?" Dongfeng Ngao calmly answered, an intern teacher named So Nien. "Firing him is very simple, isn't it?" Hearing this, Tan Yin immediately froze in shock. She shyly said, "Sorry, if it's him, I can't fire him. Besides, with his position, I'm afraid your sister must have done something bad." Hearing this, he immediately stood up and asked why. Tan Yin calmly replied, "First, he's not that kind of person. You need to ask your sister for the full story. Second, he's an old classmate of mine. I advise you not to mess with him. No one in the entire Ninejiang city dares to touch him." Dongfeng Ngao put on a dangerous look and asked, "Really? Then please tell me exactly what kind of god this is that can ignore all of Ninejiang." Tan Yin casually said his last name is So. He immediately realized, could it be the So family of Tanhua City? She calmly added, "Moreover, not just any So family member, but the eldest nephew of So Huaikek." Dongfeng Ngao was shocked and exclaimed, "No way. The eldest nephew of So Huaikek is So Trungtian. Last time I held a party in Tanhua, I even met him." Of course, seeing he still didn't get it, she had to explain more. "Didn't you notice how the So family addresses So Trungtian?" Dongfeng Ngao recalled and stammered, "As So young master." Then he finally understood, not So eldest young master, but So young master. That's the rule. The rule is bigger than the sky. She leisurely poured tea and said, "I know what you want to ask. How could the eldest young master of the So family of Tanhua City come running here? Maybe the So family has other motives. So Trungtian is just the public face. The real heir is in the shadows. Otherwise, why would a small teacher cause chaos at school and I have to protect him? Also, don't let this get out." Dongfeng Ngao asked, "I heard you're very close with that teacher." So Tan Yin shyly pushed her glasses and replied, "It's just a rumor. But anyway, it's considered a good relationship." Cut to the scene. Dongfeng Hun's urgent voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, how are you? Did you give him a beating? You can't just let it go. He must apologize directly." This time, Dongfeng Ngao was not gentle, but angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Dongfeng Hun immediately recounted every detail of yesterday's incident to him without leaving anyone out. Seeing her brother suddenly so angry, she had no choice but to tell the whole story from start to finish. Dongfeng Ngao was stunned and asked again, "What? Even Mr. Ngai respects him." After piecing everything together, he silently thought, "Looks like he really is the eldest young master of the So family. Tan Yin has a shady relationship with that guy. Is it that the So family wants to take over the Hoa Thang Corporation?" Inside the principal's office, Tan Yen was still worried, wondering if he found out would he blame her for talking about the So family. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, calling Tan Yen. She took a few seconds to regain her composure. Then the teacher announced, "This morning, teacher. So had the first class but didn't show up." She asked if she needed to notify anyone. Tan Yen immediately turned on her phone to call and check. But time slowly passed, and So Nien still didn't answer. Seeing that she suddenly exploded, "How dare you not answer my call?" So Nien switched scenes to his place. So Nien was trying to persuade a guy to sell that torn piece of paper to him for 10 RMB. The guy selling stuff jumped up hearing that. "What torn paper?" "This is golden paper I got from a Taoist priest. It's specially used to write talismans. The price is just 1,000 dong, not a penny less." So Nien confirmed silently, "This is exactly golden paper. It can be used to make real talismans. As long as I find the source, this 1,000 dong isn't a loss." Then he asked, "Okay, I'll give you 1,000, but you have to tell me where you got this paper." The guy happily revealed after getting the money at the antique street nearby. 1 dong for 10 sheets. Oops, I just let it slip. So Nien bought it and then annoyed left quickly.
He didn't expect he'd be tricked one day. Just didn't expect real golden paper could be found here. So Nien pondered. But this golden paper is more precious than the type circulated in the mortal world because it's from the immortal realm. It's just a pity it's too small. I need a little more. Suddenly a voice urged, "The masters have arrived. Hurry up." An old man saw this and blurted out, "Hey, wait a moment, you kids. This old body can't move fast. Seeing that?" So Nien grabbed him and asked, "Hey, sir, what's going on?" The man grumpily pulled his hand back and replied, "Master True Cat has arrived. Don't stop me from buying talismans. His talismans can drive away ghosts. Cure diseases, bring wealth and luck. Master True Cat only comes to 9 Rivers once every 6 months. His talismans are only sold by auction." Soon after Master True Cat announced the talisman auction was starting. This time I spent half a year making a total of 5 talismans. So Nien stood behind observing and silently evaluating. Judging by the spiritual energy, Master True Cat's talismans aren't very profound, but do have some effect. No wonder people like them so much. Above, Master True Cat began pulling off the cover and introduced that this auction had 2 healing pieces, 2 ghost-repelling pieces, and 1 fortune-seeking piece. Starting price is 100,000. So Nien turned to stone hearing that. 100,000. Just that, and it sells for 100,000. Chutiu, standing nearby, commented, "If you don't have money, don't come. Poor people like you can only watch." Suddenly, a strong fragrance hit So Nien's nose, making him pinch it and exclaim how fragrant it was. Right after, he suddenly trembled, waiting for a sneeze to come. 1 second later, So Nien let out a thunderous sneeze. Chutiu, who got sneezed on, was annoyed and said, "Do you know this skirt cost me 18,000? Your whole body can't even pay me back. Sorry, pay up or you're not going anywhere today." He refused to admit fault and retorted, "Why should I apologize to you? You should apologize. Hey, your face is covered with thick makeup. That's the scent of cosmetics. You made me sneeze. I haven't even asked you for emotional damage compensation yet. Here, hold this. Do you know sneezing can be deadly? Someone even had their eyeball popped out from sneezing." She couldn't argue and just trembled with anger without uttering a word. Trainee saw she was about to explode and reminded Chutiu not to make a scene. They didn't mean to. Chutiu suddenly shouted at Trainee. He did it on purpose and even scolded me. So Nien heard that and exclaimed, "Trainee, what a clever name. This means to remember Ni is your name, so it means remembering yourself." Chutiu immediately retorted, "Look, isn't he just a nasty man covered in fake stuff pretending to be cool?" Suran looked down at his clothes, feeling bitter, silently telling himself that he wasn't that poor, just rich, but not flashy. This time when he returns, he definitely has to change into new clothes. Trainee felt guilty seeing him angry and apologized, saying, "Sorry, my friend's words are a bit harsh, but her heart is very kind." After finishing, she turned to remind Chutiu once again that they came here to find a way to cure that grandfather's illness. Only then did she huff coldly in displeasure. A moment later, Chutiu reassured Trainee, "Don't worry. I've heard that real masters with real skills can definitely cure your grandfather's illness with those talismans." On the other side, the old man began setting the price. 5 talisman pieces, 1 million each, 1 million times 2. Trainee couldn't let this precious opportunity slip away, so she offered 2 million to get 5 talisman pieces. Suran was very surprised. He didn't expect these 2 girls to have that much money. Suddenly, someone else sneered at Trainee. 2 million, and you want to buy all 5 talisman pieces outright? I'll pay 3 million. She immediately raised the price to 4 million. Hearing that the other guy bumped it up to 4.5 million, price wasn't an issue for Trainee, so she raised it to 5 million. This made everyone exclaim, "Oh my God, how can they be so rich?" Seeing this, Suran used his chi vision technique to look over her. Suddenly he realized this was a hereditary disease in her family, and things were not simple. Suran couldn't bear to see her being deceived, so he spoke up. "Young lady, this person is tricking you. Don't fall into the trap. Moreover, this talisman won't cure your family's disease." Hearing that Trainee was extremely alarmed, "How do you know my family has a hereditary illness?" The masters silently cursed. It was so hard to find a scapegoat, and now that jerk is ruining it. Thinking this, the old man irritably explained, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. My talismans are worth every penny." Suran calmly said, "I never said your talismans were useless, only that those talismans don't work on this young lady. Besides, hasn't he already bought them? 6 million is no small amount. If that's the case, masters, you've made a fortune this time." "No, that's the person he planted there, so how could he sell to him?" thinking that the masters blamed him. You babble and disrupt my auction, so this time he won't count it and will sell it again. The masters quietly took out a talisman and whispered mysteriously, there are some things you shouldn't comment on. The old man solemnly said, I advise you not to go out at night these days or you will be disturbed by ghosts. Shuran was not scared at all and bluntly declared, I didn't expect we're in the same line of work, but I'm different from you because I'm a fortune teller. I think today you'll face mortal danger. Master Chukat snorted coldly and said nonsense. His face was rosy and the area between his eyebrows shone brightly, showing extremely strong fortune. As soon as he finished, Suran jumped up to the stage and declared, I told you what I say is true. Master Chukat immediately displayed the talisman in his hand, took an offensive stance, and threatened, What do you want to do? Get off quickly. Let me. People below continuously praised Master Chukat as a true master. Some even took out phones to record murmuring so impressive. Others wondered who Suran was to dare offend Master Chukat like that. Master Chukat was grabbed by the collar by Suran and then punched hard in the face. Angry, he snapped, You're trying to fool me. I just exposed your scam and you dare to curse me. He took several steps back, bleeding from his nose. Quickly, he covered it with his hand. Suran rubbed his wrist, his aura fluctuating strongly. I told you today you'll suffer bloodshed. Do you get it now? At that moment, Master Chukat became fearful and planned to run away because he had met a true expert. Thinking this, he ran for his life. Suran looked up at the table and saw he left behind 3 golden talisman sheets, which were genuine golden papers from the fairy realm. Looks like I'll have to come to places like this more often in the future. Witnesses were very curious when they saw him run away. They became even more intrigued about Suran's identity. On the other side, Trainee asked, Sir, may I ask what you meant earlier when you said my family's illness? You just turn around and face her to answer the meaning behind those words. Someone in your family has a certain illness. She quickly asked if Mr. knew how to cure it. But Nian naturally refused. But I won't cure it. You guys should leave. It's not easy to give up, so try harder. When he asked why, Nian pondered deeply. Actually, this illness is just a curse from someone. But that person's methods are very advanced. I'm afraid even the sect master with his current power shouldn't casually provoke the sect master. Seeing him silent and not responding, Trainee hurriedly spoke. I can give you the money you need, whether it's thousands or even 1 billion. However, he still refused decisively. You should find someone else. I believe there's still someone in this world who knows how to solve this. His answer also had a reason. If the sect master finds out, I'm afraid he'll be targeted. Before becoming truly strong, it's really too risky to act recklessly. Besides, even if I recover to the level of Dimla Immortal, I can't save everyone in this world. Scene shifts to the office where Tan Yin is intently reading documents. Nian suddenly pokes his head out from the principal's office door. Are you looking for me? Tan Yin wondered. Nothing else. I just wanted to ask how Trio Tianmin is doing. Nian clasped his hands, looking dignified. We became close as soon as we met, wishing we had met earlier. At parting, we even promised to meet again. Tan Yin coldly said, oh, then Trum teased him, having a pleasant chat. Then what's with the bloodstain on the floor? The string was cut by scissors. You quickly tried to explain. Don't overthink it. I have no relationship with that guy. I'm 100% a man. Of course I controlled my trembling. Do you know how dangerous Trio Tianmin is? Although you are the eldest son of the So family, does the family recognize your status? But you seemed unconcerned, twisting your fingers as you answered. He can't beat me. You looked completely helpless. This is a civilized society, not necessarily a fight. If he wants revenge, there are many other ways. You thought for a moment and felt she made a good point. With your current strength, forget about the big gun. Even a regular gun wouldn't be a match. A few days later, on the first payday since Nian became a trainee teacher. Although it was only 1/500D in my previous life, I was just so happy I bought new clothes for my dad and little sister. I even bought instant noodles that could last a month. Of course, in this life, I already have a few million, but buying a little stuff isn't a bad thing. At this time, Nian waited a long time, but still hadn't received the money. Damvu walked over, puzzled. Has Teacher So's salary not come in yet? Mine's been here for a while. Maybe you should check with the finance office. Probably nothing wrong, right? Scene shifts to outside the finance office. Trankai was reading the newspaper and replied casually. That's right, your salary has been fully deducted. Nien isn't the type to accept this quietly, so he insisted on asking why. He replied, Do you not know how many times you skipped class this month?
Your salary deduction was decided and signed by Vice Principal Cao Van Hien. So Nian angrily slammed the table. I got approval from Principal Tan for skipping class. There should be no salary deduction. Besides, it was only twice, so the total deduction is way too much. Tran Kai appeared indifferent. Even Principal Tan has to follow the rules. Also, each missed class can deduct from 200 to 500. I'm just strictly following the rules. Hearing this, you bluntly said without respect, Teacher Tran, this is using official business to settle personal scores. It must be related to the Tran Tuan Vu incident, right? He angrily stood up. A small trainee teacher has no right to question me. If you're not satisfied, then don't work at School 3 anymore. So Nian didn't want to make a big deal, so he turned and left. He couldn't make a big fuss, at least not until Class 18 graduates. Tran Kai looked after So Nian's back with contempt. Isn't he just a kid? My older brother really is something else. Even this can't be done. With my power, I could have crushed him any time. After school, So Nian returned to his room. He fiddled with the cat talismans left behind. Holding the talisman, he was thinking. He was still wondering what to draw that would be interesting. Now I've decided to draw the little devil mouth. This is the perfect excuse for revenge. The so-called little devil mouth is a very simple kind of talisman. Its sole effect is to bring bad luck to people. After rubbing it for a long time, sweating, he was surprised it drained so much spiritual energy. At this rate, he could probably only draw one sheet in a short time. But one sheet like this is enough. The next day in the school cafeteria, So Nian began his plan. Suddenly, So Nian slapped Tran Kai hard on the back. Teacher Tran, you're eating here too? After greeting, he immediately left, leaving an angry Tran Kai behind. Does anyone greet that boldly like you do? On his back was the talisman So Nian had drawn the day before. He guessed for sure that kid was plotting revenge. But how could you be my match? Someone as poor as you could never understand how the rich feel. Then he remembered Van Hien. But why would the vice principal suddenly want him to deal with So Nian? Lost in thought. Tran Kai accidentally dropped his phone into his bowl of soup. He jumped up in shock. Below was his phone soaking in the soup. The bad luck kept coming. This time he slipped and fell. The soup bowl spilled directly onto his clothes. One bowl of soup was even flipped right onto his head. It didn't stop there. A waiter carrying a tray slipped on the spilled soup. The food tray was dumped right onto his head. The waiter hurriedly apologized. Unexpectedly, he slipped again. A large shadow loomed over him. The waiter's belly hit him square in the face, shattering his glasses. Blood spurted from his mouth. Finally, Tran Kai was pinned down and suffocated. Under the chubby body, Dam Vu covered his mouth, laughing. Oh no, this is too funny. So Nian gave a sharp glance. Look here, it's only just begun. The little devil mouth lasts at least 12 hours. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, 2 teachers were laughing at Tran Kai's misery. The unlucky guy just stepped out of the elevator. He even choked while drinking water. Earlier, he fell into a manhole cover. He's been using it for years, but today it flipped over. So Nian smugly thought, take this, deduct my salary. Dare to mess with me, this is your fate. Suddenly, messages flooded their phones. He looked at the content and curiously said, what's going on here? Only important matters would call for a full faculty meeting. One teacher exclaimed, could this be true? Damvu happily held his phone up to So Nian. Congratulations, Teacher So. You've been promoted. Tran Kai was fired for embezzling 1 million. The whole school was fired and you'll replace him as the gym teacher. He looked at the announcement helplessly. So you become a gym teacher teaching literature. Damvu was very excited again. Congrats, Teacher So. You're now a full-time teacher, though, as a gym teacher. Suddenly, a voice spoke Chinese from So Nian's phone. It was a message from Tan Yin. Even though you're a full-time teacher, if your class doesn't rank 5th in the final exam, then your bonus will be halved. He helplessly shouted, why does she still remember that? Cut to the schoolyard. Tran Kai stormed out angrily. How dare they fire me? My family invested tens of millions and they fired me over just 1 million. I have to call my dad. Just wait and see. He spoke while operating his phone. His face froze as he looked at the screen. The message content made him scream, what is this? Since when did I send all my chat logs with the top executives to the rival? Then he received a call from his father. He knew this time he was finished. Inside the phone was the extremely angry voice of Mr. Tran Kai. Because the competitor used the chat log he sent for the press conference upstairs. And if investigated, it would revoke their corporation's market entry qualifications. At this point, Tran Kai and Van Hien were helpless. and wondered why it turned out like this. Meanwhile, Von Hien anxiously thought, Tran Kai got fired yet, so Nian became official. How did things turn out this way if Trio Thien Min finds out I'm finished? The Tran family had another relative at the school. Tran Kai's affair caused a major feud between the Tran family and So Nian. At this stage, only the Tran family's influence could be used to drive So Nian away. Scene shifts to the capital. Thung Kwon is playing chess with Trung Han. Thung Kwon sighs, feeling his chess skills are declining more and more. Trung Han exhales, then replies, Everything in this world is ever-changing. Though I'm good at divination, I can't explain it. You're a very straightforward person and you have many karmic ties. I still can't figure this out. Hearing this, Thung Kwon got excited and pointed, You old trickster, why have you turned into this kind of person, talking in circles like a woman? We've been through life and death together back then, swearing like it's nothing. How refreshing. The old man raised his eyebrows and replied, Don't call me that old trickster scoundrel. Only then was Thung Kwon satisfied. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural order. You study chess, so you should understand better than me. Life only has a certain limit. The old trickster said, Tell me how much longer do I have? Trung Han answered frankly, If it flares up again, I'm afraid there's not much time left. Thung Kwon asked, So about 1 month left? I'm fine, but my descendants will suffer a lot. Old friend, promise me after I die you'll find a way to handle this kind of curse. Trung Han rummaged something from his sleeve and calmly said, Don't rush. I just cast a divination. The city of Kujiang, your hometown, will have a hidden dragon appear. He threw a turtle shell on the table and said, Maybe someone there will break your family's curse. Is there really a Kujiang? So Nian didn't know, but right now he had a big headache. Scene shifts to school. Inside the campus, Teacher So's voice is heard. This is a new transfer student, temporarily assigned to my class. If there's nothing else, I'm off. Trainee and Truk Dung were standing in the middle of So Nian's class. He looked at the two of them with curiosity. Where did Tan Nian dig up these two and hand them to me? Trainee stepped forward, bowed, and greeted Teacher So. From now on, I'm your student. She confidently introduced herself to the class. Hello, everyone. I'm Leung Trainee from the capital. I just transferred here today. I hope everyone will help me a lot. The students in the class were extremely excited about Trainee's arrival. Truk Jung seemed more reserved. Truk Jung, Leung Trainee's cousin, set 3 rules. First, don't approach me. Second, don't drag my cousin into any romantic stuff. Third, this school is a mess. In class, I come when I want, leave when I want. The whole class, including So Nian, rarely shared a common expression, viewing him as a lunatic. Truk Jung continued, Also, your dressing style is way too country. Sure enough, people from the countryside are all poor. Tu So-I angrily cursed, thinking you're so great. Having money makes you so fierce. Tu-Mi whispered to him, He's rich. Look at that necklace. It's from France. It's a limited edition. Only 100 pieces made by a famous designer. So Nian said sternly, If you want to leave, you can leave right now. Truk Dung looked displeased. If it weren't for teacher tricking my cousin to go around in circles, why would I have to come here to study now? I already said, I come when I want, leave when I want not to listen to the teacher. While the class was in chaos, Lok suddenly walked in. It's been a long time since she went to school. Didn't expect it to be so lively. Her beautiful face made everyone swoon. Truk Dung was also captivated by that beauty, silently thinking, the dream lover of all the rich guys in the capital. The goddess in my heart. No wonder I couldn't find her anywhere. It turns out she was studying here. Lok was surprised to see Trainee and him appear. Why are you two here? Trainee smiled happily and greeted her, Long time no see. She was also surprised when Lok walked into the classroom, thinking to herself that the only daughter of the prestigious Lak family studying here was truly unexpected. Truk Duong next to her gently rubbed his neck to loosen up, and then spoke solemnly to introduce himself. I'm Tran Truk Duong. I'm very outgoing and love making friends. I hope everyone will support each other over the next 2 years. If you need anything, just come to me. The whole class was helpless in the face of Truk Duong's sudden change in attitude. He was even more shameless than our teacher. Scene shifts to the office. Sun Yen snapped sharply, Give me one reason why you are here. Trainee looked pitiful and embarrassed as she replied, Teacher Su? I really have no other way. Coming to you is the only way to save my whole family. Sun Yen conceded, I can only agree with you that after 1 year you will go to the capital city for treatment. He thought to himself that 1 year later, even if he wasn't a grandmaster, he would know many new tricks and wouldn't have to worry about anyone else. Hearing this, she became anxious. No, my grandfather won't last another year. Then he retorted angrily, Have you ever thought that if I help you, I might bring disaster upon myself? Truk Duong, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and interrupted, blaming the teacher. You're a teacher and a student is begging you like this, yet you refuse. Looks like you're not a good person after all. He told Trainee to leave, saying this place wasn't worth their time. Sunyin, tired and unwilling to argue, said you should go. He thought to himself that Tran Truk Duong was not affected by this curse, meaning the curse only passed to the next generation of the Luong family. He feared that even Tran Truk Duong didn't know about this. He angrily clenched his sleeves, ready to give him a beating. What's that tone? Don't think just because you're a teacher I won't dare do anything. Trainee panicked and shouted to stop him. Truk Duong, stop! Truk Duong reassured, she's fine. I won't hit hard. I have a black belt in karate. Ordinary people can't withstand a fully powered punch from me. Just as he threw a kick and punch, Sun Yen mockingly asked, A black belt? Then he decisively knocked his hand away with such force that Truk Duong fell and hit the wall. Trainee worriedly explained, Teacher Su, my cousin, didn't mean it. He's always cared about me since we were kids. Suddenly, Trainee's face darkened. Her whole body emitted a mysterious, magical flame. Blood magic appeared and controlled her entirely. She screamed in fear, Teacher, Sun Yen immediately recognized it and thought tensely that blood magic was the most cruel curse in the world. Then he reassured himself, I used to think it was just an ordinary curse, but it's blood magic. Whoever dares to use this dark magic in front of Diem La Tienton has a huge nerve. He raised one finger and began to perform the Tai Chi Heart Method spell, a finger technique that quickly drives away demons. The blood magic was destroyed and vanished into the air. Trainee looked dazed and gently rubbed her head, asking, Teacher Su, am I okay now? Teacher, did you just help me drive away the demon? Sun Yin sternly said. Of course you're not okay yet. I only suppressed it for now. It will reappear in a month because the root cause isn't with you but with your grandfather. That must be dealt with first. He shared his theory. Also, judging by the strength of the curse on your body, I'm afraid your grandfather won't live more than a month. Hearing this, Nee couldn't help but be terrified. She quickly knelt down and earnestly begged, Teacher Su, please save my family. The Luong family is willing to sacrifice everything. Sun Yin looked at her intently with pity. Thinking this child was willing to kneel and enroll for her grandfather, even some of his own golden papers were related to her. Karma was sealed. Then he loudly declared, All right, who says I'm unlucky? I just happened to meddle in this for no reason that day. Bring your grandfather here. I might be able to help him find hope. Trainee's eyes lit up brightly. She clasped her hands sincerely and said, Teacher Su, whatever you ask, just say it. The Luong family will fulfill it even if we have to lose everything. Sun Yin explained again. I know you belong to the Luong family in the capital city, which is also the Wan Thien International, but I'm agreeing to help you not because of that, only because you are my student. Hearing this, she suddenly froze and dazedly thought it was just because she was his student. Trainee steadied her emotions before standing up and bowing her head to thank him. I understand, teacher. I will quickly bring my grandfather here, thank you. Meanwhile, Truk Dung rubbed his cheek, still harboring resentment as he muttered to himself, Damn it, what exactly did he do? My black belt in karate lost so clearly like that. A female student approached and said, Classmate Tran Truk Dung. I didn't expect you to have this hobby meditating in front of the office door. When he saw it was Lak Lak, his cheeks flushed and he stammered, Lak Lak, you're here too. I didn't expect you still remember my name. She casually replied, I remember the names of all the descendants of the noble families in the capital, including their hobbies, strengths, dislikes. Later, whether in business or politics, I can use that to attack opponents. Her cold words stabbed at his heart like a knife. So Tran Truk Jung awkwardly scratched his head and asked, Then why did you come here to study? Lak Lak smiled slyly and replied, Isn't this place good? There's someone I like here and I feel it's a great place. Hearing this, he was startled and asked back, Who? Nervous, he thought the capital's goddess already had someone in her heart. She gently answered, It's so Nian, not childish crushes, but adult romantic feelings. Truk Jung was speechless, shocked, and silently questioned, How could it be the capital's goddess liking a teacher from a poor countryside? Scene shifts to the Grand Mai Son Villa Thung Quan, sitting in a chair, saying, "It's been a long time since I came back to Nanjiang. Riding here, I almost didn't recognize it, so much has changed." Baxiu asked curiously. "Dad, this time you insisted I come to Nanjiang. Does it really work?" He also thought silently. Dad's long-term illness has accumulated, and now his mind is no longer clear. There's no such thing as magic in this world. Thung Quan spoke with authority. "Today, anyone wanting to make an appointment to meet a master who hides in anonymity is probably about to arrive. Even if it can't cure Dad, I still want to see who Kim Long, that old powerful man, really is." Scene shifts outside the house, so Trainee is on the phone. "It's for you. You were just sleeping, but you're now perking up to listen. Teacher, I've arrived in Kujiang City. I'm at your front gate. Can you open it?" Then he yawned widely and got down to open the door. Trainee appeared wearing a pretty dress and smiled, greeting him. "Good morning, teacher, So Nian didn't say a word, firmly slammed the door, then came out dressed more formally in a suit. "We can leave now." Seeing this, she smiled and praised, "Teacher, so you're really interesting." Trainee led him to a house and introduced, "This is my grandfather's old house. I haven't been here for many years." Looking at the house, he thought, an old house but still so grand. Inside the room, Thung Quan nervously asked, "Mr. La, how is my illness?" Thang Feng replied, "You don't have an illness. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, this method is extremely advanced. Being near you, I felt chills down my spine but couldn't find any clue. Forgive me, I can't do anything." Vu 3, sitting opposite, interrupted to rebut, "Of course you can't see it. This is a curse and it affects the whole descendants line. If not dealt with soon, I'm afraid the whole family will die." Hearing this, both father and son Thung Quan couldn't help but feel scared. The old man sincerely said, "Mr. Vu, if you can cure my family's illness, I will give you 1 billion as thanks." Then Feng widened his eyes, thinking, 1 billion, no wonder the Van Thien group is extremely wealthy. Vu 3 stroked his beard slightly and pressed on. "Although you two are important figures, this problem isn't easy to solve. Besides, I could be risking my life. 1 billion is probably not enough, at least 10 billion. Then Feng immediately reminded Mr. Vu, "Isn't that too much?" He angrily laughed and shouted, "Then Feng, this is my business. You don't need to meddle." He muttered, "There's no one in Kujiang City I respect." "Want to ruin your business path? Let's see how I deal with you." Then Feng swallowed his anger and silently despised how shameless a religious man could be. "It's a pity this type of person has a much higher realm than I do." Baxiu hesitated. 10 billion is too much. He mumbled, "One time having to spend 10 billion. Even the Van Thien Corporation couldn't do that easily. Besides, it's the company's decision, not just ours." King Ta thick-skinnedly persuaded and threatened him. "Director Luong, think about it. Money can always be earned again, but if the person is gone, then there's truly nothing left. This kind of curse could wipe out your entire family." Hearing the words, "wipe out," the father and son were horrified. Shanggun decisively ordered, "Uncle Sieu, no more talk. Take out 10 billion to cure our entire family. It's not expensive." "Master Vu, we agree to this. Please, Master Vu, begin." Vu 3 agreed and approached the old man. "Old Master Luong, sit up straight. Focus your mind and control your breathing. Even if it hurts, try to stay alert." He started casting the spell, "I'm beginning to break the curse." Mysterious lights radiated from Shangjun's body. Uncle Sieu looked horrified at the scene. "What is this? Is this the curse?" Shangjun happily said, "Now I feel a lightness in my body like never before. Has my curse been broken?" Then he stepped forward, clasped his hands, and thanked Vu. 3. "Thank you, Master Vu." The man stroked his beard and smiled faintly, saying politely, "It's just a small matter. Everything is settled. Those two transferred 10 billion to my account within a month." Suddenly a voice rang out, "It's so easy to make money these days. Just a little trickery and you can make hundreds of billions." Than Fong immediately recognized the voice as Teacher So Lok Lok and happily announced, "Dad, this is the expert I invited, also my current homeroom teacher, Teacher So." Uncle Sieu gruffly objected, "Nonsense, this is no joke. Besides, our family's illness has already been cured by Master Vu." Trainee mischievously caused a lot of trouble for the teacher. I will send someone to take the teacher home. Vu 3. Fearing the good situation would be ruined, chimed in, if it's the teacher you should go back to teaching. The things you said before, out of respect for Director Luong, I won't hold it against you here. Suddenly, Lathan Fong dealt him a blow. Who do you think you are to speak like that to Teacher So? The man was thrown hard onto the sofa, looking quite pained and struggling. Trainee and Shang Jun tensely looked over. He went over and bowed to So Nien. Lathan Fong pays respects to Teacher So. Long time no see. I intended to visit your home, but unexpectedly we meet here today. Shang Jun, angry at Than Fong's actions, nearly yelled, Lathan Fong, you have no reason to hit me. This must be settled clearly. Otherwise, you won't leave here today. In the living room, Than Fong bowed politely to So Nien. Lathan Fong pays respects to Teacher So. Behind him, Vu 3 was still very angry, pointing and cursing at him, but Than Fong ignored him, making Vu 3 clench his fists in frustration. On the other side, So Nien smiled and said to Than Fong, Don't be so formal. We only have a casual acquaintance. Vu 3 grit his teeth, thinking, he doesn't understand what kind of background this teacher has that Than Fong would not hesitate to confront me for him. Then Vu 3 suddenly realized, could it be the So family in the capital? So Than Fong is trying to cling to the power behind him. After thinking it over, Vu 3 stroked his beard and said sarcastically, Unexpectedly, Mr. Lathan Fong compromises with these worldly trifles. As soon as he said this, Than Fong immediately turned to glare at him, grinding his teeth and trembling because Vu 3 hit a nerve. Vu 3 ignored Than Fong. Instead, he turned to So Nien arrogantly. I know what kind of power stands behind you, Teacher So, but not everything can be solved with money and status. Clearly, Vu 3's words carried a warning to him. On the contrary. So, Nien was not angry but replied firmly. Do you know how the words fraud are written? Fraud has two characters and both are written on your forehead. Vu 3 was furious, loudly pointing at him and challenging. If you say I'm a fraud, then let me see how you'll handle this. So Nien replied gently, You will resolve it quickly. Then he stepped forward and shook hands with Shang Jun. So Nien seriously told him what Shang Jun is suffering from might be a curse. Moreover, it's blood killing the most vicious and bloodthirsty type of curse. Vu 3 hearing this didn't believe So Nien also knew about blood killing. He continued. The method Mr. Vu just used only suppresses it temporarily. Help General Luong not be in pain for this month. But when the symptoms flare up next month, he might lose his life. Vu 3 heard this and immediately retorted, This kind of trick is at least that of a sect master. Now, even if there is a sect master here, I'm afraid they couldn't help Mr. Luong feel comfortable for a month. Isn't that good? So Nien sharply turned and asked him pointedly, After a month, then he dies. Being alive is still better. If you can't cure it, neither can a sect master. But I never said I couldn't cure it. Uncle Sieur, standing nearby, heard him and loudly said, If you can break the curse, I will give you 10 billion. Unexpectedly, So Nien just raised one finger arrogantly and said, No need to give you even a cent. Then So Nien put his hand into his jacket pocket to find something. From the pocket he took out a piece of paper and told those around him, Everyone who's not involved, please step back one step. Later, no matter what you see, don't be afraid. So Nien immediately used 2 pieces of paper to create a glowing ring of characters around himself. But right after the glowing ring shifted to surround Thuong Quan, which confused the old man. Before he could understand what was happening, Thuong Quan shouted as a monstrous spirit flew out of him. Vu 3 outside saw this and shouted anxiously, You're crazy! Stirring it up like that could kill everyone here. So, Nien was not afraid at all, and raised his hand to the ceiling, creating another blue 8-shaped talisman. He calmly said, The sect master's old tricks used to be hard for me to deal with. But even if it's a demon or monster, so what? Then he turned toward the monster and performed the 7 emotions stepping technique, moving to northern Europe where everything is covered in white snow. Dao Xiao sat cross-legged, clenching his teeth angrily. Luong Thuong Quan, you're really bold, refusing to die quietly and daring to find someone to break my curse to see if anyone in China can challenge me. Scene shifted back to the room where So Nien was using the 8 talismans to restrain the monster. The monster's arm was partially burned by his attack. The monster looked down at the small So Nien below, but he spoke to it very confidently. I have Hao Nien, righteous chi around me. What is there to fear from you? The monster seemed truly angry. Its eyes flashed purple flames. So it's this kid who dares to ruin my good plan. Thang Feng below looked scared and stammered, I can't believe this monster can even talk. So Nien calmly reassured Than Fong, this is just a small play. Later, when he becomes a ruthless sect master, he will be able to handle this easily. The monster disdainfully said to him, a small martial artist dares to brag in front of me, just using some tricks to suppress my curse. If you submit, I will spare your life. If not, you will become a ghost. So Nien took out another piece of paper from his pants pocket. He replied to it, if you could beat me, then I'd be a bit scared. It's just a small curse that attaches to its host to survive. I'll give you one character. After saying that he created a new 8 talisman. Then So Nien decisively struck the monster. It immediately flew away but couldn't hide its surprise. Who exactly are you to be able to suppress my tricks? He just smiled and retracted it, telling the monster, no name change, no surname change. I'm Han Chin from Trong Nyat Trung in Nanjiang. If you've got the guts, come find me, the monster responded angrily. Everyone in the room hearing this just stared, thinking to themselves, what grudge does Han Chin have against teacher? So, after finishing, So Nien turned to Thuong Quan and said, the curse has been lifted. You and your family should feel much lighter. Thuong Quan laughed happily. Everything is great. My spirit has never felt this good before. Uncle Seo next to her hugged Trainee, tightly moved that finally the curse was broken. She can finally live a normal life. Thuong Quan hurried over to shake So Nien's hand, earnestly thanking him. Vu 3 harbored deep jealousy inside. He never expected that So Nien could break the curse. What you did was like slapping him right in the face in front of everyone. Vu 3 will definitely make you pay for the humiliation today. He turned around, ready to storm off in anger. Lung family So Nien, just wait. Suddenly a hand tapped Vu 3 on the shoulder, startling him. Then that person's voice called out to Vu 3. The matter isn't settled yet. Where do you think you're going? So Nien turned to look behind where Than Fong was holding Vu 3. Back then, said to Thuong Quan, looks like there's another matter to resolve now. Hearing this, Vu 3 was shocked and looked at him. Unexpectedly, he immediately knelt down and prostrated himself, pleading to So Nien. Just now I was blind. Please spare my life. I will never come back to take revenge on the Lung family. But then very quickly, Vu 3 stood up and swung his hand toward him. Underneath his sleeve was a sharp spear. He cursed while preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, So Nien quickly caught the spear and arrogantly said to Vu 3 that killing him wouldn't be so easy. He probably didn't expect to be caught so easily. He had to admit in his heart that So Nien was very capable. Vu 3 came up with an idea to capture someone else as a hostage. Immediately, he struggled free from So Nien and rushed toward Trainee. So Nien hurriedly performed another move aimed at Vu 3. He was now closer to where she stood. So Nien shouted for her to quickly duck down. Just as Trainee ducked, Vu 3 was pierced through the chest by a fiery spear from So Nien. Then his heavy body collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Vu 3 still wasn't dead. He managed to sit up trembling and begged for mercy, saying he wouldn't dare do it again. So Nien kept the previous move and turned to Trainee. Close your eyes. You're still young. This isn't something you should see. She quickly obeyed and shut her eyes tightly. Only then did So Nien raise his voice to question Vu 3. Your evil and sinister cultivation technique has hurt so many people. If I hadn't been here today, I'm afraid the whole Lung family would have already died by your hands. Then So Nien created a deadly swirling vortex of blazing red flames. The flames spread to Vu 3, burning him fiercely. After a while, Trainee quietly asked So Nien if she could open her eyes now, and he replied yes. When she opened her eyes, Vu 3 had disappeared. Thuong Quan once again thanked So Nien and invited him inside to sit for a while. Thang Feng also bowed briefly and excused himself to leave before So Nien. In the Lung family's reception room, Thuong Quan sat talking with the old man and asked So Nien how he could ever repay his great kindness. He wondered if So Nien liked this building. Baxiu hesitated and called out, Dad, this building! Thuong Quan immediately turned to scold his son. This building has the strength of a tiger leaning on a mountain. It should belong to a master of Nanjiang City, son. Feeling that Master So might not like it, Baxiu quickly explained that he meant the villa was too shabby. If given to So Nien, it might make him uncomfortable.
Hearing this, So Nian quickly said it wasn't shabby at all. That was good enough. He thought to himself that if he kept refusing, the Lung family would be very uneasy. Thungkwan admired So Nian, saying he truly was someone who cared nothing for fame or fortune. He began to tell that he had a good friend coming here soon. That friend guessed that today I would face a great disaster, so he came straight here from the capital. So Nian interrupted, asking what he was curious about. How exactly was Thungkwan cursed? That sect master, if nearby, might cause you some trouble. It seemed So Nian had hit a sore spot with Thungkwan, making him angry. Then Thungkwan started telling him that our country also has a sect master named Tran Chien Tin, a renowned top master. My friend coming here is also a half-sect master. So Nian quickly caught on and asked if he meant the person who cursed him was a foreigner. Thungkwan sighed and told So Nian yes and no. The old man said that person was an international mercenary named Scar Dao. Back then, when Thungkwan led the Chinese army to invade, he often came to kill the old man's soldiers. Thungkwan deliberately set a trap, which is why Scar Dao cursed him like that. After that, he escaped to Northern Europe. Suoni nodded and said, so that's how it was. He thought to himself, then it's fine. Anyway, he was sure he would be promoted within a year. Just then, someone entered the living room and a voice called out asking if I wasn't late. The person speaking was Truong Huan, the friend Thuong Quan had mentioned. Seeing his old friend appear, Thuong Quan happily stood up. The old man from your family is pretty punctual, too. Truong Huan slowly stepped into the room. Trainee and Baxiu bowed politely to greet him. Then Truong Huan looked straight at Suoni and asked Thuong Quan why once predicted that something would happen here. Is this young man the one who stepped in to help? Suoni quickly raised his hand to greet him, saying, just call me Suoni. In his heart, he noticed that the old man carried many karmic ties. It seemed like he was a master in fortune-telling. A half-monk is indeed different from ordinary people. Countless connections could be seen surrounding Truong Huan. He kept staring at Suoni and said, we just met, but I can't resist wanting to test you. Saying that, he waved his hand and created a spark. Thuong Quan, seeing this, panicked and yelled, old man, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, Suoni was very excited and said, just right, I also want to test how strong a half-monk master is. At that moment, the spark flew straight toward him. Suoni quickly countered the attack. He created countless blue tentacles swirling around his body, ready to attack Truong Huan. Seeing this, the old man was somewhat surprised and said, so you are also a Tai Chi successor. He focused intently on the young man in front of him and continuously launched attacks. Finally, Suoni landed a hit on Truong Huan. He dashed forward and struck before the old man could react. Suoni ordered Truong Huan to stand still and not move. It seemed like he was planning to do something to the old man. After finishing, Suoni stepped back looking quite tired. Seeing that Trainee quickly ran over to support Suoni and asked what was wrong. Suddenly, Truong Huan shouted, surrounded by golden rays shooting upward. Then Truong Huan slowly straightened his body. He was reversing aging. Thuong Quan, witnessing everything from the side, couldn't believe his eyes. Before anyone could recover, Truong Huan knelt deeply to thank Suoni. Thank you, Master Suo, for helping this old man break through to the Master Realm, Thuong Quan. Hearing this, still in disbelief, the old man stammered and asked, old man, are you serious? After being helped down to sit by Trainee, Suoni calmly said, don't be so polite. It's all because Truong Huan worked hard training for many years. I just helped clear the karmic ties. Suoni untangled the karmic threads around Truong Huan. Once the mind is clear, one becomes a master. Hearing this, he told Suoni, with your talent, you'll definitely become a great master sooner or later. Just call me Truong Huan. I wonder if you're interested in coming to our place for some instruction, Thuong Quan. Hearing that, Suoni hesitated and said, are you serious? Going there, I'm afraid Master Suo isn't strong enough yet. He knew well that place was a national military secret. Once you enter, you rise like a kite in the wind. Truong Huan immediately retorted, if you're not strong enough, how can you teach me to become a master? Within no more than 5 years, Master Suo will definitely become a master. But Suoni declined his invitation. You still have to go back to teaching at school. You can't come to that unit of yours. Truong Huan still tried to persuade him. You don't know that place is called Binbo Tanvan. It's not exaggerated. Suoni remembered his students at school. He brushed off Truong Huan's persuasion. Stop talking. I've made up my mind. My students are very important. The scene shifts to a frozen lake in northern Europe where silent figures walk through the snowy wind. The Scar looks badly wounded.
The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the curse that sacrificed thousands of lives to be broken in an instant. Zhanghai First Middle School is the best. He's determined to take revenge. Later, after seeing everything settled, Sunian asked permission to leave. The commanding officer, seeing him leave, stopped him. "I rarely come back to Zhanghai City, so, Mr. Suo, please stay. I'll call some old friends over so we can have a little gathering." He thought it over, and this seemed the best plan. Suonian obviously knew the commander wanted to help him. Although Suonian didn't need it, he still owed a favor to the son of his disciple Guo Fanlei. Consider him lucky. He turned and agreed with the old man. "I also have a friend. Can I tell him to come?" The commander was naturally delighted and agreed immediately. He turned to speak to Uncle Chow beside him. "Tell him to hurry and spread the word. It's been a long time since the commander last saw Xiao Ming." And he also called Lam Trong Thuong. The scene shifts to a police station in Zhanghai. Guo Fanli sat in his office smoking a cigarette to pass the time. He didn't know what was going on, but had been feeling tired lately. Suddenly, his phone on the desk rang. He quickly picked up and asked anxiously, "Who is this?" On the other end was Suo Nian. He told him to come to Maisan area for a party. General Manager Luong and General Luong of the Van Thien group would be there. Hearing this, Fanli was thrilled and agreed right away. Later, when the car stopped in Maisan area, Fanli was still wondering, General Manager Luong and General Luong of Van Thien group are very important people. Why would they show up here? Who exactly is Teacher Suo? As he entered, he saw someone standing there to greet guests, politely inviting him in and saying Teacher Suo had been waiting a long time for him. After entering the room, Fanli saw Suo Nian sitting on a chair and said, "Sorry to keep you all waiting." He was a bit surprised to see a group from Ma Ming also there. Uncle Chow immediately stepped forward to greet Fanlei. "Mr. Guo, you're blessed to have a son like him. From now on, we're all one family." After that night, Suo Nian's status in Kujiang City gradually rose. The scene shifts to the third middle school during PE class. The students were running around the field looking exhausted. Suo Nian stood aside with his arms crossed, mocking the students. "Look at you all. You don't look like the nation's young buds at all. Each one of you looks like the nation's worthless weeds." Holai sighed nervously and asked Suo Nian, "Can a literature teacher really teach PE? Then can you teach them Taekwondo and Muay Thai?" Suo Nian clearly heard it, but deliberately asked again, "You all want to learn Tai Chi?" The students behind darkened their faces at that. They shuddered at the thought of an old man practicing Tai Chi. Holai was scared just imagining it. He said to Suo Nian, "That's not for young people. Just teach us Wing Chun, and that's enough." But Suo Nian ignored him and began demonstrating genuine Tai Chi moves. Softness within hardness, combining inside and outside. "Let's start practicing together." The students reluctantly began to practice. "We're barely kids and already have to train like old folks." At that moment, another group arrived. It was the PE teacher from Class 2, Ton Chan. He sneered as soon as he arrived. "Already teaching students health exercises, huh? If you don't know how to teach PE, why not have your students audit my class?" So Nian still calmly continued practicing boxing for his students as he trained. He just said, "Look at that guy. He is exactly like the rebellious disciples in novels." As soon as he arrived, he was arrogant and looked down on the main character. Then he got beaten up badly. It seemed that Ton Chan was not provoked by his words, but instead, he even wanted to challenge, "If you think Tai Chi is better than my fighting style, why don't we try it in front of the students first?" This time, Su Nian stopped practicing but didn't respond. He told his students, "This is a typical villain. From now on, you have to work hard. Don't count your chickens before they hatch." The students laughed heartily at that. Hearing him, Ton Chan's face darkened, but he kept provoking, "You talk so much, does that mean you're afraid to fight?" Su Nian felt he couldn't not answer this guy. So he said in a low voice, "Teacher Ton, I've scolded you enough. Do I have to fight you before you realize I'm skilled in both literature and martial arts?" Ton-chan was so angry he couldn't speak, just clenched his teeth and thought, "Go ahead and be smug. This time, if I don't kick you out of school, it's not right." From another corner of the school, someone was watching everything happening on the playground. He heard Tao Van Hien say, "This is Chairman Tron's scheme, but that method is a bit harsh." Standing beside him was someone else observing everything. That person spoke up. "Principal Cao, you have to be decisive and resolute. Otherwise, how can we explain this to the higher-ups? Zhao Daishao behind you also wants this done quickly. It turned out that person was Chairman Tran. His eyes looked cunningly toward the playground. It was unclear what plot he was planning. On the playground, it seemed Sun Yan had accepted Ton Chan's challenge. He stood with hands in pockets, hearing him arrogantly say, "I'm only using 30% of my strength, because after all, I am the national champion in martial arts." Suddenly, Sun Yan was startled and exclaimed, "Principal Tan, why are you wearing a short skirt to school today? That's not appropriate." Immediately, Ton Chan turned around at his words, not realizing Sun Yan seized the opportunity to jump in. Then he received a thunderous punch from him that twisted his face. Sun Yan scolded Ton Chan for being lecherous and reminded him they were competing. Ton Chan painfully held the punched cheek and angrily said, "You dare play dirty!" Then he stood up straight and pretended to say, "Don't blame me for being ruthless today." After saying that, he immediately launched a strike towards Sun Yan, thinking to himself that one punch from him would put an ordinary person out for 3 days. He swung his fist at him, but Sun Yan easily dodged. He even commented that the strike wasn't bad, just a bit slow. Then Sun Yan took the chance to punch Ton Chan's face again, making him step back. Ton Chan fell to the ground, covering his mouth and hurriedly admitting defeat. "I lost." Sun Yan's students watched the entire match with bright eyes. They seemed to realize the power of Tai Chi and quickly wanted to learn this art. Seeing the students cheer excitedly, Sun Yan didn't know whether to be happy or laugh. Just now, he only moved his hands twice, but it seemed things weren't over yet. 2 students' brothers, Feng Kung and Feng Han from Class 2, also wanted to try their luck with him. Sun Yan looked at them suspiciously. It seemed they had some scheme, but he still gladly accepted the challenge. He wanted to see what they were hiding. Just waiting for that, the 2 brothers simultaneously charged at Sun Yan. Truck Jung nearby thought to himself, "These two's skills are much stronger than Ton Chan. Even I might not be their match." Sun Yan remained very calm. He swung his arms without any intention to attack. This made the students outside whisper and chatter endlessly. His 2 hands split in 2 directions, blocking the strikes of both Fung brothers at the same time. Everyone watched closely what Tai Chi really is. Just then, he gently pushed the 2 brothers into each other. "This is Tai Chi, dear students. Do you understand now?" Sun Yan smiled and pointed at the 2 brothers lying on the ground, unable to get up. Unexpectedly, the students outside watched from start to finish, but still looked at each other confused. They hadn't even seen what moves he made. Ton Chun on the side looked at Sun Yan being cheered by the students with burning anger. He schemed, thinking, now the real show is just beginning. The scene shifts to show a camera seemingly operating in the office where Director Tran and Cao Van Hien are watching. Director Tran is talking on the phone with someone. "Hello, Director Tran, it's done. The clip has been recorded and the witnesses are all present." Tuan Hao is the person Director Tran called. After hearing him, he immediately said he would call the sports department right away. Sitting next to him is Tuan Vu, looking quite worried. After receiving the call from Director Tran, Tuan Hao turned to Tuan Vu and said, "This time So Nian is finished. We'll conveniently deal with Trio Thien Min too." It actually had some effect. Tuan Vu beside him praised, "Very smart." It seemed Tuan Hao couldn't resist picking up the phone again to call the sports department. "Hello, is this Director Vuong? I want to report a teacher at 3 Trung who not only beat a teacher but also beat students. I have full evidence. Just wait until it's done." Tuan Vu immediately stood up and said firmly, "I'm going to 3 Trung now. I want to see with my own eyes what state he's in." Tuan Hao didn't stop him. He just sat thinking in his chair. Behind So Nian was Fan Hong. Behind Cao Van Hien was Trio Tianming. Let them fight like dogs. From now on, only the Tran family will remain. The scene shifts to another office. Van Hien is standing reporting everything to Tianmin. He added, "That kid So is definitely dead." Unexpectedly, Tianmin asked him, "This time help So Nian as much as you can." Van Hien turned pale, alarmed, and asked, "What does he mean, isn't So Nian your enemy?" Tianming leaned back in his chair and calmly explained, "Behind So Nian is Fan Hong. He's not stupid enough to confront Fan Hong over a woman. Someone is trying to cause trouble behind the scenes." The scene shifts to Tan Yen's office. She sits with So Nian and says to him, "Someone reported So Nian for beating students and injuring Teacher Tan. What's your response to this?" So Nian immediately told her, "This is a trap. Someone set me up." But then Tan Yen brought out a file in front of him and said, "But now everything has been reported to the department. Tan Chan and the 2 students have all been hospitalized." The statements of Tan Chan and the 2 students all agreed on charging him. Hearing this, So Nian panicked. He hurriedly defended himself. "This is a trap. I didn't hit anyone." Then So Nian begged Principal Tan, "You have to help me." Tan Yen looked at So Nian frantic and alarmed. She wondered when he became so weak, but before she could react, So Nian rushed forward, hugged her tightly, pressed his face against her chest, and pleaded, "Principal Tan, I really didn't hit anyone. I'm innocent." Seeing this, Tan Yen softened, stroked his head, and promised to clear So Nian's name. Yet when she looked down at her own chest, Tan Yen saw So Nian's face ecstatic but perverted. She immediately slapped him hard and scolded, "It's come to this and you're still doing that." According to Tan Yen, this matter is serious enough to have both evidence and video footage. So Nian immediately suspected this was a premeditated plot. However, Tan Yen felt lucky, because this time Vice Principal Cao helped him along with her and another person's support so they could protect him for about 3 days. But after those 3 days, they wouldn't be able to protect So Nian anymore. Yet So Nian took that chance to tease her worriedly, asking for me. She blushed, but stubbornly said those details shouldn't be paid attention to. At this moment, So Nian acted like a handsome guy and declared, "Since you're so worried about me, let's go out and handle this now." Actually holding her hand and rushing out like that, he had no plan. They were just going out to buy fruit. When the real location appeared, Tan Yen realized going to buy fruit meant preparing a gift to visit the sick. So Nian was sure this place would hold a breakthrough point. Just as he stepped in, a shout rang out, "Teacher, so we don't want to see you now. How dare you come here?" Yet So Nian half seriously, half jokingly replied, "Teacher Tan, why have you turned into a pig?" "No, I can't say that to humiliate the pig." Ton Chan shouted angrily, "It's all your fault, big brother. You hit me fine, but now you're hitting my student too." He kept insisting on an apology, but So Nian didn't pay much attention. His eyes were fixed on the 2 hospital beds across the room. His hand quickly covered Ton Chan's face. So Nian also frankly stated that he wasn't here to apologize. He never even thought about apologizing, ignoring the insults behind him. So Nian went on to fulfill his purpose, visiting those he considered pitiful. But ironically, he said that what was pitiful wasn't them but their hearts, because it was unbelievable that 2 excellent students would trap him for money. So Nian loudly questioned them, "Do you deserve the title outstanding students? I know your families are poor, and you wanted to use this way to get some money. But being poor materially is one thing, being poor in spirit means you'll be that way your whole life." Faced with these harsh words, both stammered in response. Seeing this, So Nian sternly challenged them. "Do you dare to hold your heads high and look me in the eye? Because if today the one being framed wasn't So Nian, then you 2 would have already helped ruin someone else's life." Tears of regret streamed down as they confessed, "Teacher, we were wrong." Their guilty conscience made them admit their fault. Greed for money led them to blame So Nian. So he stepped forward to comfort his students. "It's good to realize your mistake and turn back, but don't get involved in this kind of thing anymore. You are victims here, and I will find a way to pay for your medical bills." Tan Nian silently admired him, a teacher who knew how to teach both knowledge and morals. Ton Chan still held a grudge full of resentment toward them. Indeed, these 2 were not trustworthy. This was bad news. On this side, seeing So Nian suddenly walk out the door made Tan Nian very worried. However, he only told himself to go find someone behind the scenes, just stepping out. So Nian immediately pondered. Even though he said he was going after the mastermind, he currently had no clues. Yet Cao Van Hien helped him. Why had he tricked him last time, but now was protecting him? He thought that the man's attitude changed when Thien Min came to school, so he assumed the 2 of them were closely connected. According to the conclusion, outsiders would think So Nian was an agent of Fan Hong. So they assumed there were 3 major powers fighting Kai Thin Hotel Hong Vian Corporation and Kwok Thai Corporation. But in So Nian's heart, he was more worried when he realized they were targeting the corporation behind the scenes. Tan Yin thought for a moment, then smirked. "Tran Tuan Hao wants me and Trio Tien Min to fight and even dragged Cao Van Hien into it. But luckily, Trio Tien Min doesn't want to be used, so he helped me. They see me as a soft target to do whatever they want. By the time So Nian left the hospital, he decided he had to deal with each of them one by one to set things right. Immediately, he called someone who could help him play power games with the others. On the other end, Mom Min calmly answered the call. "It's me, teacher." "So, what's up?" So Nian asked him to send someone to inspect the hygiene conditions of Kai Thin Hotel. It seemed like a difficult request, but Ma Min readily agreed and immediately informed his people. He knew every hotel had some operational weaknesses, but wondered why this hotel made So Nian so angry. They wanted to become a 5-star hotel, but perhaps because of this, all hope was lost. Thinking so, Ma Min quickly made a call and sent someone to investigate Kai Thin Hotel, specifically matters related to So Nian. When he heard the report, his face darkened. "Those fools dared to frame Teacher So." "Keep talking, Teacher So is also my son's homeroom teacher." Sometime later, So Nian asked the driver to head to Kai Thin Hotel. However, judging by the situation, that side was currently hosting a meal for environmental workers. Even reporters were there filming. Hearing about the meal, So Nian was a little shocked, because it didn't quite fit Tran Tuan Hao's personality. The truth soon became clear. Kai Thin Hotel wanted to be rated a 5-star hotel, so they were doing this. Moreover, it was also a way to advertise their food. This time, they attracted food critics as well. In addition, they wanted to get involved in the clothing industry. In short, the goal is to become the leading enterprise in the city. Q Jiang just got out of the car. The amount of information from the driver made him marvel at a profession that helps people navigate the skies and map the land. When he turned around, the name of the location also appeared. Reporter Tuong Tu immediately approached and asked if he was here to witness the opening of the city's second 5-star hotel in Nanjiang. So Nian shyly replied roughly yes. "I came to see, or rather to praise, the delicious food here." Tuong Tu immediately expressed admiration, thinking he was a skilled food critic. Jiang even requested another interview inside. So Nian naturally agreed because this was a chance to enter the hotel properly on the top floor. Tuan Hao was letting his imagination run wild. This time, the Kai Thin Hotel would become a 5-star hotel under his control. The next target was the Hong Vian Corporation. He was confident that sooner or later Kai Thin would become the top enterprise. Then he would also take over the Team Long Villa. Seeing the drama about to start, Tuan Hao's mood grew even more excited. Meanwhile, Tuong Thu was introducing the food critique area to So Nian since the upper floor was reserved for cleaning staff. So Nian felt a bit disappointed because Tuong Thu's filming missed the mark. "Seems like just a third-rate reporter." At that moment, she turned to praise him. "You're young, but already a food critic. You must have tasted many dishes right." Memories flashed in his mind of catching rare birds in his previous life. Also, it seemed he had a fondness for catching sea monsters. Ultimately, he couldn't reveal everything, so he answered briefly. "Whether flying in the sky or swimming underwater, I've eaten it all." Behind So Nian were numerous comments praising the delicious food from viewers watching the live stream. At a nearby table, a diner spoke up praising a very special sensation. "It felt like a cloud was passing through my body. This is a millefeuille cake, each layer with 2 different flavors. The mint scent is gentle and refreshing like white snow on the mountain." Tuong Tu found it very ordinary, almost like food from a convenience store. Seeing that, he stepped forward to cut her off. "Haven't you realized it yet?" She looked at him with a puzzled expression. "So what have you realized?" A moment later, the room buzzed as someone noticed a comment that seemed disruptive. More and more insulting comments started to appear. Tuan Vu shouted loudly to quickly shut down this segment. "It can't be broadcast." In another room, Tuong Thu was confused by So Nian's wild behavior. He honestly explained again. "This tastes amazing, I'm not lying." At that moment, Tuan Vu came to reprimand him, saying he had no right to be here. Then he bluntly told him to get lost. But So Nian calmly responded, "I have always been clear about my grudges and favors. You've pushed me into a corner, so sorry I won't let you have peace either." Tuan Vu's face twisted with clenched teeth in anger, but realized there were many reporters here. He restrained his emotions immediately.